13 at Table by Lord Dunsany. In front of a spacious fireplace of the old kind, when the logs were well alight, and men with pipes and glasses were gathered before it in great easeful chairs, and the wild weather outside, and the comfort that was within, and the season of the year, for it was Christmas, and the hour of the night, all called for the weird or uncanny. Then out spoke the ex-master of foxhounds, and told this tale. It was when I had the Bromley and Sydenham, the year I gave them up. As a matter of fact, it was the last day of the season. It was no use going on, because there were no foxes left in the county, and London was sweeping down on us. You could see it from the kennels all along the skyline like a terrible army in grey, and masses of villas every year came skirmishing down our valleys. Our coverts were mostly on the hills, and as the town came down upon the valleys, the foxes used to leave them and go right away out of the county, and they never returned. I think they went by night and moved great distances. Well, it was early April, and we had drawn a blank all day, and at the last draw of all, at the very last of the season, we found a fox. He left the covert with his back to London and its railways and villas and wire, and slipped away towards the chalk country and open Kent. I felt as I once felt as a child on one summer's day when I found a door in a garden where I played left luckily ajar, and I pushed it open and wide lands were before me, and waving fields of corn. We settled down into a steady gallop, and the fields began to drift by under us, and a great wind arose full of fresh breath. We left the clay lands where the bracken grows and came to a valley at the edge of the chalk. As we went down into it, we saw the fox go up the other side like a shadow that crosses the evening and glide into a wood that stood on the top. We saw a flash of primroses in the wood, and we were out the other side, hounds hunting perfectly, and the fox still going absolutely straight. It began to dawn on me then that we were in for a great hunt. I took a deep breath when I thought of it, the taste of the air of that perfect spring afternoon as it came to one galloping, and the thought of a great run were together like some old rare wine. Our faces now were to another valley. Large fields led down to it with easy hedges. At the bottom of it, a bright blue stream went singing, and a rambling village smoked. The sunlight on the opposite slopes danced like a fairy, and all along the top old woods were frowning, but they dreamed of spring. The field had fallen off, and were far behind, and my only human companion was James, my old first whip, who had a hound's instinct, and a personal animosity against a fox that even embittered his speech. Across the valley, the fox went as straight as a railway line, and again we went without check straight through the woods at the top. I remember hearing men sing or shout as they walked home from work, and sometimes children whistled. The sounds came up from the village to the woods at the top of the valley. After that we saw no more villages, but valley after valley arose and fell before us, as though we were voyaging some strange and stormy sea. And all the way before us the fox went dead upwind like the fabulous Flying Dutchman. There was no one in sight now but my first whip and me. We had both of us got onto our second horses as we drew the last covert. 2 or 3 times we checked in those great lonely valleys beyond the village. But I began to have inspirations. I felt a strange certainty within me that this fox was going on straight upwind till he died, or until night came and we could hunt no longer. So I reversed ordinary methods and only cast straight ahead, and always we picked up the scent again at once. I believe that this fox was the last one left in the villa-haunted lands, and that he was prepared to leave them for remote uplands far from men, that if we had come the following day, he would not have been there, and that we just happened to hit off his journey. Evening began to descend upon the valleys. Still the hounds drifted on, like the lazy but unresting shadows of clouds upon a summer's day. We heard a shepherd calling to his dog. We saw 2 maidens move towards a hidden farm, one of them singing softly. No other sounds but ours disturbed the leisure and the loneliness of haunts that seemed not yet to have known the inventions of steam and gunpowder, even as China, they say, in some of her further mountains, does not yet know that she has fought Japan. And now the day and our horses were wearing out, but that resolute fox held on. I began to work out the run and wonder where we were. The last landmark I had ever seen before must have been over 5 miles back, and from there to the start was at least 10 miles more. If only we could kill. Then the sun set. I wondered what chance we had of killing our fox. I looked at James's face as he rode beside me. He did not seem to have lost any confidence, yet his horse was as tight as mine. It was a good, clear twilight, and the scent was as strong as ever, and the fences were easy enough, but those valleys were terribly trying, and they still rolled on and on. It looked as if the light would outlast all possible endurance both of the fox and the horses, if the scent held good, and he did not go to ground, otherwise night would end it. For long we had seen no houses and no roads, only chalk slopes with a twilight on them, and here and there some sheep, and scattered copses darkening in the evening. At some moment I seemed to realize all at once that the light was spent, and the darkness was hovering. I looked at James. He was solemnly shaking his head. Suddenly, in a little wooded valley, we saw climb over the oaks the red-brown gables of a queer old house. At that instant, I saw the fox scarcely heading by 50 yards. We blundered through a wood in full sight of the house, but no avenue led up to it or even a path, nor were there any signs of wheel marks anywhere. Already lights shone here and there in windows. We were in a park, and a fine park, but unkempt beyond credibility. Brambles grew everywhere. It was too dark to see the fox any more, but we knew he was dead beat. The hounds were just before us, and a 4-foot railing of oak. I shouldn't have tried it on a fresh horse at the beginning of a run, and here was a horse near his last gasp. But what a run! An event standing out in a lifetime, and the hounds close up on their fox, slipping into the darkness as I hesitated. I decided to try it. My horse rose about 8 inches and took it fair with his breast, and the oak log flew into handfuls of wet decay, it rotten with years. And then we were on a lawn, and at the far end of it the hounds were tumbling over their fox. Fox, hounds, and light were all done together, at the end of a 20-mile point. We made some noise then, but nobody came out of the queer old house. I felt pretty stiff as I walked round to the hall door with the mask and the brush, while James went with the hounds and the 2 horses to look for the stables. I rang a bell marvellously encrusted with rust, and after a long while the door opened a little way, revealing a hall with much old armour in it, and the shabbiest butler that I had ever known. I asked him who lived there. Sir Richard Arlen. I explained that my horse could go no further that night, and that I wished to ask Sir Richard Arlen for a bed for the night. "Oh, no one ever comes here, sir," said the butler. I pointed out that I had come. I don't think it would be possible, sir," he said. This annoyed me, and I asked to see Sir Richard and insisted until he came. Then I apologised and explained the situation. He looked only 50, but a varsity oar on the wall with the date of the early 70s made him older than that. His face had something of the shy look of the hermit. He regretted that he had not room to put me up. I was sure that this was untrue. Also, I had to be put up there. There was nowhere else within miles, so I almost insisted. Then, to my astonishment, he turned to the butler, and they talked it over in an undertone. At last they seemed to think that they could manage it, though clearly with reluctance. It was by now 7 o'clock, and Sir Richard told me he dined at 7:30. There was no question of clothes for me other than those I stood in, as my host was shorter and broader. He showed me presently to the drawing-room, and there he reappeared before 7:30 in evening dress and a white waistcoat. The drawing-room was large and contained old furniture, but it was rather worn and venerable. An Aubusson carpet flapped about the floor. The wind seemed momently to enter the room, and old draughts haunted corners. The stealthy feet of rats that were never at rest indicated the extent of the ruin that time had wrought in the wainscot. Somewhere far off a shutter flapped to and fro. The guttering candles were insufficient to light so large a room. The gloom that these things suggested was quite in keeping with Sir Richard's first remark to me after he entered the room. "I must tell you, sir, that I have led a wicked life." "Oh, A very wicked life. Such confidences from a man much older than oneself after one has known him for half an hour are so rare that any possible answer merely does not suggest itself. I said rather slowly, "Oh, really?" And chiefly to forestall another such remark, I said, "What a charming house you have." "Yes," he said, "I have not left it for nearly 40 years, since I left the varsity. One is young there, you know, and one has opportunities, but I make no excuses. No excuses." And the door, slipping its rusty latch, came drifting on the draught into the room, and the long carpet flapped, and the hangings upon the walls. Then the draught fell rustling away, and the door slammed to again. "Ah, Marianne," he said, "we have a guest tonight, Mr. Linton. This is Marian Gibb," and everything became clear to me. Mad, I said to myself, for no one had entered the room. The rats ran up the length of the room behind the wainscot ceaselessly, and the wind unlatched the door again, and the folds of the carpet fluttered up to our feet and stopped there, for our weight held it down. "Let me introduce Mr. Linton," said my host, "Lady Mary Erinier." The door slammed back again. I bowed politely. Even had I been invited, I should have humoured him, but it was the very least that an uninvited guest could do. This kind of thing happened 11 times, the rustling and the fluttering of the carpet and the footsteps of the rats and the restless door, and then the sad voice of my host introducing me to phantoms. Then, for some while, we waited while I struggled with the situation. Conversation flowed slowly, and again the draught came trailing up the room, while the flaring candles filled it with hurrying shadows. "Ah, late again, Cicely," said my host in his soft, mournful way. "Always late, Cicely." Then I went down to dinner with that man and his mind, and the 12 phantoms that haunted it. I found a long table with fine old silver on it and places laid for 14. The butler was now sitting in evening dress. There were fewer draughts in the dining room. The scene was less gloomy here. "Will you sit next to Rosalind at the other end?" Richard said to me. "She always takes the head of the table." I wronged her most of all. I said, "I shall be delighted." I looked at the butler closely, but never did I see by any expression of his face or by anything that he did any suggestion that he waited upon less than 14 people in the complete possession of all their faculties. Perhaps a dish appeared to be refused more often than taken, but every glass was equally filled with champagne. At first I found little to say, but when Sir Richard, speaking from the far end of the table, said, "You're tired, Mr. Linton," I was reminded that I owed something to a host upon whom I had forced myself. It was excellent champagne, and with the help of a second glass, I made the effort to begin a conversation with a Miss Helen Errold, for whom the place upon one side of me was laid. It came more easy to me very soon. I frequently paused in my monologue like Mark Antony for a reply, and sometimes I turned and spoke to Miss Rosalind Smith. Sir Richard at the other end talked sorrowfully on. He spoke as a condemned man might speak to his judge, and yet somewhat as a judge might speak to one that he once condemned wrongly. My own mind began to turn to mournful things. I drank another glass of champagne, but I was still thirsty. I felt as if all the moisture in my body had been blown away over the downs of Kent by the wind-up which we had galloped. Still, I was not talking enough. My host was looking at me. I made another effort. After all, I had something to talk about. A 20-mile point is not often seen in a lifetime, especially south of the Thames. I began to describe the run to Rosalind Smith. I could see then that my host was pleased. The sad look in his face gave a kind of flicker, like mist upon the mountains on a miserable day when a faint puff comes from the sea, and the mist would lift if it could. And the butler refilled my glass very attentively. I asked her first if she hunted, and paused and began my story. I told her where we had found the fox and how fast and straight he had gone, and how I had got through the village by keeping to the road, while the little gardens and wire. And then the river had stopped the rest of the field. I told her the kind of country that we had crossed, and how splendid it looked in the spring, and how mysterious the valleys were as soon as the twilight came, and what a glorious horse I had, and how wonderfully he went. I was so fearfully thirsty after the great hunt that I had to stop for a moment now and again. But I went on with my description of that famous run, for I had warmed to the subject, and after all, There was nobody to tell of it but me except my old whipper-in, and the old fellow's probably drunk by now, I thought. I described to her minutely the exact spot in the run at which it had come to me clearly that this was going to be the greatest hunt in the whole of the history of Kent. Sometimes I forgot incidents that had happened, as one well may in a run of 20 miles, and then I had to fill in the gaps by inventing. I was pleased to be able to make the party go off well by means of my conversation, and besides that, the lady to whom I was speaking was extremely pretty. I do not mean in a flesh-and-blood kind of way, but there were little shadowy lines about the chair beside me that hinted at an unusually graceful figure when Miss Rosalind Smith was alive, and I began to perceive that what I first mistook for the smoke of guttering candles and the tablecloth waving in the draught was in reality an extremely animated company who listened, and not without interest, to my story of by far the greatest hunt that the world had ever known. Indeed, I told them that I would confidently go further and predict that never in the history of the world would there be such a run again. Only my throat was terribly dry, and then, as it seemed, they wanted to hear more about my horse. I had forgotten that I had come there on a horse, but when they reminded me, it all came back. They looked so charming, leaning over the table, intent upon what I said, that I told them everything they wanted to know. Everything was going so pleasantly. If only Sir Richard would cheer up. I heard his mournful voice every now and then. These were very pleasant people, if he would only take them the right way. I could understand that he regretted his past, but the early 70s seemed centuries away, and I felt sure that he misunderstood these ladies. They were not revengeful, as he seemed to suppose. I wanted to show him how cheerful they really were, and so I made a joke, and they all laughed at it, and then I chaffed them a bit, especially Rosalind, and nobody resented it in the very least. And still Sir Richard sat there with that unhappy look, like one that has ended weeping because it is vain and has not the consolation even of tears. We had been a long time there, and many of the candles had burned out, but there was light enough. I was glad to have an audience for my exploit, and being happy myself, I was determined Sir Richard should be. I made more jokes, and they still laughed good-naturedly. Some of the jokes were a little broad, perhaps, but no harm was meant. And then, I do not wish to excuse myself, but I had had a harder day than I had ever had before, and without knowing it, I must have been completely exhausted. In this state, champagne had found me, and what would have been harmless at any other time must somehow have got the better of me when quite tired out. Anyhow, I went too far. I made some joke, I cannot in the least remember what, that suddenly seemed to offend them. I felt all at once a commotion in the air. I looked up and saw that they had all risen from the table and were sweeping towards the door. I had not time to open it, but it blew open on a wind. I could scarcely see what Sir Richard was doing, because only 2 candles were left. I think the rest blew out when the ladies suddenly rose. I sprang up to apologize, to assure them, and then fatigue overcame me, as it had overcome my horse at the last fence. I clutched at the table, but the cloth came away, and then I fell. The fall and the darkness on the floor and the pent-up fatigue of the day overcame me, all three together. The sun shone over glittering fields, and in at a bedroom window, and thousands of birds were chanting to the spring. And there I was, in an old 4-poster bed, in a quaint old panelled bedroom, fully dressed and wearing long muddy boots. Someone had taken my spurs, and that was all. For a moment I failed to realise, and then it all came back, my enormity, and the pressing need of an abject apology to Sir Richard. I pulled an embroidered bell-rope until the butler came. He came in perfectly cheerful and indescribably shabby. I asked him if Sir Richard was up, and he said he had just gone down, and told me to my amazement that it was 12 o'clock. I asked to be shown in to Sir Richard at once. He was in his smoking room. "Good morning," he said rather cheerfully, the moment I went in. I went directly to the matter in hand. "I fear that I insulted some ladies in your house," I began. "You did indeed," he said. "You did indeed." And then he burst into tears and took me by the hand. "How can I ever thank you?" he said to me then. "We have been 13 at table for 30 years, and I never dared to insult them because I had wronged them all. And now you have done it, and I know they will never dine here again." And for a long time he still held my hand, and then he gave it a grip and a kind of a shake, which I took to mean goodbye. And I drew my hand away then and left the house. And I found James in the stables with the hounds and asked him how he had fared. And James, who was a man of very few words, said he could not rightly remember. And I got my spurs from the butler and climbed onto my horse, and slowly we rode away from that queer old house. And slowly we wended home, for the hounds were footsore but happy, and the horses were tired still. And when we recalled that the hunting season was ended, we turned our faces to spring and thought of new things that tried to replace the old. And that very year I heard, and have often heard since, of dances and happier dinners at Sir Richard Arlen's house. They, by Rudyard Kipling. One view called me to another, one hilltop to its fellow, half across the country. And since I could answer at no more trouble than the snapping forward of a lever, I let the country flow under my wheels. The orchid-studded flats of the east gave way to the thyme, ilex and grey grass of the downs, these again to the rich cornland and fig trees of the lower coast, where you carry the beat of the tide on your left hand for 15 level miles. And when at last I turned inland through a huddle of rounded hills and woods, I had run myself clean out of my known marks. Beyond that precise hamlet which stands godmother to the capital of the United States, I found hidden villages where bees, the only things awake, boomed in 80-foot lindens that overhung grey Norman churches, miraculous brooks diving under stone bridges built for heavier traffic than would ever vex them again, tithe barns larger than their churches, and an old smithy that cried out aloud how it had once been a hall to the knights of the temple. Gypsies I found on a common where the gorse, bracken and heath fought it out together up a mile of Roman road, and a little farther on I disturbed a red fox rolling dog fashion in the naked sunlight. As the wooded hills closed about me, I stood up in the car to take the bearings of that great down whose ringed head is a landmark for 50 miles across the Low Countries. I judged that the lie of the country would bring me across some westward running road that went to its feet, but I didn't allow for the confusing vales of the woods. A quick turn plunged me first into a green cutting brimful of liquid sunshine, next into a gloomy tunnel where last year's dead leaves whispered and scuffled about my tyres. The strong hazel stuff meeting overhead had not been cut for a couple of generations at least, nor had any axe helped the moss-cankered oak and beech to spring above them. Here the road changed frankly into a carpeted ride, on whose brown velvet spent primrose clumps showed like jade, and a few sickly white-stalked bluebells nodded together. As the slope favoured, I shut off the power and slid over the whirled leaves, expecting every moment to meet a keeper, but I only heard a jay far off arguing against the silence under the twilight of the trees. Still the track descended. I was on the point of reversing and working my way back up on the second speed, ere I ended in some swamp, when I saw sunshine through the tangle ahead and lifted the brake. It was down again at once. As the light beat across my face, my forewheels took the turf of a great, still lawn, from which sprang horsemen 10 feet high with levelled lances, monstrous peacocks, and sleek round-headed maids of honour, blue, black, and glistening, all of clipped yew. Across the lawn, the marshalled woods besieged it on 3 sides, stood an ancient house of lichened and weather-worn stone, with mullioned windows and roofs of red rose tile. It was flanked by semicircular walls, also rose-red, that closed the lawn on the 4th side, and at their feet a box hedge grew man-high. There were doves on the roof about the slim brick chimneys, and I caught a glimpse of an octagonal dove-house behind the screening wall. Here, then, I stayed, a horseman's green spear laid at my breast, held by the exceeding beauty of that jewel in that setting. If I'm not packed off for a trespasser, or if this knight does not ride a wallop at me, thought I, Shakespeare and Queen Elizabeth at least must come out of that half-open garden door,
and ask me to tea. A child appeared at an upper window, and I thought the little thing waved a friendly hand. But it was to call a companion, for presently another bright head showed. Then I heard a laugh among the yew peacocks, and turning to make sure, till then I had been watching the house only, I saw the silver of a fountain behind a hedge thrown up against the sun. The doves on the roof cooed to the cooing water, but between the two notes I caught the utterly happy chuckle of a child absorbed in some light mischief. The garden door, heavy oak sunk deep in the thickness of the wall, opened further. A woman in a big garden hat set her foot slowly on the time-hollowed stone step, and as slowly walked across the turf. I was forming some apology when she lifted up her head, and I saw that she was blind. "I heard you," she said. "Isn't that a motor car?" "I'm afraid I've made a mistake on my road. I should have turned off up above. Never dreamed," I began. "But I'm very glad. Fancy a motor car coming into the garden. It'll be such a treat." She turned and made as though looking about her. You haven't seen anyone, have you, perhaps?" "No one to speak to, but the children seemed interested at a distance." "Which?" "I saw a couple up at the window just now, and I think I heard a little chap in the grounds." "Oh, lucky you," she cried, and her face brightened. "I hear them, of course, but that's all. You've seen them and heard them." "Yes," I answered, "and if I know anything of children, one of them's having a beautiful time by the fountain down yonder. Escaped, I should imagine. You're fond of children?" I gave her one or two reasons why I didn't altogether hate them. Of course," she said. "Then you understand. Then you won't think it foolish if I ask you to take your car through the gardens once or twice, quite slowly. I'm sure they'd like to see it. They see so little, poor things. One tries to make their life pleasant, but—" She threw out her hands towards the woods. "We're so out of the world here." "That'll be splendid," I said, "but I can't cut up your grass." She faced to the right. "Wait a minute," she said. "We're at the south gate, aren't we? Behind those peacocks is a flagged path. We call it the Peacock's Walk. You can't see it from here, they tell me, but if you squeeze along by the edge of the wood, you can turn at the first peacock and get onto the flags." It was sacrilege to wake that dreaming house front with the clatter of machinery, but I swung the car to clear the turf, brushed along the edge of the wood, and turned in on the broad stone path, where the fountain basin lay like one-star sapphire. "May I come too?" she cried. No, please don't help me. They'll like it better if they see me." She felt her way lightly to the front of the car, and with one foot on the step she called, "Children! Oh, children! Look and see what's going to happen!" The voice would have drawn lost souls from the pit for the yearning that underlay its sweetness, and I wasn't surprised to hear an answering shout behind the yews. It must have been the child by the fountain, but he fled at our approach, leaving a little toy boat in the water. I saw the glint of his blue blouse among the still horsemen. Very disposedly we paraded the length of the walk, and at her request backed again. This time the child had got the better of his panic, but stood far off and doubting. "The little fellow's watching us," I said. "I wonder if he'd like a ride." "They're very shy still, very shy. But oh, lucky you to be able to see them. Let's listen." I stopped the machine at once, and the humid stillness, heavy with the scent of box, cloaked us deep. Shears I could hear where some gardener was clipping, a mumble of bees and broken voices that might have been the doves. "Oh, unkind," she said weariedly. "Perhaps they're only shy of the motor. The little maid at the window looks tremendously interested." "Yes?" She raised her head. "It was wrong of me to say that. They are really fond of me. It's the only thing that makes life worth living, when they're fond of you, isn't it? I don't think what the place would be without them. By the way, is it beautiful?" "I think it's the most beautiful place I've ever seen." "So they tell me. I can feel it, of course, but that isn't quite the same thing." "Then have you never—" I began, but stopped, abashed. "Not since I can remember. It happened when I was only a few months old, they tell me. And yet I must remember something, else how could I dream about colours? I see light in my dreams and colours, but I never see them. I only hear them, just as I do when I'm awake. It's difficult to see faces in dreams. Some people can, but most of us haven't the gift," I went on, looking up at the window where the child stood, all but hidden. "I've heard that too," she said, "and they tell me that one never sees a dead person's face in the dream. Is that true? I believe it is, now I come to think of it. But how is it with yourself? The blind eyes turned towards me. I've never seen the faces of my dead in any dream, I answered. Then it must be as bad as being blind. The sun had dipped behind the woods, and the long shades were possessing the insolent horsemen one by one. I saw the light die from off the top of a glossy-leaved lance, and all the brave-hard green turned soft black. The house, accepting another day at end, as it had accepted 100,000 gone, seemed to settle deeper into its rest among the shadows. "Have you ever wanted to?" she said after the silence. "Very much sometimes," I replied. The child had left the window as the shadows closed upon it. "Ah, so have I. But I don't suppose it's allowed. Where do you live?" "Quite the other side of the county, 60 miles and more, and I must be going back. I've come without my big lamp. But it's not dark yet. I can feel it. I'm afraid it will be by the time I get home. Could you lend me someone to set me on my road at first? I'm utterly lost myself." "I'll send Madden with you to the crossroads. We're so out of the world. I don't wonder you were lost. I'll guide you round to the front of the house, but you will go slowly, won't you, till you're out of the grounds? It isn't foolish, do you think?" "I promise you I'll go like this," I said, and let the car start herself down the flagged path. We skirted the left wing of the house, whose elaborately cast lead guttering alone was worth a day's journey, passed under a great rose-grown gate in the red wall, and so round to the high front of the house, which in beauty and stateliness as much excelled the back as that all others I had seen. "Is it so very beautiful?" she said wistfully when she heard my raptures. "And you like the lead figures too? There's the old azalea garden behind. They say that this place must have been made for children. Will you help me out, please? I should like to come with you as far as the crossroads, but I mustn't leave them." "Is that you, Madden? I want you to show this gentleman the way to the crossroads. He's lost his way, but he's seen them." A butler appeared noiselessly at the miracle of old oak that must be called the front door, and slipped aside to put on his hat. She stood looking at me with open blue eyes in which no sight lay, and I saw for the first time that she was beautiful. "Remember," she said quietly, "if you're fond of them, you will come again," and disappeared within the house. The butler in the car said nothing till we were nearly at the lodge gates, where, catching a glimpse of a blue blouse in the shrubbery, I swerved amply lest the devil that leads little boys to play should drag me into child murder. "Excuse me," he asked all of a sudden, "but why did you do that, sir? The child yonder, our young gentleman in blue?" "Of course. He runs about a good deal. Did you see him by the fountain, sir?" "Oh, yes, several times. Do we turn here?" "Yes, sir. And did you happen to see them upstairs, too?" "At the upper window, yes." "Was that before the mistress came out to speak to you, sir?" "A little before that. Why do you want to know?" He paused a little. "Only to make sure that they had seen the car, sir, because with children running about, though I'm sure you're driving particularly careful, there might be an accident. That was all, sir. Here are the crossroads. You can't miss your way from now on. Thank you, sir. But that isn't our custom, not with—" "I beg your pardon," I said, and thrust away the British silver. "Oh, it's quite right with the rest of them as a rule. Good-bye, sir." He retired into the armour-plated conning tower of his caste and walked away, evidently a butler solicitous for the honour of his house and interested, probably through a maid, in the nursery. Once beyond the signposts at the crossroads, I looked back, but the crumpled hills interlaced so jealously that I couldn't see where the house had lain. When I asked its name at a cottage along the road, the fat woman who sold sweetmeats there gave me to understand that people with motor cars had small right to live, much less to go about talking like carriage folk. They were not a pleasant-mannered community. When I retraced my route on the map that evening, I was a little wiser. Hawkins' Old Farm appeared to be the survey title of the place, and the old county gazetteer, generally so ample, didn't allude to it. The big house of those parts was Hodnington Hall, Georgian with early Victorian embellishments, as an atrocious steel engraving attested. I carried my difficulty to a neighbour, a deep-rooted tree of that soil, and he gave me a name of the family which conveyed no meaning. A month or so later, I went again. Or it may have been that my car took the road of her own volition. She overran the fruitless downs, threaded every turn of the maze of lanes below the hills, drew through the high-walled woods, impenetrable in their full leaf, came out at the crossroads where the butler had left me, and a little farther on developed an internal trouble which forced me to turn her in on a grass way-waste that cut into the summer silent hazelwood. So far as I could make sure by the sun and a 6-inch ordnance map, this should be the road flank of that wood which I had first explored from the heights above. I made a mighty serious business of my repairs, and a glittering shop of my repair kit, spanners, pump, and the like, which I spread out orderly upon a rug. It was a trap to catch all childhood, for on such a day, I argued, the children wouldn't be far off. When I paused in my work, I listened, but the wood was so full of the noises of summer, though the birds had mated, that I could not at first distinguish these from the tread of small, cautious feet stealing across the dead leaves. I rang my bell in an alluring manner, but the feet fled, and I repented. For to a child a sudden noise is very real terror. I must have been at work half an hour when I heard in the wood the voice of the blind woman crying, "Children, oh children, where are you?" And the stillness made slow to close on the perfection of that cry. She came towards me, half feeling her way between the tree boles, and though a child, it seemed, clung to her skirt, it swerved into the leafage like a rabbit as she drew nearer. "Is that you?" she said. "From the other side of the county?" "Yes, it's me, from the other side of the county." "Then why didn't you come through the upper woods? They were there just now." "They were here a few minutes ago. I expect they knew my car had broken down and came to see the fun." "Nothing serious, I hope. How do cars break down?" "In 50 different ways. Only mine has chosen the 51st. She laughed merrily at the tiny joke, cooed with delicious laughter, and pushed her hat back. "Let me hear," she said. "Wait a moment," I cried, "and I'll get you a cushion." She set her foot on the rug all covered with spare parts, and stooped above it eagerly. What delightful things! The hands through which she saw glanced in the checkered sunlight. A box here, another box. Why, you've arranged them like playing shop. I confess now that I put it out to attract them. I don't need half these things, really. How nice of you. I heard your bell in the upper wood. You say they were here before that. I'm sure of it. But why are they so shy? That little fellow in blue was with you just now, ought to have got over his fright. He's been watching me like a red Indian. It must have been your bell, she said. I heard one of them go past me in trouble when I was coming down. They're shy, so shy, even with me. She turned her face over her shoulder and cried again, "Children! Oh, children! Look and see!" They must have gone off together on their own affairs, I suggested, for there was a murmur behind us of lowered voices, broken by the sudden squeaking giggles of childhood. I returned to my tinkerings, and she leaned forward, her chin on her hand, listening interestedly. "How many are they?" I said at last. The work was finished, but I saw no reason to go. Her forehead puckered a little in thought. "I don't quite know," she said simply. "Sometimes more, sometimes less. They come and stay with me because I love them, you see." "That must be very jolly," I said, replacing a drawer, and as I spoke, I heard the inanity of my answer. You aren't laughing at me," she cried. "I haven't any of my own. I never married. People laugh at me sometimes about them because they're savages," I returned. "It's nothing to fret for. That sort laugh at everything that isn't in their own fat lives." "I don't know. How should I? I only don't like being laughed at about them. It hurts. And when one can't see, I don't want to seem silly." Her chin quivered like a child's as she spoke. "But we blindies have only one skin, I think. Everything outside hits straight at our souls. It's different with you. You've such good defences in your eyes, looking out, before anyone can really pain you in your soul. People forget that with us." I was silent, reviewing that inexhaustible matter, the more than inherited, since it's also carefully taught, brutality of the Christian peoples, beside which the mere heathendom of the West Coast African is clean and restrained. It led me a long distance into myself. "Don't do that," she said of a sudden, putting her hands before her eyes. "What?" She made a gesture with her hand. "That. It's all purple and black. Don't. That colour hurts." "But how in the world do you know about colours?" I exclaimed, for here was a revelation indeed. "Colours as colours?" she asked. "No, those colours which you saw just now." "You know as well as I do," she laughed, "else you wouldn't have asked that question. They aren't in the world at all. They're in you, when you went so angry. Do you mean a dull purplish patch like port wine mixed with ink? I said. I've never seen ink or port wine, but the colours aren't mixed. They're separate, all separate. Do you mean black streaks and jags across the purple? She nodded. Yes, if they're like this, and zigzagged her finger again. But it's more red than purple, that bad colour. And what are the colours at the top of it, whatever you see? Slowly she leaned forward and traced on the rug the figure of the egg itself. I see them so, she said, pointing with a grass stem. White, green, yellow, red, purple, and when people are angry or bad, black across the red, as you were just now. Who told you anything about it in the beginning? I demanded. About the colours, no one. I used to ask what colours were when I was little, in table covers and curtains and carpets, you see, because some colours hurt me and some made me happy. People told me, and when I got older, that was how I saw people. Again she traced the outline of the egg, which it is given to very few of us to see. All by yourself, I repeated. All by myself. There wasn't anyone else. I only found out afterwards that other people didn't see the colours. She leaned against the tree bole, plaiting and unplaiting chance-plucked grass stems. The children in the wood had drawn nearer. I could see them with the tail of my eye, frolicking like squirrels. Now I am sure you'll never laugh at me, she went on after a long silence. Nor at them. Goodness, no, I cried, jolted out of my train of thought. A man who laughs at a child, unless the child is laughing too, is a heathen. I didn't mean that, of course. You never laugh at children, but I used to think that perhaps you might laugh about them. So now I beg your pardon. What are you going to laugh at? I made no sound, but she knew. At the notion of your begging my pardon. If you had done your duty as a pillar of the state and a landed proprietress, you ought to have summoned me for trespass when I barged through your woods the other day. It was disgraceful of me, inexcusable. She looked at me, her head against the tree trunk, long and steadfastly. This woman who could see the naked soul. How curious, she half whispered. How very curious. Why? What have I done? You don't understand, and yet you understand about the colours. Don't you understand? She spoke with a passion that nothing had justified, and I faced her bewilderedly as she rose. The children had gathered themselves in a roundel behind a bramble bush. One sleek head bent over something smaller, and the set of the little shoulders told me that fingers were on lips. They, too, had some child's tremendous secret. I alone was hopelessly astray there in the broad sunlight. No, I said, and shook my head as though the dead eyes could note. Whatever it is, I don't understand yet. Perhaps I shall later, if you let me come again. You will come again, she answered. You will surely come again and walk in the wood. Perhaps the children will know me well enough by that time to let me play with them as a favour. You know what children are like. It isn't a matter of favour but of right, she replied, and while I wondered what she meant, a dishevelled woman plunged round the bend in the road, loose-haired, purple, almost lowing with agony as she ran. It was my rude, fat friend of the sweetmeat shop. The blind woman heard and stepped forward. "What is it, Mrs. Maidhurst?" she asked. The woman flung her apron over her head and literally grovelled in the dust, crying that her grandchild was sick to death, that the local doctor was away fishing, that Jenny the mother was at her wits' end, and so forth, with repetitions and bellowings. "Where's the next nearest doctor?" I asked between paroxysms. "Madden will tell you. Go round to the house and take him with you. I'll attend to this. Be quick." She half supported the fat woman into the shade. In 2 minutes I was blowing all the horns of Jericho under the front of the House Beautiful, and Madden, in the pantry, rose to the crisis like a butler and a man. A quarter of an hour at illegal speeds caught us a doctor 5 miles away. Within the half hour we had decanted him, much interested in motors, at the door of the sweetmeat shop, and drew up the road to await the verdict. "Useful things, cars," said Madden, all man and no butler. "If I'd had one when mine took sick, she wouldn't have died." "How was it?" I asked. "Croup. Mrs. Madden was away. No one knew what to do. I drove 8 miles in a tax cart for the doctor. She was choked when we came back. This car would have saved her. She'd have been close on 10 now. I'm sorry, I said. I thought you were rather fond of children from what you told me at the crossroads the other day. Have you seen them again, sir? This morning? Yes, but they're well broke to cars. I couldn't get any of them within 20 yards of it. He looked at me carefully, as a scout considers a stranger, not as a menial should lift his eyes to his divinely appointed superior. I wonder why, he said, just above the breath that he drew. We waited on. A light wind from the sea wandered up and down the long lines of the woods, and the wayside grasses, whitened already with summer dust, rose and bowed in sallow waves. A woman, wiping the suds off her arms, came out of the cottage next to the sweetmeat shop. I've been listening in the backyard, she said cheerily. He says Arthur's unaccountable bad. Did you hear him shrug just now? Unaccountable bad. I reckon it'll come Jenny's turn to walk in the wood next week along Mr. Madden. Excuse me, sir, but your lap robe is slipping, said Madden deferentially. The woman started, dropped a curtsy, and hurried away. What does she mean by walking in the wood, I asked. It must be some saying they use hereabouts. I'm from Norfolk myself, said Madden. They're an independent lot in this county. She took you for a chauffeur, sir. I saw the doctor come out of the cottage, followed by a draggle-tailed wench who clung to his arm as though he could make treaty for her with death. That sort, she wailed. They're just as much to us as has 'em, as if they were lawful born. Just as much. And God, he'd be just as pleased if you'd saved 'em, doctor. Don't take it from me. Miss Florence will tell you the very same. Don't leave him, doctor. I know, said the man, but he'll be quiet for a while now. We'll get the nurse and the medicine as fast as we can. He signalled me to come forward with the car, and I strove not to be privy to what followed, but I saw the girl's face, blotched and frozen with grief, and I felt the hand without a ring clutching at my knees when we moved away. The doctor was a man of some humour, for I remember he claimed my car under the oath of Aesculapius, and used it and me without mercy. First we conveyed Mrs. Maidhurst and the blind woman to wait by the sick-bed till the nurse should come. Next we invaded the neat country town for prescriptions. The doctor said the trouble was cerebrospinal meningitis, and when the county institute, banked and flanked with scared market cattle, reported itself out of nurses for the moment, we literally flung ourselves loose upon the county. We conferred with the owners of great houses, magnates at the ends of overarching avenues whose big-boned womenfolk strode away from their tea-tables to listen to the imperious doctor. At last a white-haired lady sitting under a cedar of Lebanon and surrounded by a court of magnificent bourgeois, all hostile to motors, gave the doctor, who received them as from a princess, written orders which we bore many miles at top speed through a park to a French nunnery, where we took over in exchange a pallid-faced and trembling sister. She knelt at the bottom of the tonneau, telling her beads without pause, till, by short cuts of the doctor's invention, we had her to the sweetmeat shop once more. It was a long afternoon, crowded with mad episodes that rose and dissolved like the dust of our wheels, cross-sections of remote and incomprehensible lives through which we raced at right angles, and I went home in the dusk, wearied out, to a dream of the clashing horns of cattle, round-eyed nuns walking in a garden of graves, pleasant tea-parties beneath shaded trees, the carbolic-scented, grey-painted corridors of the county institute, the steps of shy children in the wood, and the hands that clung to my knees as the motor began to move. I had intended to return in a day or two, but it pleased fate to hold me from that side of the county, on many pretexts, till the elder and the wild rose had fruited. There came at last a brilliant day, swept clear from the south-west, that brought the hills within hand's reach, a day of unstable airs and high filmy clouds. Through no merit of my own, I was free, and set the car for the third time on that known road. As I reached the crest of the downs, I felt the soft air change, saw it glaze under the sun, and looking down at the sea, in that instant beheld the blue of the channel turn through polished silver and dulled steel to dingy pewter. A laden collier hugging the coast steered outward for deeper water, and across copper-coloured haze I saw sails rise one by one on the anchored fishing fleet. In a deep dean behind me, an eddy of sudden wind drummed through sheltered oaks and spun aloft the first dry sample of autumn leaves. When I reached the beach road, the sea fog fumed over the brickfields, and the tide was telling all the groins of the gale beyond Ushant. In less than an hour, summer England vanished in chill grey. We were again the shut island of the north, all the ships of the world bellowing at our perilous gates, and between their outcries ran the piping of bewildered gulls. My cap dripped moisture. The folds of the rug held it in pools or sluiced it away in runnels, and the salt rime stuck to my lips. Inland, the smell of autumn loaded the thickened fog among the trees, and the drip became a continuous shower. Yet the late flowers, mallow of the wayside, scabious of the field, and dahlia of the garden, showed gay in the mist, and beyond the sea's breath there was little sign of decay in the leaf. Yet, in the villages, the house doors were all open, and bare-legged, bare-headed children sat at ease on the damp doorsteps to shout "Pip, pip" at the stranger. I made bold to call at the sweetmeat shop, where Mrs. Madehurst met me with a fat woman's hospitable tears. Jenny's child, she said, had died 2 days after the nun had come. It was, she felt, best out of the way, even though insurance offices, for reasons which she did not pretend to follow, would not willingly insure such stray lives. Not but what Jenny didn't tend to Arthur, as though he'd come all proper at the end of the first year, like Jenny herself. Thanks to Miss Florence, the child had been buried with a pomp which, in Mrs. Madehurst's opinion, more than covered the small irregularity of its birth. She described the coffin, within and without, the glass hearse, and the evergreen lining of the grave. "But how's the mother?" I asked. "Jenny? Oh, she'll get over it. I've felt that way with 1 or 2 of my own. She'll get over. She's walking in the wood now." "In this weather?" Mrs. Madehurst looked at me with narrowed eyes across the counter. "I don't know, but it opens the heart like. Yeah, it opens the heart. That's where losing and bearing comes sore like in the long run, we do say. Now, the wisdom of the old wives is greater than that of all the fathers, and this last oracle set me thinking so extendedly as I went up the road that I nearly ran over a woman and a child at the wooded corner by the lodge gates of the House Beautiful. "Awful weather," I cried as I slowed dead for the turn. "Not so bad," she answered placidly out of the fog. "Mine's used to un. You'll find yours indoors, I reckon." Indoors, Madden received me with a professional courtesy and kind inquiries for the health of the motor, which he would put under cover. I waited in a still nut-brown hall, pleasant with late flowers and warmed with a delicious wood fire, a place of good influence and great peace. Men and women may sometimes, after great effort, achieve a creditable lie, but the house, which is their temple, cannot say anything save the truth of those who have lived in it. A child's cart and a doll lay on the black and white floor, where a rug had been kicked back. I felt that the children had only just hurried away, to hide themselves most like, in the many turns of the great adze staircase that climbed stately out of the hall, or to crouch and gaze behind the lions and roses of the carven gallery above. Then I heard her voice above me singing as the blind sing, from the soul. "In the pleasant orchard closes," and all my early summer came back at the call. "In the pleasant orchard closes, God bless all our gains, say we, but may God bless all our losses, better suits with our degree." She dropped the marring fifth line and repeated, "Better suits with our degree." I saw her lean over the gallery, her linked hands white as pearl against the oak. "Is that you? From the other side of the county?" she called. "Yes, me. From the other side of the county," I answered, laughing. "What a long time before you had to come here again." She ran down the stairs, one hand lightly touching the broad rail. "It's 2 months and 4 days. Summer's gone. I meant to come before, but fate prevented. I knew it. Please do something to that fire. They won't let me play with it, but I can feel it's behaving badly. Hit it." I looked on either side of the deep fireplace and found but a half-charged hedge stake, with which I'd punched a black log into flame. "It never goes out, day or night," she said as though explaining, "in case anyone comes in with cold toes, you see." "It's even lovelier inside than it was out," I murmured. The red light poured itself along the age-polished dusky panels till the Tudor roses and lions of the gallery took colour and motion. An old eagle-topped convex mirror gathered the picture into its mysterious heart. distorting afresh the distorted shadows and curving the gallery lines into the curves of a ship. The day was shutting down in half a gale as the fog turned to stringy scud. Through the uncertain mullions of the broad window, I could see valiant horsemen of the lawn rear and recover against the wind that taunted them with legions of dead leaves. Yes, it must be beautiful, she said. Would you like to go over it? There's still light enough upstairs. I followed her up the unflinching wagon-wide staircase to the gallery whence opened the thin, fluted Elizabethan doors. Feel how they put the latch low down for the sake of the children. She swung a light door inward. By the way, where are they? I asked. I haven't even heard them today. She didn't answer at once. Then, I can only hear them, she replied softly. This is one of their rooms. Everything ready, you see. She pointed into a heavily timbered room. There were little low gate tables and children's chairs. A doll's house, its hooked front half open, faced a great dappled rocking horse, from whose padded saddle it was but a child's scramble to the broad window seat overlooking the lawn. A toy gun lay in a corner beside a gilt wooden cannon. Surely they've only just gone, I whispered. In the failing light, a door creaked cautiously. I heard the rustle of a frock and the patter of feet, quick feet through a room beyond. I heard that, she cried triumphantly. Did you? Children, oh children, where are you? The voice filled the walls that held it lovingly to the last perfect note, but there came no answering shout, such as I had heard in the garden. We hurried on from room to oak-floored room, up a step here, down 3 steps there, among a maze of passages, always mocked by our quarry. One might as well have tried to work an unstopped warren with a single ferret. There were bolt-holes innumerable, recesses in walls, embrasures of deep slitten windows now darkened, whence they could start up behind us, and abandoned fireplaces 6 feet deep in the masonry, as well as a tangle of communicating doors. Above all, they had the twilight for their helper in our game. I had caught 1 or 2 joyous chuckles of evasion, and once or twice had seen the silhouette of a child's frock against some darkening window at the end of a passage. But we returned empty-handed to the gallery, just as the middle-aged woman was setting a lamp in its niche. No, I haven't seen her either this evening, Miss Florence, I heard her say. But that Turpin, he says he wants to see you about his shed. Oh, Mr. Turpin must want to see me very badly. Tell him to come at once to the hall, Mrs. Madden. I looked down into the hall whose only light was the dulled fire, and deep in the shadow I saw them at last. They must have slipped down while we were in the passages, and now thought themselves perfectly hidden behind an old gilt leather screen. By child's law, my fruitless chase was as good as an introduction, but since I had taken so much trouble, I resolved to force them to come forward later by the simple trick which children detest, of pretending not to notice them. They lay close in a little huddle, no more than shadows except when a quick flame betrayed an outline. And now we'll have some tea, she said. I believe I ought to have offered it to you at first, but one doesn't arrive at manners somehow when one lives alone and is considered peculiar. Then, with a very pretty scorn, would you like a lamp to see to eat by? The firelight's much pleasanter, I think. We descended into that delicious gloom, and Madden brought tea. I took my chair in the direction of the screen, ready to surprise or be surprised as the game should go, and at her permission, since a hearth is always sacred, bent forward to play with the fire. Where'd you get these beautiful short faggots from? I asked idly. Why, they're tallies. Of course, she said. As I can't read or write, I'm driven back to the early English tally for my accounts. Give me one, and I'll tell you what it meant. I passed her an unburned hazel tally about a foot long, and she ran her thumb down the nicks. This is the milk record for the home farm for the month of April last year in gallons, said she. I don't know what I should have done without tallies. An old forester of mine taught me the system. It's out of date now for everyone else, but my tenants respect it. One of them's coming now to see me. Oh, it doesn't matter. He has no business here out of office hours. He's a greedy, ignorant man, very greedy, or he wouldn't come here after dark. Have you much land, then? Only a couple of 100 acres in hand, thank goodness. The other 600 are nearly all let to folk who knew my folk before me. But this Turpin is quite a new man, and a highway robber. But are you sure I shan't be? Certainly not. You have the right. He hasn't any children. Ah, the children, I said, and slid my low chair back till it nearly touched the screen that hid them. I wonder whether they'll come out for me. There was a murmur of voices, Madden's in a deeper note at the low, dark side door, and a ginger-headed, canvas-gated giant of the unmistakable tenant-farmer type stumbled or was pushed in. "Come to the fire, Mr. Turpin," she said. If you please, miss, I'll be quite as well by the door." He clung to the latch as he spoke like a frightened child. Of a sudden, I realised that he was in the grip of an almost overpowering fear. "Well?" "About that new shed for the young stock. That was all. These first autumn storms setting in. But I'll come again, miss." His teeth did not chatter much more than a door latch. "I think not," she answered levelly. "That new shed, what did my agent write you on the 15th? I fancied perhaps if I came to see you, man to man like, miss, but—" His eyes rolled into every corner of the room, wide with horror. He half opened the door through which he had entered, but I noticed it shut again from without, and firmly. "He wrote what I told him," she went on. "You're overstocked already. Dunnett's farm never carried more than 50 bullocks, even in Mr. Wright's time, and he used cake. You've 67, and you don't cake. You've broken the lease in that respect. You're dragging the heart out of the farm. I'm getting some minerals, superphosphates, next week. I've as good as ordered a truckload already. I'll go down to the station tomorrow about 'em. Then I can come and see you man to man like, miss, in the daylight." "That gentleman's not going away, is he?" he almost shrieked. I had only slid the chair a little farther back, reaching behind me to tap on the leather of the screen, but he jumped like a rat. "No, please attend to me, Mr. Turpin." She turned in her chair and faced him with his back to the door. It was an old and sordid little piece of scheming that she forced from him, his plea for the new cowshed at his landlady's expense, that he might, with the covered manure, pay his next year's rent out of the valuation after, as she made clear, he had bled the enriched pastures to the bone. I could not but admire the intensity of his greed when I saw him out-facing for its sake whatever terror it was that ran wet on his forehead. I ceased to tap the leather, was indeed calculating the cost of the shed, when I felt my relaxed hands taken and turned softly between the soft hands of a child. So at last I had triumphed. In a moment I would turn and acquaint myself with those quick-footed wanderers. The little brushing kiss fell in the centre of my palm as a gift on which the fingers were once expected to close, as the all-faithful, half-reproachful signal of a waiting child, not used to neglect even when grown-ups were busiest, a fragment of the mute code devised very long ago. Then I knew, and it was as though I'd known from the first day, when I looked across the lawn at the high window. I heard the door shut. The woman turned to me in silence, and I felt that she knew. What time passed after this, I cannot say. I was roused by the fall of a log, and mechanically rose to put it back. Then I returned to my place in the chair, very close to the screen. "Now you understand," she whispered, across the packed shadows. "Yes, I understand, now. Thank you." "I only hear them," she bowed her head in her hands. "I have no right, you know, no other right. I have neither borne nor lost, neither borne nor lost." "Be very glad then," said I, for my soul was torn open within me. "Forgive me." She was still, and I went back to my sorrow and my joy. "It was because I loved them so," she said at last brokenly. "That was why it was, even from the first, even before I knew that they were all I should ever have. And I loved them so." She stretched out her arms to the shadows and the shadows within the shadow. "They came because I loved them, because I needed them. I must have made them come. Was that wrong, do you think?" "No, no, no. I grant you that the toys and all that sort of thing were nonsense, but I used to so hate empty rooms myself when I was little." She pointed to the gallery. "And the passages all empty, and how could I ever bear the garden door shut? Suppose—" "Don't, for pity's sake, don't," I cried. The twilight had brought a cold rain with gusty squalls that plucked at the leaded windows. "And the same thing with keeping the fire in all night. I don't think it's so foolish. Do you?" I looked at the broad brick hearth, saw through tears, I believe, that there was no unpassable iron on or near it, and bowed my head. "I did all that and lots of other things, just to make them believe. Then they came. I heard them, but I didn't know that they were not mine by right till Mrs. Madden told me. The butler's wife? What? One of them, I heard, she saw, and knew. Hers, not for me. I didn't know at first. Perhaps I was jealous. Afterwards, I began to understand it was only because I loved them, not because— "Oh, you must bear or lose," she said piteously. "There's no other way. And yet they love me, they must. Don't they?" There was no sound in the room except the lapping voices of the fire, but we two listened intently, and she at least took comfort from what she heard. She recovered herself and half rose. I sat still in my chair by the screen. Don't think me a wretch to whine about myself like this, but I'm all in the dark, you know, and you can see. In truth, I could see, and my vision confirmed me in my resolve, though that was like the very parting of spirit and flesh. Yet a little longer I would stay, since it was the last time. "You think it's wrong, then?" she cried sharply, though I had said nothing. "Not for you, 1,000 times no. For you, it's right. I'm grateful to you beyond words. For me, it would be wrong. For me only." "Why?" she said, but passed her hand before her face, as she had done at our second meeting in the wood. "Oh, I see." She went on simply as a child. "For you, it would be wrong." Then, with a little indrawn laugh, "And do you remember, I called you lucky once at first? You, who must never come here again." She left me to sit a little longer by the screen, and I heard the sound of her feet die out along the gallery above.
The Ghost Ship by Richard Middleton. Fairfield is a little village lying near the Portsmouth Road, about halfway between London and the sea. Strangers who find it by accident now and then call it a pretty, old-fashioned place. We who live in it and call it home don't find anything very pretty about it, but we should be sorry to live anywhere else. Our minds have taken the shape of the inn and the church and the green, I suppose. At all events, we never feel comfortable out of Fairfield. Of course, the Cockneys, with their vasty houses and noise-ridden streets, can call us rustics if they choose. But for all that, Fairfield is a better place to live than London. Doctor says that when he goes to London, his mind is bruised with the weight of the houses, and he was a Cockney born. He had to live there himself when he was a little chap, but he knows better now. You gentlemen may laugh. Perhaps some of you come from London way, but it seems to me that a witness like that is worth a gallon of arguments. Dull? Well, you might find it dull, but I assure you that I've listened to all the London yarns you have spun tonight, and they're absolutely nothing to the things that happen at Fairfield. It's because of our way of thinking and minding our own business. If one of your Londoners was set down on the green on a Saturday night when the ghosts of the lads who died in the war keep tryst with the lasses who lie in the churchyard, it couldn't help being curious and interfering, and then the ghost would go somewhere where it was quieter. But we just let them come and go and don't make any fuss, and in consequence Fairfield is the ghostiest place in all England. Why, I've seen a headless man sitting on the edge of the well in broad daylight, and the children playing about his feet as if he were their father. Take my word for it, spirits know when they're well off as much as human beings. Still, I must admit that the thing I'm going to tell you about was queer even for our part of the world, where 3 packs of ghost hounds hunt regularly during the season, and a blacksmith's great-grandfather is busy all night shoeing the dead gentlemen's horses. Now, that's a thing that wouldn't happen in London, because of their interfering ways. But blacksmith, he lies up aloft and sleeps as quiet as a lamb. Once, when he had a bad head, he shouted down to them not to make so much noise, and in the morning he found an old guinea left on the anvil as an apology. He wears it on his watch even now. But I must get on with my story. If I start telling you about the queer happenings at Fairfield, I'll never stop. It all came of the great storm in the spring of '97, the year that we had 2 great storms. This was the first one, and I remember it very well because I found in the morning that it had lifted the thatch of my pigsty into the widow's garden as clean as a boy's kite. When I looked over the hedge, widow, Tom Lamport's widow that was prodding for her nasturtiums with a daisy grubber. After I had watched her for a little,
I went down to the Fox and Grapes to tell the landlord what she had said to me. Landlord, he laughed, being a married man and at ease with the sex. Come to that, he said, the tempest has blowed something into my field. A kind of a ship, I think it would be. I was surprised at that until he explained that it was only a ghost ship and would do no hurt to the turnips. We argued that it had been blown up from the sea at Portsmouth, and then we talked of something else. There were 2 slates down at the parsonage and a big tree in Lumley's meadow. It was a rare storm. I reckon the wind had blown our ghosts all over England. They were coming back for days afterwards with foundered horses and as footsore as possible, and they were so glad to get back to Fairfield that some of them walked up the street crying like little children. Squire said that his great-grandfather's great-grandfather hadn't looked so dead-beat since the Battle of Naseby, and he's an educated man. What, with one thing and another, I should think it was a week before we got straight again. And then, one afternoon, I met the landlord on the green, and he had a worried face. I wish you would come and have a look at that ship in my field, he said to me. It seems to me it's leaning real hard on the turnips. I can't bear think what the missus will say when she sees it. I walked down the lane with him, and sure enough, there was a ship in the middle of his field, but such a ship as no man had seen on the water for 300 years, let alone in the middle of a turnip field. It was all painted black and covered with carvings, and there was a great bay window in the stern for all the world like the squire's drawing-room. There was a crowd of little black cannon on deck, and looking out of her portholes, and she was anchored at each end to the hard ground. I have seen the wonders of the world on picture postcards, but I have never seen anything to equal that. She seems very solid for a ghost ship, I said, seeing the landlord was bothered. I should say it's a betwixt and between, he answered, puzzling it over, but it's going to spoil a matter of 50 turnips, and missus, she'll want it moved. We went up to her and touched the side, and it was as hard as a real ship. Now, there's folks in England would call that very curious, he said. Now, I don't know much about ships, but I should think that the ghost ship weighed a solid 200 tons, and it seemed to me that she had come to stay, so that I felt sorry for landlord, who was a married man. All the horses in Fairfield won't move her out of my turnips, he said, frowning at her. Just then we heard a noise on her deck, and we looked up, and saw that a man had come out of her front cabin and was looking down at us very peaceably. He was dressed in a black uniform set out with rusty gold lace, and he had a great cutlass by his side in a brass sheath. I'm Captain Bartholomew Roberts, he said, in a gentleman's voice. Put in for recruits. I seem to have brought her rather far up the harbour. Harbour? Cried the landlord. Why, you're 50 miles from the sea. Captain Roberts didn't turn a hair. So much as that, is it? He said coolly. Well, it's of no consequence. Landlord was a bit upset at this. I don't want to be unneighbourly, he said, but I wish you hadn't brought your ship into my field. You see, my wife sets great store on these turnips. The captain took a pinch of snuff out of a fine gold box that he pulled out of his pocket, and dusted his fingers with a silk handkerchief in a very genteel fashion. I'm only here for a few months, he said, but if a testimony of my esteem would pacify your good lady, I should be content. And with the words he loosed a great gold brooch from the neck of his coat, and tossed it down to the landlord. Landlord blushed as red as a strawberry. I'm not denying she's fond of jewellery, he said, but it's too much for half a sackful of turnips. And indeed it was a handsome brooch. The captain laughed. Tut, man, he said, it's a forced sale, and you deserve a good price. Say no more about it. And nodding good day to us, he turned on his heel and went into the cabin. Landlord walked back up the lane like a man with a weight off his mind. That tempest has blowed me a bit of luck, he said. The missus'll be much pleased with that brooch. It's better than blacksmith's guinea any day. 97 was Jubilee year, the year of the second Jubilee, you remember, and we had great doings at Fairfield, so that we hadn't much time to bother about the ghost ship, though anyhow it isn't our way to meddle in things that don't concern us. Landlord, he saw his tenant once or twice when he was hoeing his turnips and passed the time of day, and landlord's wife wore her new brooch to church every Sunday. But we don't mix much with the ghosts at any time, all except an idiot lad that was in the village, and he didn't know the difference between a man and a ghost, poor innocent. On Jubilee Day, however, somebody told Captain Roberts why the church bells were ringing, and he hoisted a flag and fired off his guns like a loyal Englishman. 'Tis true the guns were shotted, and one of the round shot knocked a hole in Farmer Johnson's barn, but nobody thought much of that in such a season of rejoicing. It wasn't till our celebrations were over that we noticed that anything was wrong in Fairfield. 'Twas Shoemaker who told me first about it one morning at the Fox and Grapes. "You know my great-grand-uncle," he said to me. "You mean Joshua, the quiet lad," I answered, knowing him well. "Quiet?" said Shoemaker indignantly. "Quiet, you call him? Coming home at 3 o'clock every morning, as drunk as a magistrate, and waking up the whole house with his noise." "Why, it can't be Joshua," I said, for I knew him for one of the most respectable young ghosts in the village. "Joshua it is," said Shoemaker, "and one of these nights he'll find himself out in the street if he isn't careful." This kind of talk shocked me, I could tell you, for I don't like to hear a man abusing his own family, and I could hardly believe that a steady youngster like Joshua had taken to drink. But just then in came Butcher Aylwin, in such a temper that he could hardly drink his beer. The young puppy, he kept on saying, and it was some time before Shoemaker and I found out that he was talking about his ancestor that fell at Senlac. "Drink?" said Shoemaker hopefully, for we all like company in our misfortunes, and Butcher nodded grimly. "The young noodle," he said, emptying his tankard. Well, after that, I kept my ears open. And it was the same story all over the village. There was hardly a young man among all the ghosts of Fairfield who didn't roll home in the small hours of the morning the worse for liquor. I used to wake up in the night and hear them stumble past my house, singing outrageous songs. The worst of it, that we couldn't keep the scandal to ourselves, and the folk at Greenhill began to talk of sodden Fairfield, and taught their children to sing a song about us. Sodden Fairfield, has no use for rum and butter. Rum for breakfast, rum for dinner, rum for tea, and rum for supper. We're an easy-going lot in our village, but we didn't like that. Of course, we soon found out where the young fellows went to get the drink, and the landlord was terribly cut up that his tenant should have turned out so badly. But his wife wouldn't hear of parting with the brooch, so that he couldn't give the captain notice to quit. But as time went on, things grew from bad to worse, and at all hours of the day you would see those young reprobates sleeping it off on the village green. Nearly every afternoon a ghost wagon used to jolt down to the ship with a lading of rum, and though the older ghosts seemed inclined to give the captain's hospitality the go-by, the youngsters were neither to hold nor to bind. So, one afternoon when I was taking my nap, I heard a knock at the door, and there was the parson, looking very serious, like a man with a job before him that he didn't altogether relish. "I'm going down to talk to the captain about all this drunkenness in the village, and I want you to come with me," he said straight out. I can't say that I fancied the visit much myself, and I tried to hint to parson that as after all there were only a lot of ghosts, it didn't very much matter. "Dead or alive, I am responsible for the good conduct," he said, "and I'm going to do my duty and put a stop to this continued disorder. And you are coming with me, John Simmons." So I went, parson being a persuasive kind of man. We went down to the ship, and as we approached her I could see the captain tasting the air on deck. When he saw parson he took off his hat very politely, and I can tell you that I was relieved to find that he had a proper respect for the cloth. Parson acknowledged his salute, and spoke out stoutly enough. "Sir, I shall be glad to have a word with you." "Come on board, sir, come on board," said the captain, and I could tell by his voice that he knew why we were there. Parson and I climbed up an uneasy kind of ladder, and the captain took us into the great cabin at the back of the ship where the bay window was. It was the most wonderful place you ever saw in your life, all full of gold and silver plate, swords with jewelled scabbards, carved oak chairs, and great chests that look as though they were bursting with guineas. Even parson was surprised, and he didn't shake his head very hard when the captain took down some silver cups and poured us out a drink of rum. I tasted mine, and I don't mind saying that it changed my view of things entirely. There was nothing betwixt and between about that rum, and I felt it was ridiculous to blame the lads for drinking too much of stuff like that. It seemed to fill my veins with honey and fire. Parson put the case squarely to the captain, but I didn't listen much to what he said. I was busy sipping my drink and looking through the window at the fishes swimming to and fro over landlord's turnips. Just then it seemed the most natural thing in the world that they should be there, though afterwards, of course, I could see that it proved it was a ghost ship. But even then I thought it was queer when I saw a drowned sailor float by in the thin air with his hair and beard all full of bubbles. It was the first time I'd seen anything quite like that at Fairfield. All the time I was regarding the wonders of the deep, Parson was telling Captain Roberts how there was no peace or rest in the village owing to the curse of drunkenness, and what a bad example the youngsters were setting to the older ghosts. The captain listened very attentively, and only put in a word now and then about boys being boys, and young men sowing their wild oats. But when Parson had finished his speech, he filled up our silver cups and said to Parson with a flourish, "I shall be sorry to cause trouble anywhere where I have been made welcome, and you'll be glad to hear that I put to sea tomorrow night. And now you must drink me a prosperous voyage." So we all stood up and drank the toast with honour, and that noble rum was like hot oil in my veins. After that, Captain showed us some of the curiosities he had brought back from foreign parts, and we were greatly amazed, though afterwards I couldn't clearly remember what they were. And then I found myself walking across the turnips with Parson, and I was telling him of the glories of the deep that I had seen through the window of the ship. He turned on me severely. "If I were you, John Simmons," he said, "I should go straight home to bed." He has a way of putting things that wouldn't occur to an ordinary man, as Parson, and I did as he told me. Well, next day it came on to blow, and it blew harder and harder, till about 8 o'clock at night I heard a noise and looked out into the garden. I dare say you won't believe me. It seems a bit tall even to me, but the wind had lifted the thatch of my pigsty into the widow's garden a second time. I thought I wouldn't wait to hear what widow had to say about it, so I went across the green to the Fox and Grapes, and the wind was so strong that I danced along on tiptoe like a girl at the fair. When I got to the inn, landlord had to help me shut the door. It seemed as though a dozen goats were pushing against it to come in out of the storm. "It's a powerful tempest," he said, drawing the beer. "I hear there's a chimney down at Dickory End." "It's a funny thing how these sailors know about the weather," I answered. "When Captain said he was going tonight, I was thinking it would take a capful of wind to carry the ship back to sea. But now here's more than a capful." "Ah, yes," said landlord. "It's tonight he goes, true enough. And mind you, though we treated me handsome over the rent, I'm not sure it's a loss to the village. I don't hold with gentrice who fetch their drink from London instead of helping local traders to get their living." "But you haven't got any rum like his," I said to draw him out. His neck grew red above his collar, and I was afraid I'd gone too far. But after a while he got his breath with a grunt. "John Simmons," he said, "if you've come down here this windy night to talk a lot of fool's talk, you've wasted a journey." Well, of course, then I had to smooth him down with praising his rum, and heaven forgive me for swearing it was better than the captain's. For the like of that rum no living lips have tasted save mine and Parson's. But somehow or other I brought the landlord round, and presently we must have a glass of his best to prove its quality. "Beat that if you can," he cried, and we both raised our glasses to our mouths, only to stop halfway and look at each other in amaze, for the wind that had been howling outside like an outrageous dog had all of a sudden turned as melodious as the carol boys of a Christmas Eve. "Surely that's not my Martha," whispered landlord, Martha being his great aunt that lived in the loft overhead. We went to the door, and the wind burst it open, so that the handle was driven clean into the plaster of the wall, but we didn't think about that at the time. For over our heads, sailing very comfortably through the windy stars, was the ship that had passed the summer in landlord's field. Her portholes and her bay window were blazing with lights, and there was a noise of singing and fiddling on her decks. "He's gone," shouted landlord above the storm, "and he's taken half the village with him." I could only nod in answer, not having lungs like bellows of leather. In the morning we were able to measure the strength of the storm, and over and above my pigsty there was damage enough wrought in the village to keep us busy. True it is that the children had to break down no branches for the firing that autumn, since the wind had strewn the woods with more than they could carry away. Many of our ghosts were scattered abroad, but this time very few came back, all the young men having sailed with the captain. And not only ghosts, for a poor half-witted lad was missing, and we reckoned that he had stowed himself away, or perhaps shipped as cabin boy, not knowing any better. What with the lamentations of the ghost girls and the grumbling of families who had lost an ancestor, the village was upset for a while, and the funny thing was that it was the folk who had complained most of the carryings-on of the youngsters who made most noise now that they were gone. I hadn't any sympathy with shoemaker or butcher who ran about saying how much they missed their lads, but it made me grieve to hear the poor bereaved girls calling their lovers by name on the village green at nightfall. It didn't seem fair to me that they should have lost their men a second time, after giving up life in order to join them as like as not. Still, not even a spirit can be sorry forever, and after a few months we made up our mind that the folk who had sailed in the ship were never coming back, and we didn't talk about it any more. And then one day, I dare say it would be a couple of years after, when the whole business was quite forgotten, who should come traipsing along the road from Portsmouth but the daft lad who had gone away with the ship without waiting till he was dead to become a ghost. You never saw such a boy as that in all your life. He had a great rusty cutlass hanging to a string at his waist, and he was tattooed all over in fine colours, so that even his face looked like a girl's sampler. He had a handkerchief in his hand full of foreign shells and old-fashioned pieces of small money. Very curious. And he walked up to the well outside his mother's house and drew himself a drink, as if he had been nowhere in particular. The worst of it was that he had come back as soft-headed as he went, and try as we might, we couldn't get anything reasonable out of him. He talked a lot of gibberish about keel-hauling and walking the plank or crimson murders, things which a decent sailor should know nothing about, so that it seemed to me that for all his manners, Captain had been more of a pirate than a gentleman mariner. But to draw sense out of the boy was as hard as picking cherries off a crab tree. One silly tale he had that he kept on drifting back to, and to hear him, you would have thought that it was the only thing that happened to him in his life. "We was at anchor," he would say, "off an island called Basket of Flowers, and the sailors had caught a lot of parrots, and we were teaching 'em to swear. Up and down the decks, and the language they used was dreadful. Then we looked up and saw the masts of the Spanish ship outside the harbour. Outside the harbour they were, so we threw the parrots into the sea and sailed out to fight. And all the parrots was drowned in the sea, and the language they used was dreadful." That's the sort of boy he was. Nothing but silly talk of parrots when we asked him about the fighting. And we never had a chance of teaching him better, for 2 days after he ran away again, and hasn't been seen since. That's my story, and I assure you that things like that are happening at Fairfield all the time. The ship has never come back, but somehow as people grow older, they seem to think that one of these windy nights she'll come sailing in over the hedges with all the lost ghosts on board. Well, when she comes she'll be welcome. There's one ghost lass that has never grown tired of waiting for her lad to return. Every night you'll see her out on the green, straining her poor eyes with looking for the mast lights amongst the stars. A faithful lass, you'd call her, and I'm thinking you'd be right. Landlord's Field wasn't a penny the worse for the visit, but they do say that since then the turnips that have been grown in it have tasted of rum.
The Crown Derby Plate by Marjorie Bowen. Martha Pym said that she had never seen a ghost, and that she would very much like to do so, particularly at Christmas, for you can laugh as you like. That is the correct time to see a ghost. "I don't suppose you ever will," replied her cousin Mabel comfortably, while her cousin Clara shuddered and said that she hoped they would change the subject, for she disliked even to think of such things. The 3 elderly, cheerful women sat around the big fire, cosy and content, after a day of pleasant activities. Martha was the guest of the other two, who owned a handsome, convenient country house. She always came to spend her Christmas with the Wintons, and found the leisurely country life delightful after the bustling round of London, for Martha managed an antique shop of the better sort and worked extremely hard. She was, however, still full of zest for work or pleasure, though 60 years old, and looked backwards and forwards to a succession of delightful days. The other two, Mabel and Clara, led quieter but none the less agreeable lives. They had more money and fewer interests, but nevertheless enjoyed themselves very well. "Talking of ghosts," said Mabel, "I wonder how that old woman at Hartley's is getting on. For Hartley's, you know, is supposed to be haunted." "Yes, I know," smiled Miss Pym. "But all the years that we have known of the place, we have never heard anything definite, have we?" "No," put in Clara, "but there is that persistent rumour that the house is uncanny, and for myself, nothing would induce me to live there." "It's certainly very lonely and dreary down there on the marshes," conceded Mabel. "But as for the ghost, you never hear what it's supposed to be even." "Who has taken it?" asked Miss Pym, remembering Hartley's as very desolate indeed, and long shut up. "A Miss Le Fane, an eccentric old creature. I think you met her here once, 2 years ago." I believe that I did, but I don't recall her at all. We haven't seen her since. Hartley's is so unget-atable, and she doesn't seem to want visitors. She collects china, Martha, so really you ought to go and see her and talk shop." With the word china, some curious associations came into the mind of Martha Pym. She was silent while she strove to put them together, and after a second or two they all fitted together into a very clear picture. She remembered that 30 years ago, yes, it must be 30 years ago, when as a young woman she had put all her capital into the antique business and had been staying with her cousins, her aunt had been then alive, that she had driven across the marsh to Hartley's, where there was an auction sale. All the details of this she had completely forgotten, but she could recall quite clearly purchasing a set of gorgeous china which was still one of her proud delights, a perfect set of Crown Derby, save that one plate was missing. "How odd," she remarked, "that this Miss Le Fane should collect china too, for it was at Hartley's that I purchased my old dear Derby service. I've never been able to match that plate." "A plate was missing, I seem to remember," said Clara. "Did they say that it must be in the house somewhere, and that it should be looked for?" "I believe they did, but of course I never heard any more, and that missing plate has annoyed me ever since." "Who had Hartley's?" "An old connoisseur, Sir James Sewell. I believe he was some relation to this Miss Le Fane, but I don't know." "I wonder if she's found the plate," mused Miss Pym. "I expect she has turned out and ransacked the whole place." "Why not trot over and ask?" suggested Mabel. "It's not much use to her, if she has found it. One odd plate." "Don't be silly," said Clara. "Fancy going over the marshes this weather to ask about a plate missed all those years ago. I'm sure Martha wouldn't think of it." But Martha did think of it. She was rather fascinated by the idea. How queer and pleasant it would be if, after all these years, nearly a lifetime, she should find the Crown Derby plate, the loss of which had always irked her. And this hope did not seem so altogether fantastical. It was quite likely that old Miss Le Fane, poking about in the ancient house, had found the missing piece. And of course, if she had, being a fellow collector, she would be quite willing to part with it to complete the set. Her cousin endeavoured to dissuade her. Miss Le Fane, she declared, was a recluse, an odd creature, who might greatly resent such a visit and such a request. "Well, if she does, I can but come away again," smiled Miss Pym. "I suppose she can't bite my head off, and I rather like meeting these curious types. We've got a love for old china in common anyhow." "It seems so silly to think of it after all these years. A plate." "A Crown Derby plate," corrected Miss Pym. "It's certainly strange that I didn't think of it before, but now that I've got it into my head, I can't get it out. Besides," she added hopefully, "I might see the ghost." So full, however, were the days with pleasant local engagements that Miss Pym had no immediate chance of putting her scheme into practice, but she did not relinquish it, and she asked several different people what they knew about Hartley's and Miss Le Fane. and no one knew anything save that the house was supposed to be haunted, and the owner cracky. "Is there a story?" asked Miss Pym, who associated ghosts with neat tales into which they fitted as exactly as nuts into shells. But she was always told, "Oh no, there isn't a story. No one knows anything about the place. Don't know how the idea got about. Old Sewell was half crazy, I believe. He was buried in the garden, and that gives a house a nasty name." "Very unpleasant," said Martha Pym, undisturbed. This ghost seemed too elusive for her to track down. She would have to be content if she could recover the Crown Derby plate. For that at least she was determined to make a try, and also to satisfy that faint tingling of curiosity roused in her by this talk about Hartleys and the remembrance of that day so long ago when she had gone to the auction sale at the lonely old house. So, the first free afternoon, while Mabel and Clara were comfortably taking their afternoon repose, Martha Pym, who was of a more lively habit, got out her little governess cart and dashed away across the Essex flats. She had taken minute directions with her, but she had soon lost her way. Under the wintry sky, which looked as grey and hard as metal, the marshes stretched bleakly to the horizon. The olive-brown broken reeds were harsh as scars on the saffron-tinted bogs, where the sluggish waters that rose so high in winter were filmed over with the first stillness of a frost. The air was cold, but not keen. Everything was damp. Faintest of mists blurred the black outlines of trees that rose stark from the ridges above the stagnant dikes. The flooded fields were haunted by black birds and white birds, gulls and crows, whining above the long ditch grass and wintry wastes. Miss Pym stopped the little horse and surveyed this spectral scene, which had a certain relish about it to one sure to return to a homely village, a cheerful house, a good company. A withered and bleached old man, in colour like the dun landscape, came along the road between the sparse alders. Miss Pym, buttoning up her coat, asked the way to Hartley's. As he passed her, he told her, straight on, and she proceeded straight indeed across the road that went with undeviating length across the marshes. Of course, thought Miss Pym, if you live in a place like this, you're bound to invent ghosts. The house sprang up suddenly on a knoll ringed with rotting trees, encompassed by an old brick wall that the perpetual damp had overrun with lichen, blue, green, white colours of decay. Hartley's, no doubt. There was no other residence of human being in sight in all the wide expanse. Besides, she could remember it surely after all this time, the sharp rising out of the marsh, the colony of tall trees. But then fields and trees had been green and bright. There had been no water on the flats. It had been summer-time. She certainly thought Miss Pym must be crazy to live here, and I rather doubt if I shall get my plate. She fastened up the good little horse by the garden gate, which stood negligently ajar, and entered. The garden itself was so neglected that it was surprising to see a trim appearance in the house, curtains at the window, and a polish on the brass door-knocker, which must have been recently rubbed there, considering the taint in the sea damp, which rusted and rotted everything. It was a square-built, substantial house, with nothing wrong with it but the situation, Miss Pym decided, though it was not very attractive. Being built of that drab-plastered stone so popular 100 years ago, with flat windows and door, while one side was gloomily shaded by a large evergreen tree of the cypress variety, which gave a blackish tinge to that portion of the garden. There was no pretence at flower beds, nor any manner of cultivation in this garden, where a few rank weeds and straggling bushes matted together above the dead grass. On the enclosing wall, which appeared to have been built high as protection against the ceaseless winds that swung along the flats, were the remains of fruit trees, their crucified branches rotting under the great nails that held them up, looked like the skeletons of those who had died in torment. Miss Pym took in these noxious details as she knocked firmly at the door. They didn't depress her. She merely felt extremely sorry for anyone who could live in such a place. She noticed at the far end of the garden, in the corner of the wall, a headstone showing above the sodden, colourless grass, and remembered what she had been told about the old antiquary being buried there. in the grounds of Hartley's. As the knock had no effect, she stepped back and looked at the house. It was certainly inhabited, with those neat windows, white curtains and drab blinds all pulled to precisely the same level. And when she brought her glance back to the door, she saw that it had been opened, and that someone, considerably obscured by the darkness of the passage, was looking at her intently. "Good afternoon," said Miss Pym cheerfully. "I just thought I would call to see Miss Lefane. It is Miss Lefane, isn't it?" "It's my house," was the querulous reply. Martha Pym had hardly expected to find any servants here, though the old lady must, she thought, work pretty hard to keep the house so clean and tidy as it appeared to be. "Of course," she replied. "May I come in? I'm Martha Pym, staying with the Wintons. I met you there." "Do come in," was the faint reply. "I get so few people to visit me. I'm really very lonely." "I don't wonder," thought Miss Pym, but she had resolved to take no notice of any eccentricity on the part of her hostess, and so she entered the house with her usual agreeable candour and courtesy. The passage was badly lit, but she was able to get a fair idea of Miss Lefane. Her first impression was that this poor creature was most dreadfully old. Older than any human being had the right to be. Why, she felt young in comparison. So faded, feeble, and pallid was Miss Lefane. She was also monstrously fat. Her gross, flaccid figure was shapeless, and she wore a badly cut, full dress of no colour at all, but stained with earth and damp, where Miss Pym supposed she had been doing futile gardening. This gown was doubtless designed to disguise her stoutness, but had been so carelessly pulled about that it only added to it, being rucked and rolled all over the place, as Miss Pym put it to herself. Another ridiculous touch about the appearance of the poor old lady was her short hair. Decrepit as she was, and lonely as she lived, she had actually had her scanty relics of white hair cropped round her shaking head. Dear me, she said in her thin, treble voice. "How very kind of you to come. I suppose you prefer the parlour. I generally sit in the garden." "The garden? But not in this weather." "I get used to the weather. You've no idea how used one gets to the weather." "I suppose so," conceded Miss Pym doubtfully. "You don't live here quite alone, do you?" "Quite alone lately. I had a little company, but she was taken away. I'm sure I don't know where. I haven't been able to find a trace of her anywhere," replied the old lady peevishly. "Some wretched companion that couldn't stick it, I suppose," thought Miss Pym. "Well, I don't wonder. But someone ought to be here to look after her." They went into the parlour, which the visitor was dismayed to see was without a fire, but otherwise well kept. And there, on dozens of shelves, was a choice array of china, at which Martha Pym's eyes glistened. "Aha!" cried Miss Lefane. "I see you've noticed my treasures. Don't you envy me? Don't you wish that you had some of those pieces?" Martha Pym certainly did, and she looked eagerly and greedily round the walls, tables, and cabinets, while the old woman followed her with little thin squeals of pleasure. It was a beautiful little collection, most choicely and elegantly arranged, and Martha thought it marvellous that this feeble ancient creature should be able to keep it in such precise order, as well as doing her own housework. "Do you really do everything yourself here, and live quite alone?" she asked, and she shivered, even in her thick coat, and wished that Miss Lefane's energy had risen to a fire. But then she probably lived in the kitchen, as these lonely eccentrics often did. "There was someone," answered Miss Lefane cunningly, "but I had to send her away. I told you she's gone. I can't find her, and I'm so glad. Of course," she added wistfully, "it leaves me very lonely, but then I couldn't stand her impertinence any longer. She used to say that it was her house and her collection of china, would you believe it? She used to try to chase me away from looking at my own things." "How very disagreeable," said Miss Pym, wondering which of the two women had been crazy. "But hadn't you better get someone else?" "Oh, no," was the jealous answer. I would rather be alone with my things. I daren't leave the house for fear someone takes them away. There was a dreadful time once when an auction sale was held here. Were you here then? Asked Miss Pym. But indeed, she looked old enough to have been anywhere. Yes, of course, Miss Le Fane replied rather peevishly, and Miss Pym decided that she must be a relation of old Sir James Sewell. Clara and Mabel had been very foggy about it all. I was very busy hiding all the china, but one set they got, a Crown Derby tea service. With one plate missing, cried Martha Pym. I bought it, and you know, I was wondering if you'd find it. I hid it, piped Miss Le Fane. Oh, you did you? Well, that's rather funny behaviour. Why did you hide the stuff away instead of buying it? How could I buy what was mine? Old Sir James left it to you, then? Asked Martha Pym, feeling very muddled. She bought a lot more, squeaked Miss Le Fane, but Martha Pym tried to keep her to the point. If you've got the plate, she insisted, you might let me have it. I'll pay quite handsomely. It will be so pleasant to have it after all these years. Money's no use to me, said Miss Le Fane mournfully. Not a bit of use. I can't leave the house or the garden. Well, you have to live, I suppose, replied Martha Pym cheerfully. And you know, I'm afraid you're getting rather morbid and dull living here all alone. You really ought to have a fire. Why, it's just on Christmas, and very damp. I haven't felt the cold for a long time, replied the other. She seated herself with a sigh on one of the horsehair chairs, and Miss Pym noticed with a start that her feet were covered only by a pair of white stockings. One of those nasty health fiends, thought Miss Pym, but she doesn't look too well for all that. So, you don't think that you could let me have the plate? She asked briskly, walking up and down, for the dark, neat, clean parlour was very cold indeed, and she thought that she couldn't stand this much longer, as there seemed no sign of tea or anything pleasant and comfortable. She had really better go. I might let you have it, sighed Miss Le Fane, since you've been so kind as to pay me a visit. After all, one plate isn't much use, is it? Of course not. I wonder why you trouble to hide it. I couldn't bear, wailed the other, to see the things going out of the house. Martha Pym couldn't stop to go into all of this. It was quite clear that the old lady was very eccentric indeed, and that nothing very much could be done with her. No wonder that she had dropped out of everything, and that no one ever saw her or knew anything about her, though Miss Pym felt that some effort ought really to be made to save her from herself. Wouldn't you like a run in my little governess cart, she suggested. We might go to tea with the Wintons on the way back. They'd be delighted to see you, and I really think that you do want taking out of yourself. I was taken out of myself some time ago, replied Miss Le Fane. I really was. And I couldn't leave my things, though, she added with pathetic gratitude. It is very, very kind of you. Your things would be quite safe, I'm sure, said Martha Pym, humouring her. Who would ever come up here this hour of a winter's day? They do, oh, they do. And she might come back, prying and nosing, and saying that it was all hers, all my beautiful china. Hers. Miss Le Fane squealed in her agitation, and rising up, ran round the wall, fingering with flaccid yellow hands the brilliant glossy pieces on the shelves. Well then, I'm afraid that I must go. They'll be expecting me, and it's quite a long ride. Perhaps some other time you'll come and see us. Oh, must you go? Quavered Miss Le Fane dolefully. I do like a little company now and then, and I trusted you from the first. The others, when they do come, are always after my things, and I have to frighten them away. Frighten them away, replied Martha Pym. However do you do that? It doesn't seem difficult. People are so easily frightened, aren't they? Miss Pym suddenly remembered that Hartley's had the reputation of being haunted. Perhaps the queer old thing played on that. The lonely house with the grave in the garden was dreary enough around which to create a legend. I suppose you've never seen a ghost? She asked pleasantly. I'd rather like to see one, you know. There's no one here but myself, said Miss Le Fane. So you've never seen anything? I thought it must all be nonsense. Still, I do think it rather melancholy for you to live here all alone. Miss Le Fane sighed. Yes, it's very lonely. Do stay and talk to me a little longer. Her whistling voice dropped cunningly. And I'll give you the Crown Derby plate. Are you sure you've really got it? Miss Pym asked. I'll show you. Fat and waddling as she was, she seemed to move very lightly as she slipped in front of Miss Pym and conducted her from the room, going slowly up the stairs. Such a gross, odd figure in that clumsy dress, with the fringe of white hair hanging onto her shoulders. The upstairs of the house was as neat as the parlour, everything well in its place, but there was no sign of occupancy. The beds were covered with dust sheets. There were no lamps or fire set ready. I suppose, said Miss Pym to herself, she doesn't care to show me where she really lives. But as they passed from one room to another, she couldn't help saying, Where do you live, Miss Le Fane? Mostly in the garden, said the other. Miss Pym thought of those horrible health huts that some people indulged in. Well, sooner you than I, she replied cheerfully. In the most distant room of all, a dark, tiny closet, Miss Le Fane opened a deep cupboard and brought out a Crown Derby plate, which her guest received with a spasm of joy, for it was actually that missing from her cherished set. It's very good of you, she said in delight. Won't you take something for it, or let me do something for you? You might come and see me again, replied Miss Le Fane wistfully. Oh, yes, of course. I should like to come and see you again. But now that she had got what she had really come for, the plate, Martha Pym wanted to be gone. It was really very dismal and depressing in the house, and she began to notice a fearful smell. The place had been shut up too long. There was something damp rotting somewhere, in this horrid little dark closet, no doubt. I really must be going, she said hurriedly. Miss Le Fane turned as if to cling to her, but Martha Pym moved quickly away. Dear me, wailed the old lady. Why are you in such haste? There's a smell, murmured Miss Pym, rather faintly. She found herself hastening down the stairs with Miss Le Fane complaining behind her. How peculiar people are. She used to talk of a smell. Well, you must notice it yourself. Miss Pym was in the hall. The old woman had not followed her, but stood in the semi-darkness at the head of the stairs, a pale, shapeless figure. Martha Pym hated to be rude and ungrateful, but she couldn't stay another moment. She hurried away, and was in her cart in a moment. Really, that smell. Goodbye, she called out with false cheerfulness, and thank you so much. There was no answer from the house. Miss Pym drove on. She was rather upset, and took another way than that by which she had come, a way that led past the little house raised above the marsh. She was glad to think that the poor old creature at Hartley's had such near neighbours, and she reined up the horse, dubious as to whether she should call someone and tell them that poor old Miss Le Fane really wanted a little looking after, alone in a house like that, and plainly not quite right in her head. A young woman, attracted by the sound of the governor's cart, came to the door of the house, and seeing Miss Pym, called out, asking if she wanted the keys of the house. What house? Asked Miss Pym. Hartley's, mum. They don't put a board out, as no one's likely to pass, but it's to be sold. Miss Le Fane wants to sell it or let it. I've just been up to see her. Oh, no, mum, she's been away a year, abroad somewhere. Couldn't stand the place. It's been empty since then. I just rin in every day and keep things tidy. Loquacious and curious, the young woman had come to the fence. Miss Pym had stopped her horse. Miss Le Fane's there now, she said. She must have just come back. She wasn't there this morning, mum. 'Tisn't likely she'd come either. Fair scared she was, mum. Fair chased away. Didn't dare move her china. Can't say I've noticed anything myself, but I never stay long. There's a smell. Yes, murmured Martha Pym faintly. There's a smell. What chased her away? The young woman, even in that lonely place, lowered her voice. Well, as you aren't thinking of taking the place, she got an idea into her head that old Sir James, well, he couldn't bear to leave Hartley's, mum. He's buried in the garden, and she thought he was after her, chasing round them bits of china. Oh, cried Miss Pym, some of it used to be his. She found a lot stuffed away. He said they were to be left in Hartley's, but Miss Le Fane would have the things sold. I believe that's years ago. Yes, yes, said Miss Pym with a sick look. You don't know what he was like, do you? No, Mum, but I've heard tell he was very stout and very old. I wonder who it was you saw up at Hartley's. Miss Pym took a Crown Derby plate from her bag. You might take that back when you go, she whispered. I shan't want it after all. Before the astonished young woman could answer, Miss Pym had darted off across the marsh. That short hair, that earth-stained robe, the white socks. I generally live in the garden. Miss Pym drove away, breakneck speed, frantically resolving to mention to no one that she had paid a visit to Hartley's, nor likely again to bring up the subject of ghosts. She shook and shuddered in the damp, trying to get out of her clothes and her nostrils that indescribable smell.
The Corner Shop by Cynthia Asquith. Peter Wood's executors found their task a very easy one. He had left his affairs in perfect order. The only surprise yielded by his methodical writing table was a sealed envelope on which was written, "Not wishing to be bothered by well-meaning research societies, I have never shown the enclosed to anyone. But after my death, all are welcome to read what, to the best of my knowledge, is a true story." The manuscript, which bore a date 3 years previously to the death of the writer, was as follows. I have long wished to record an experience of my youth. I won't attempt any explanations. I draw no conclusions. I merely narrate certain events. One foggy evening at the end of a day of enforced idleness in my chambers, I had just been called to the bar, I was rather dejectedly walking back to my lodgings when my attention was drawn to the brightly lit window of a shop. Seeing the word antiques on its signboard and remembering that I owed a wedding present to a lover of bric-a-brac, I grasped the handle of the green door. Opening with one of those cheerful jingle-jangle bells, it admitted me into a large rambling premises, thickly crowded with all the traditional treasure and trash of a curiosity shop. Suits of armour, warming pans, cracked, misted mirrors, church vestments, spinning wheels, brass kettles, chandeliers, gongs, chessmen, furniture of every size and every period. Despite all the clutter, there was none of the dusty gloom one associates with such collections. Far from being dingy, the room was brightly lit, and a crackling fire leaped up the chimney. In fact, the atmosphere was so warm and cheerful that after the cold, dark fog outside, it struck me as most agreeable. At my entrance, a young woman and a girl, by their resemblance obviously sisters, rose from armchairs. Bright, bustling, gaily dressed, they were curiously unlike the type of people who usually preside over such wares. A flower or a cake shop would have seemed a far more appropriate setting. Inwardly awarding them high marks for keeping the place so clean, I wished the sisters good evening. Their smiling faces and easy manners made a very pleasant impression on me, but though they were most obliging in showing me all their treasures and displayed considerable knowledge as well as appreciation, they seemed wholly indifferent as to whether or not I would make any purchase. I found a small piece of Sheffield ware very moderately priced and decided that this was the very present for my friend. Explaining that I was without sufficient cash, I asked the elder sister if she would take a cheque. "Certainly," she answered, briskly producing pen and ink. "Will you please make it out to the corner curio shop?" It was with conscious reluctance that I left the cheerful precincts and plunged back into the saffron fog. "Good evening, sir. Always pleased to see you at any time," rang out the elder sister's pleasant voice, a voice so engaging that I left almost with a sense of having made a friend.
I suppose it must have been a week later that, as I walked home one bitter cold evening, fine powdery snow brushing against my face, a cutting wind lashing down the streets, I remembered the welcoming warmth of the cheerful corner shop and decided to revisit it. I found myself to be in the very street, and there, yes, there was the very corner. It was with a sense of disappointment out of all proportion to the event that I found the shop wore that baffling, shut-eyed appearance and read the uncompromising word, closed. An icy gust of wind whistled round the corner. My wet trousers flapped dismally against my chapped ankles. Longing for the warmth and glow within, I felt annoyingly thwarted. Rather childishly, for I was certain the door was locked, I grasped the handle and shook it. To my surprise, it turned in my hand, but not in answer to its pressure. The door was opened from within, and I found myself looking into the dimly lit countenance of a very old and extremely frail-looking little man. "Please to come in, sir," said a gentle, rather tremulous voice, and feeble footsteps shuffled away ahead of me. It is impossible to describe the altered aspect of the place. I suppose the electric light had fused, for the darkness of the large room was thinned only by 2 guttering candles, and in their wavering light, dark shapes of furniture formerly brightly lit now loomed, towering and mysterious, casting weird, almost menacing shadows. The fire was out. Only one faintly glowing ember told that any had lately been alive. Other evidence there was none, for the grim cold of the atmosphere was such that I had never experienced. The phrase, "it struck chill," is laughably inadequate. In retrospect, the street seemed almost agreeable. At least its biting cold had been bracing. One way and another, the atmosphere of the shop was now as gloomy as it had been bright before. I felt a strong impulse to leave at once, but the surrounding darkness thinned, and I saw the old man busily lighting candles here and there. "Anything I can show you, sir?" he quavered, approaching taper in hand. I now saw him comparatively distinctly. His appearance made an indescribable impression on me. As I stared, Rembrandt flitted through my mind. Who else could have given any idea of the weird shadows on that ravaged face? Tired is a word we use lightly. Never before had I known what it might mean, such ineffable, patient weariness. Deep sunk in his withered face, the eyes seemed as extinct as the fire, and the wan frailty of the small, tremulous, bent frame. The words, dust and ashes, strayed through my brain. On my first visit I had, you may remember, been surprised by the uncharacteristic cleanliness of the place. The queer fancy now struck me that this old man was like an accumulation of all the dust one might have expected to find distributed over such premises. In truth, he looked scarcely more solid than a mere conglomeration of dust and cobwebs that might be dispersed at a breath or a touch. What a fantastic old creature to be employed by those well-to-do looking girls. He must, I thought, be some old retainer kept on out of charity. "Anything I can show you, sir?" repeated the old man. His voice had a little more body than the tearing of a cobweb, but there was a curious, almost pleading insistence in it, and his eyes were fixed on me in a wan yet devouring stare. I wanted to leave, yes, at once. The mere proximity of the poor old man distressed me, made me feel wretched, dispirited, none the less involuntarily murmuring, "Thank you, I'll look around." I found myself following his frail form, and absent-mindedly inspecting various objects temporarily illuminated by his trembling taper. The chill silence, broken only by the tired shuffle of his carpet slippers, got on my nerves. "Very cold night," I hazarded. "Cold, is it? Cold? Yes, I dare say it's cold." In his grey voice was the apathy of utter indifference. For how many years, I wondered, had this poor old fellow been incapable of his own distress? "Been at this job long?" I asked, duly contemplating a four-poster bed. "A long, long, long time." The answer came softly as a sigh, and as he spoke, Time seemed no longer a matter of days, weeks, months, years, but a weariness that stretched immeasurably. Suddenly, I began to resent the old man's exhaustion and melancholy, the contagions of which so unaccountably weighed down my own spirits. "How long, oh Lord, how long?" I said as jauntily as I could manage, adding with odious jocularity, "Old age pension about due, what?" No response. In silence he drifted across the other side of the room. "Quaint piece this," said my guide, picking up a grotesque little frog that lay on a shelf amongst various other odds and ends. It seemed to be made of some substance similar to jade, soapstone, I guessed. Struck by its oddity, I took the frog from the old man's hand. It was strangely cold. "Rather fun," I said. "How much?" "Half a crown, sir," whispered the old man, glancing up at my face. Again his voice was scarcely more audible than the slithering of dust. But there was a queer gleam in his eyes. Was it eagerness? Could it be? "Only half a crown? Is that all? I'll have it," said I. "Don't bother to pack up old Anthony Rowley. I'll put him in my pocket." As I gave the old man the coin, I inadvertently touched his hand. I could scarcely suppress a start. I have said the frog struck cold, but compared to that desiccated skin, its substance was tepid. I can't describe the chill of that second's contact. Poor old fellow, thought I. He isn't fit to be about, not in this lonely place. I wonder those kind-looking girls allow such an old wreck to struggle on. "Good night," I said. "Good night, sir. Thank you, sir," quavered the feeble old voice. He shut the door behind me. Turning my head as I breasted the driving snow, I saw his form scarcely more solid than a shadow, dimly outlined against the candlelight. His face was pressed against the big glass pane, and as I walked away, I pictured his exhausted, patient eyes peering after me. Somehow I was unable to dismiss the thought of that old man. Long, long after I was in bed and courting sleep, I saw that ravaged face with its maze of wrinkles, those great eyes like lifeless planets, staring at me, and in their steady gaze there seemed something that beseeched. Yes, I was strangely perturbed by that old man. Even after I achieved sleep, my dreams were full of him, haunted, I suppose, by a sense of his infinite tiredness. I was trying to force him to rest, to compel him to lie down. But no sooner did I succeed in laying out his frail form on the four-poster bed I had seen in the shop, only now it seemed more like a grave than a bed, and the brocade coverlet had turned into sods of turf, than he would slip from my grasp and totteringly resume his rambles round and round the shop. On and on I chased him, down endless avenues of weird furniture, but still he eluded me. Now the dim shop seemed to stretch on and on unendingly, to merge into an infinity of sunless, airless space, until at length, exhausted, breathless, I myself collapsed and sank into the four-poster grave. The very next morning an urgent summons took me out of London, and in the anxiety of the ensuing week, the episode of the corner shop was banished from my mind. As soon as my father was pronounced out of danger, I returned to my dreary lodgings. Dejectedly engaged in adding up my wretched bills and wondering where on earth to find the money to pay my next quarter's rent, I was agreeably surprised by a visit from an old schoolfellow, at that time practically the only friend I had in London. He was employed by one of the best-known firms of fine art dealers and auctioneers. After some minutes' conversation, he rose in search of a light. My back was turned to him. I heard the sharp scratch of a match, followed by propitiatory noises to his pipe. Suddenly, they were broken off by an exclamation. "Good God, man," he shouted, "where did you get this?" Turning my head, I saw he had snatched up my purchase of the other night, the funny little frog, whose presence on my mantelpiece I had all but forgotten. Closely scrutinizing it through a magnifying glass, he held it under the gas jet, his hands shaking with excitement. "Where did you get this?" he repeated. "Have you any idea what it is?" Briefly, I told him that rather than leave a shop empty-handed, I had bought the frog for £0.50. £0.50? My dear fellow, I can't swear to it, but I believe you've had one of those amazing pieces of luck one hears of. Unless I'm very much mistaken, this is a piece of jade of the Shah dynasty. If so, it's practically unique. These words conveyed little to my ignorance. Do you mean it's worth money? Worth money? Phew, he ejaculated. Look here. Will you leave this business to me? Let me have the thing for my firm to handle. They'll do the best they can by you. I shall be able to get it into Thursday's sale. Certain that I could implicitly trust my friend, I agreed. Reverently enwrapping the frog in cotton wool, he hurried off. Friday morning I had the shock of my life. Shock does not necessarily imply bad news. I assure you that for some seconds after opening the one envelope lying on my dingy breakfast tray, the room span round and round. The envelope contained an account from Messrs. Spunk Fine Art Dealers and Auctioneers. To sale of Shah jade, £2,000, less 10% commission, £1,800. And there, neatly folded, made out to Peter Wood, was Messrs. Spunk's cheque for £1,800. For some time I was completely bewildered. My friend's words had raised hopes that my chance purchase might facilitate the payment of next quarter's rent, might possibly even provide for a whole year's rent. But that so large a sum was involved had never so much as crossed my mind. Could it be true, or was it some hideous joke? Surely, in the trite phrase, it was much, much too good to be true. It wasn't the sort of thing that happened to oneself. Still feeling physically dizzy, I rang up my friend. His voice and the heartiness of his congratulations convinced me of the truth of my astounding good fortune. It was neither joke nor dream. I, Peter Wood, whose bank account was at present £20 overdrawn, who but for shares amounting to £150 possessed no securities whatever, now held in my hand a piece of paper convertible into 1,800 golden sovereigns. I sat down to think, to try to realize, to readjust. From my jumble of plans, problems, and emotions, one fact emerged crystal clear. Obviously, I could not take advantage of that nice girl's ignorance, nor of a poor old caretaker's incompetence, whichever was to blame. No, I couldn't accept this amazing gift from fate merely because, by a sheer fluke, I had bought a treasure for £0.50. Clearly, I must give back at least half the sum to my unconscious benefactors. Otherwise, I should feel I had robbed them, almost as if, like a thief in the night, I had broken into their shop. I remembered their pleasant, open countenances. What fun to astonish them with my wonderful news! I felt a strong impulse to rush to the shop, but having for once a case in court, was obliged to go to the Temple. Endorsing Messrs. Spunk's cheque, I addressed it to my bankers and filled in one of my own for £900, made out to the corner curio shop. It was late before I was free to leave the law courts, and when I arrived at the shop I was disappointed, but not surprised to read the notice closed. Even supposing the old caretaker to be on duty, there was no particular point in seeing him. My business was with his mistress. Deciding to postpone my visit to the following day, I was just on the point of hurrying home when, exactly as though I were expected, the door opened. There, on the threshold, stood the old man, peering out into the darkness. "Anything I can do for you, sir?" His voice was even queerer than before. I now realized that I had dreaded re-encountering him, yet I found myself irresistibly compelled to enter. The atmosphere was as grimly cold as on my last visit. I felt myself actually shiver. Several candles, obviously only just lit, were burning. By their glimmer, I saw the old man's questioning gaze intently fixed on me. What a face! I had not exaggerated its weirdness. Never had I seen anyone so singular, so striking. No wonder I had dreamed of him. How I wished he had not opened the door. "Anything I can show you tonight, sir?" His voice trembled. "No, thanks. I've come about that thing you sold me the other day. I find it's of great value. Please tell your mistress that I'll pay her a proper price for it tomorrow." As I spoke, there spread over the old man's face the most wonderful smile. I use the word smile for lack of a better word, but how to convey the beauty of the indefinable expression that transfigured that time-worn face. Tender triumph, gentle joy, rapturous reverence. What mystery did I witness? It was like iron frost yielding to sunshine, the thawing of grief in the dawn radiance of some unsurmisable redemption. For the first time in my life, I had some inkling of the word beatitude. I can't describe the impression made on me. The moment, as it were, brimmed over. Time ceased. I became conscious of infinite things. The silence was now broken by the gathering itself together sound of an old clock about to strike. I turned my head towards one of those wonderful, intricate pieces of medieval workmanship, a Nuremberg grandfather clock. From the recess beneath its exquisitely painted face, quaint figures emerged, and while one struck a bell, others demurely stepped through the mazes of a minuet. My attention was riveted by the pretty spectacle. Not till the last sounds had trembled into silence did I turn my head. I found myself alone. The old man had vanished. Surprised that he should leave me, I looked all around the large room. Oddly enough, the fire, which I had supposed dead, had flared into unexpected life, and now cast a cheerful glow, but neither fire nor candlelight revealed any trace of the old caretaker. "Hello? Hello?" I called interrogatively. No answer. No sound save the loud ticking of the clocks and the crackle of the fire. I walked all round the big room. I even looked into the great four-poster bed of my dreams. Then I saw that there was a smaller adjoining room. Snatching up a candle, I hastened to explore this. At its far end, I discovered a winding staircase leading up to a little gallery. The old man must have withdrawn into some upstairs lair. I would follow him. I groped my way to the foot of the stairs and began to climb, but the steps creaked under my feet. I was conscious of crumbling woodwork. There was an icy draught. My candle went out. Cobwebs brushed against my face. To go any further was most uninviting. I desisted. After all, what did it matter? Let the old man hide himself. I had given my message. Best be gone. But the main room to which I had returned was now quite warm and cheerful. What had ever made me think it sinister? It was with a distinct sense of regret that I left the shop. I felt balked. I longed to see that radiant face again. Strange old man. How could I have ever fancied that I feared him? The next Saturday I was free to go straight to the shop. All the way there my mind was agreeably occupied, anticipating the welcome the grateful sisters were sure to give me. As the jingle-jangle of the bell announced my opening of the door, the two girls, who were busily dusting their goods, turned to see who came in at so unusually early an hour. Recognizing me, to my surprise, they bowed amiably but quite casually, as though to a mere acquaintance. With such a fairy-tale bond between us, I had expected a very different kind of greeting. I supposed that they had not yet heard the news, and when I told them I had brought the cheque, I saw that my surmise was right. They looked quite blank. "Cheque?" "Yes, for the frog I bought the other day." "Frog? What frog? I only remember you buying a piece of Sheffield plate." So they knew nothing, not even of my second visit to their shop. By degrees I told them the whole story. They were overcome with astonishment. The elder sister seemed quite dazed. "But I can't understand it. I can't understand it," she repeated. "Holmes, the old caretaker, isn't even supposed to admit anyone in our absence, far less to sell things. He merely comes to take charge on the evenings we leave early, and is only supposed to stay until the night policeman comes on duty. I can't believe he let you in and never told us he'd sold you something. It's too extraordinary. What time was it?" "Round about 6, I should think." "He generally leaves at 5:30, said the girl, "but I suppose the policeman must have been late." "It was later when I came yesterday." "Did you come again?" she asked. Briefly, I told her of my visit and the message I had left with the caretaker. "What an extraordinary thing," she exclaimed. "I can't begin to understand it, but we shall soon hear his explanation. I expect him at any moment now. He comes in every morning to sweep the floors." At the prospect of meeting the remarkable old man again, I felt a thrill of excitement. How would he look by daylight? Should I see him smile again? "Very old, isn't he?" I hazarded. "Old? Yes, I suppose he is getting on. But it's a very easy job. He's a good, honest fellow. I can't imagine he's doing anything on the sly. I'm afraid we've been rather slack in our cataloguing lately. I wonder if he does sell odds and ends for himself. Oh, no, I can't believe it. By the way, can you remember whereabouts the frog was?" I pointed to the shelf from which the caretaker had produced a piece of jade. "Oh, from that odd lot I bought the other day for next to nothing. I haven't sorted or priced any of the things yet. I can't remember any frog. What an incredible thing to happen." At this moment the telephone rang. She lifted the receiver. Hello. Yes, Miss Wilson speaking. Yes, Mr. Holmes, what is it?" A few seconds' startled pause, and then, "Dead? Dead? But how? Why? Oh, I am sorry." After a few more words, she replaced the receiver and turned to us, her eyes full of tears. "Oh, Bessie," she said to her sister, "poor old Holmes is dead. When he got home yesterday, he complained of pain, and he died in the middle of the night. Heart failure. No one had any idea there was anything the matter with him. Oh, poor Mrs. Holmes, what will she do? We must go to her at once." Both girls were so much upset that I thought it best to leave. The singular old man had made so haunting an impression on me that I was deeply moved to hear of his sudden death. How strange that, except for his wife, I should have been the very last person to speak with him. No doubt pain had seized him in my very presence. That was why he had left so abruptly and without a word. Had death already brushed against his consciousness? That lovely, inexplicable smile was at the beginning of the peace that passes all understanding. Next day I told Miss Wilson and her sister all the details of the fabulous sale of the frog, and presented my cheque. Here I met with unexpected opposition. The sisters showed great unwillingness to accept the money. It was, they said, all mine. Besides, they had no need of it. "You see," explained Miss Wilson, "my father had a flair for this business amounting to a sort of genius. He made quite a large fortune. When he became too old to carry on the shop, we kept it open partly out of sentiment, partly for the sake of occupation, but we don't need to make any profit." At last I prevailed upon them to accept the money, if only to spend it on the various charities in which they were interested. It was a relief to my mind when the matter was settled. The extraordinary incident of the jade frog made a bond between us, and in the course of our amicable arguments we became very friendly. I fell into the way of dropping in on them quite often, and soon began to rely on their sympathetic companionship. I never forgot the impression made on me by the old man, and often questioned the sisters about the poor caretaker, but they had nothing of interest to tell me. They merely described him as an old dear who had been in their father's service for years and years. No further light was thrown on his sale of the frog. Naturally, they did not like to question his widow. One evening, when I was having tea in the inner room with the elder sister, I picked up a photograph album. Turning its pages, I came upon a remarkably fine likeness of the old man. There before my eyes was the strange, striking countenance, but evidently this photograph had been taken many years before I saw him. The face was fuller, and had not yet acquired the frail, infinitely wearied look I remembered. But what magnificent eyes! There certainly was something extraordinarily impressive about the man. "What a splendid photograph of poor old Holmes," I said. "Photograph of Holmes? I had no idea there was one. Let's see." As I handed her the open book, the young sister Bessie looked in through the open door. "I'm off to the movies now," she called. "Father's just rung up to say he'll be round in 5 minutes to have a look at that Sheraton sideboard." "All right, Bessie, I'll be here, and very glad to have Father's opinion," said Miss Wilson, taking the album from my hand. "I can't see any photograph of old Holmes," she said. I pointed to the top of the page. "That?" she exclaimed. "Why, that's my dear father." "Your father?" I gasped. "Yes, I can't imagine any two people more unlike. It must have been very dark when you saw Holmes." Yes, it was very dark," I said quickly, just to gain time to think, for I felt bewildered. No degree of darkness could possibly explain any such mistake. I had no moment's doubt as to the identity of the man I had taken for the caretaker with the one whose photograph I held in my hand. But what an amazing, inexplicable thing! Her father! Why on earth should he have been in the shop unknown to his daughters? For what possible motive had he concealed his sale of the frog? And when he heard of its value, why had he left the girls under the impression that it was Holmes, the dead caretaker, who had sold it? Had he been ashamed to confess his own inadvertence? Or was it possible that the girls had never told him the astonishing sequel to the sale? Did they perhaps not want him to know of their sudden acquisition? Into what strange family intrigue had I stumbled? But whoever it was who had been so secretive, it was none of my business. I didn't want to give anyone away. No, I must hold my tongue. The younger sister had said their father was just coming. Would he recognize me as his customer? If so, it might be rather embarrassing. "It's a splendid face," I said shyly. "Isn't it?" she said with pleased eagerness. "So clever and strong, don't you think? I remember when that photograph was taken. It was just before he got religion." The girl spoke as if she referred to some distressing illness. "Did he suddenly become very religious?" "Yes," she said reluctantly. "Poor father. He made friends with a priest and became so changed. He was never the same again." From the break in the girl's voice, I guessed she thought her father's reason had been affected. Perhaps this explained the whole affair. On the 2 occasions when I had seen him, was he wandering in mind as well as body? Did his religion make him unhappy? I ventured to ask. For I was most anxious for more light on the strange being before I met him again. "Yes, dreadfully." The girl's eyes were full of tears. "You see, it was—" She hesitated, but after a glance at me went on, "There's really no reason why I shouldn't tell you. I've come to look on you as a real friend. My poor father began to think he'd done something very wrong. He couldn't quiet his conscience. You remember me telling you of his extraordinary flair? Well, his fortune had really been founded on 3 marvellous strokes of business. You see, he had exactly the same sort of luck you had the other day. That's why I decided to tell you. It seems such an odd coincidence." She paused. "Please go on," I urged. "Well, on 3 separate occasions he bought for a few shillings objects that were of immense value. Only unlike you, he did know what he was about. The profit made on their sale was no surprise to him. Unlike you, he did not then see any obligation to make it up to the ignorant people who had thrown away fortunes. After all, most dealers wouldn't, would they?" she asked defensively. "Well, father grew richer and richer. Years later, he met this priest, and then he seemed to go sort of morbid. He began to think that our wealth had been founded on what was really no better than theft. He reproached himself bitterly for having taken advantage of those 3 men's ignorance. Unhappily, in each case, he succeeded in discovering what had ultimately happened to those he called his victims. Most unfortunately, all 3 customers had died destitute. This discovery made him incurably miserable. 2 of these men had died without leaving any children, so, as no relations could be found, my father was unable to make amends. The son of the 3rd he traced to America, but there he too had died, leaving no family, so poor father could find no means of making reparation. That was what he longed for, to make reparation. His failure preyed and preyed on him until his poor dear mind became quite unhinged. As religion gained stronger and stronger hold on him, he took a queer sort of notion in his head, a regular obsession. The next best thing to doing a good deed yourself, he would say, is to provide someone else with the opportunity to give him his cue. In our sins Christ is crucified afresh. Because I sinned against him thrice, I must somehow be the cause of 3 correspondingly good actions that will counterbalance my own sins. In no other way can I atone for my crimes against Christ, for crimes they were. In vain we argued with him, assuring him he had done only as nearly all other men would have done. It was no use. "Other men must judge for themselves. I have done what I know to be wrong," he would moan. He grew more and more fixed in his idea of expiation. It became positive religious mania. Determined to find 3 human beings whom by their good actions would, as it were, cancel out the pain caused to divinity by what he called his 3 crimes, he busied himself in finding insignificant-looking works of art which he would offer for a few shillings. Poor old father, never shall I forget his joy when one day a man brought back a vase he had bought for 5 shillings and discovered it to be worth £600. "I think you must have made a mistake," the man said, "just as you did, bless you." 5 years later, a similar thing occurred, and he was, oh, so radiant. 2 of humanity's crimes cancelled out, 2/3 of his expiation achieved. Then followed years and years of weary disappointment. "I shall never rest, I can't, no, never, never, until I find the 3rd, he used to say. Here the girl began to weep, hiding her face behind her hand. She murmured, "Oh, if only you had come sooner." I heard the jingle-jangle of the bell. "How he must have suffered," I said. "I'm so glad I had the luck to be the 3rd. Is he satisfied now?" Her hands dropped from her face. She stared at me. I heard footsteps approach. "I'm so glad I'm going to meet him again," I said. "Meet him?" she echoed in amazement as her footsteps neared. "Yes, I may stay and see your father, mayn't I? I heard your sister say he would soon be here." "Oh, now I understand," she exclaimed. "You mean Bessie's father? But Bessie and I are only stepsisters. My poor father died years and years ago."
The House in Goblin Wood by John Carter Dickinson. In Pall Mall, that hot July afternoon 3 years before the war, an open saloon car was drawn up to the curb just opposite the Senior Conservatives Club, and in the car sat 2 conspirators. It was the drowsy post-lunch hour among the clubs, where only the sun remained brilliant. The Rag lay somnolent, the Athenaeum slept outright. But these 2 conspirators, a dark-haired young man in his early 30s and a fair-haired girl perhaps half a dozen years younger, never moved. They stared intently at the Gothic-like front of the Senior Conservatives. "Look here, Eve," muttered the young man, and punched at the steering wheel. "Do you think this is going to work?" "I don't know," the fair-haired girl confessed. "He absolutely loathes picnics. Anyway, we've probably missed him." "Why so?" "He can't have taken as long over lunch as that," her companion protested, looking at a wristwatch. The young man was rather shocked. "It's 3:45. Even if— Bill, there, look there." Their patience was rewarded by an inspiring sight. Out of the portals of the Senior Conservatives Club, in awful majesty, marched the large, stout, barrel-shaped gentleman in a white linen suit. His corporation preceded him like the figurehead of a man of war. His shell-rimmed spectacles were pulled down on a broad nose, all being shaded by a Panama hat. At the top of the stone steps he surveyed the street, left and right, with a lordly sneer. "Sir Henry!" called the girl. "Hey?" said Sir Henry Merivale. "I'm Eve Drayton. Don't you remember me? You knew my father." Said the great man. "We've been waiting here a terribly long time," Eve pleaded. "Couldn't you see us for just 5 minutes?" "The thing to do," she whispered to her companion, "is to keep him in a good humour. Just keep him in a good humour." As a matter of fact, H.M. was in a good humour, having just triumphed over the Home Secretary in an argument, but not even his own mother could have guessed it. Majestically, with the same lordly sneer, he began in grandeur to descend the steps of the Senior Conservatives. He did this, in fact, until his foot encountered an unnoticed object lying some 3 feet from the bottom. It was a banana skin. "Oh dear," said the girl. Now, it must be stated with regret that in the old days certain urchins of what were then called the lower orders had a habit of placing such objects on the steps in the hope that some eminent statesman would take a toss on his way to Whitehall. This was a venial but deplorable practice, probably accounting for what Mr. Gladstone said in 1882. In any case, it accounted for what Sir Henry Merivale said now. From the pavement, where H.M. landed in a seated position, arose in H.M.'s bellowing voice such a torrent of profanity, such a flood of invective and vile obscenities, as has seldom before blasted the holy calm of Pall Mall. It brought the hall porter hurrying down the steps, and Eve Drayton flying out of the car. Heads were now appearing at the windows of the Athenaeum across the street. "Is it all right?" cried the girl, with concern in her blue eyes. "Are you hurt?" H.M. merely looked at her. His hat had fallen off, disclosing a large bald head, and he merely sat on the pavement and looked at her. "Anyway, H.M., get up. Please get up." "Yes, sir," begged the hall porter. "For heaven's sake, get up." "Get up?" bellowed H.M. in a voice audible as far as St. James's Street. "Burn it all, how can I get up?" But why not?" "My behind's out of joint," said H.M. simply. "I'm hurt awful bad. I'm probably going to have a spinal dislocation for the rest of my life." But, sir, people are looking. H.M. explained what these people could do. He eyed Eve Drayton with a glare of indescribable malignancy over his spectacles. "I suppose, my wench, you're responsible for this." Eve regarded him in consternation. "You don't mean the banana skin?" she cried. "Oh, yes, I do," said H.M., folding his arms like a prosecuting counsel. "But we only wanted to invite you to a picnic." H.M. closed his eyes. "That's fine," he said in a hollow voice. "All the same, don't you think it'd have been a subtler kind of hint just to pour mayonnaise over my head or shove ants down the back of my neck? Oh, Lord, love a duck. I didn't mean that, I meant—" "Let me help you up, sir," interposed the calm, reassuring voice of the dark-haired and blue-chinned young man who had been with Eve in the car. "So you want to help too, hey? And who are you?" "I'm awfully sorry," said Eve. "I should have introduced you. This is my fiancé, Dr. William Sage." H.M.'s face turned purple. "I'm glad to see," he observed, "that you had the uncommon decency to bring along a doctor. I appreciate that, I do. And the car's there, I suppose, to assist with the examination when I take off my pants." The hall porter uttered a cry of horror. Bill Sage, either from jumpiness and nerves or from sheer inability to keep a straight face, laughed loudly. "I keep telling Eve a dozen times a day," he said, "that I'm not to be called doctor. I happen to be a surgeon." Here H.M. really did look alarmed. "But I don't think we need to operate, nor, in my opinion," Bill gravely addressed the hall porter, "will it be necessary to remove Sir Henry's trousers in front of the Senior Conservatives Club. Thank you very much, sir." "We had an infernal nerve to come here," the young man confessed to H.M., "but I honestly think, Sir Henry, you'd be more comfortable in the car. What about it? Let me give you a hand up." Yet even 10 minutes later, when H.M. sat glowering in the back of the car and two heads were craned round towards him, peace was not restored. "All right," said Eve. Her pretty, rather stolid face was flushed. Her mouth looked miserable. "If you won't come to the picnic, you won't, but I did believe you might do it to oblige me." "Well, now," muttered the great man uncomfortably. "And I did think, too, you'd be interested in the other person who was coming with us. But Vicky's difficult. She won't come either, if you don't." "Oh, and who's this other guest?" "Vicky Adams." H.M.'s hand, which had been lifted for an oratorical gesture, dropped to his side. "Vicky Adams, that's not the gal who—" "Yes," Eve nodded. "They say it was one of the great mysteries 20 years ago that the police failed to solve." "It was, my wench," H.M. agreed somberly. "It was. And now Vicky's grown up, and we thought if you of all people went along and spoke to her nicely, she'd tell us what really happened on that night." H.M.'s small, sharp eyes fixed disconcertingly on Eve. "I say, my wench, what's your interest in all this?" "Oh, reasons." Eve glanced quickly at Bill Sage, who was again punching moodily at the steering wheel, and checked herself. "Anyway, what difference does it make now, if you won't go with us?" H.M. assumed a martyred air. "I never said I wasn't going with you, did I?" he demanded. This was inaccurate, but no matter. "Even after you practically made a cripple of me, I never said I wasn't going." His manner grew flurried and hasty. "But I got to leave now," he added apologetically. "I got to get back to my office." "We'll drive you there, H.M." No, said the practical cripple, getting out of the car with surprising celerity. "Walking is good for my stomach, if it's not so good for my behind. I'm a forgiving man. You pick me up at my house tomorrow morning. Goodbye." And he lumbered off in the direction of the Haymarket. It needed no close observer to see that H.M. was deeply abstracted. He remained so abstracted indeed as to be nearly murdered by a taxi at the Admiralty Arch, and he was halfway down Whitehall before a familiar voice stopped him. "Afternoon, Sir Henry." Burly, urbane, buttoned up in blue serge, with his bowler hat and his boiled blue eye, stood Chief Inspector Masters. "Bit odd," the Chief Inspector remarked affably, "to see you taking a constitutional on a day like this. And how are you, sir?" "Awful," said H.M. instantly. "But that's not the point. Masters, you crawling snake. You're the very man I wanted to see." Few things startled the Chief Inspector. This one did. "You," he repeated, "wanted to see me?" "Uh-huh. And what about?" "Masters, do you remember the Victoria Adams case about 20 years ago?" The Chief Inspector's manner suddenly changed and grew wary. "Victoria Adams case," he ruminated. "No, sir, I can't say I do." "Son, you're lying. You were sergeant to old Chief Inspector Rutherford in those days, and well I remember it." Masters stood on his dignity. "That is maybe, sir, but 20 years ago. Little girl of 12 or 13, the child of very wealthy parents, disappeared one night out of a country cottage with all the doors and windows locked on the inside. A week later, while everybody was having screaming hysterics, the child reappeared again, through the locks and bolts, tucked up in her bed as usual, and to this day nobody's ever known what really happened." There was a silence, while Masters shut his jaws hard. "This family, the Adamses," persisted H.M., "owned a cottage down Aylesbury way, on the edge of Goblin Wood, opposite the lake, or was it?" "Oh, growled Masters, "it was." H.M. looked at him curiously. "They used the cottage as a base for bathing in the summer and ice skating in the winter. It was black winter when the child vanished, and the place was all locked up against drafts. They say her old man nearly went loopy when he found her there a week later, lying asleep under the lamp, but all she'd say when they asked her where she'd been was, 'I don't know.'" Again there was silence, while red buses thundered through the traffic press of Whitehall. "You've got to admit, Masters, there was a flaming public rumpus. I say, did you ever read Barry's Mary Rose?" "No." "Well, it was a situation straight out of Barry. Some people, you see, said that Vicky Adams was a child of fairy who'd been spirited away by the pixies." Whereupon Masters exploded. He removed his bowler hat and wiped his forehead. He made remarks about pixies in detail, which could not have been bettered by H.M. himself. "I know, son, I know." H.M. was soothing. Then his big voice sharpened. "Now tell me, was all this talk strictly true?" "What talk?" "Locked windows, bolted doors, no attic trap, no cellar, solid walls and floor." "Yes, sir," answered Masters, regaining his dignity with a powerful effort. "I'm bound to admit it was true." "Then there wasn't any jiggery-pokery about the cottage?" "In your eye there wasn't," said Masters. "How do you mean?" "Listen, sir." Masters lowered his voice. "Before the Adamses took over that place, it was a hideout for Chuck Randall. At that time he was the swellest of the swell mob. We lagged him a couple of years later. Do you think Chuck wouldn't have rigged up some gadget for a getaway? Just so, only, well, hey, we couldn't find it," grunted Masters. "And I'll bet that pleased old Chief Inspector Rutherford. I tell you straight, he was fair up the pole, especially as the kid herself was a pretty kid, all big eyes and dark hair. You couldn't help trusting her." "Yes," said H.M., "that's what worries me." "Worries you?" "Oh, my son," said H.M. dismally. "Here's Vicky Adams, a spoiled daughter of doting parents. She's supposed to be odd and fey. She's even encouraged to be. During her adolescence, the most impressionable time of her life, she gets wrapped round with the gauze of a mystery that people talk about even yet. What's that woman like now, Masters? What's that woman like now?" "Dear Sir Henry," murmured Miss Vicky Adams in her softest voice. She said this just as William Sage's car, with Bill and Eve Drayton in the front seat, and Vicky and H.M. in the back seat, turned off the main road. Behind them lay the smoky red roofs of Aylesbury against the brightness of late afternoon. The car turned down a side road, a damp tunnel of greenery, and into another road which was little more than a lane between hedgerows. H.M., though cheered by 3 good-sized picnic hampers from Fortnum and Mason, their wickerwork lids bulging with a feast, did not seem happy. Nobody in the car was happy, with the possible exception of Miss Adams herself. Vicky, unlike Eve, was small and dark and vivacious. Her large, light brown eyes with very black lashes could be arch and coy, or they could be dreamily intense. The late Sir James Barry might have called her a sprite. Those of more sober views would have recognised a different quality. She had an inordinate sex appeal, which was as palpable as a physical touch to any male within yards. And despite her smallness, Vicky had a full voice like Eve's. All these qualities she used even in so simple a matter as giving traffic directions. "First right," she would say, leaning forward to put her hands on Bill Sage's shoulders, "then straight on until the next traffic light. Ah, clever boy." Not at all," Bill would disclaim, with red ears and rather an erratic style of driving. "Oh, yes, you are," and Vicky would twist the lobe of his ear playfully before sitting back again. Eve Drayton didn't say anything. She didn't even turn round. Yet the atmosphere, even of that quiet English picnic party, had already become a trifle hysterical. "Dear Sir Henry," murmured Vicky as they turned down into the deep lane between the hedgerows, "I do wish you wouldn't be so materialistic. I do, really. Haven't you the tiniest bit of spirituality in your nature?" "Me?" said H.M. in astonishment. "I got a very lofty spiritual nature. But what I want just now, my wench, is grub." "Oi!" Bill Sage glanced round. "By that speedometer," H.M. pointed, "we've now come 46 miles and a bit. We didn't even leave town until people of decency and sanity were having their tea. Where are we going?" "But didn't you know?" asked Vicky, with wide-open eyes. "We're going to the cottage where I had such a dreadful experience when I was a child." "Was it such a dreadful experience, Vicky dear?" inquired Eve. Vicky's eyes seemed far away. "I don't remember, really. I was only a child, you see. I didn't understand. I hadn't developed the power for myself then." "What power?" H.M. asked sharply. "To dematerialise," said Vicky. "Of course." In that warm, sun-dusted lane, between the hawthorn hedges, the car jolted over a rut. Crockery rattled. "Aha, I see," observed H.M. without inflection. "And where do you go, my wench, when you dematerialise?" "Into a strange country. Through a little door. You wouldn't understand. Oh, you are such Philistines," moaned Vicky. Then, with a sudden change of mood, she leaned forward, and her whole physical allurement flowed again towards Bill Sage. "You wouldn't like me to disappear, would you, Bill?" "Easy, easy." "Only," said Bill with a sort of wild gallantry, "if you promise to appear again, straight away." "Oh, I should have to do that." Vicky sat back. She was trembling. "The power wouldn't be strong enough. But even a poor little thing like me might be able to teach you a lesson. Look there." And she pointed ahead. On their left, as the lane widened, stretched the 10-acre gloom of what is fancifully known as Goblin Wood. On their right lay a small lake on private property, and therefore deserted. The cottage, set well back into a clearing of the wood so as to face the road, screened from it by a line of beeches, was in fact a bungalow of rough-hewn stone with a slate roof. Across the front of it ran a wooden porch. It had a seedy air, like the long yellow-green grass of its front lawn. Bill parked the car at the side of the road, since there was no driveway. "It's a bit lonely, ain't it?" demanded H.M. His voice boomed out against the utter stillness under the hot sun. "Oh, yes," breathed Vicky. She jumped out of the car in a whirl of skirts. "That's why they were able to come and take me when I was a child." "They?" "Dear Sir Henry, do I need to explain?" Then Vicky looked at Bill. "I must apologise," she said, "for the state the house is in. I haven't been out here for months and months. There's a modern bathroom, I'm glad to say. Only paraffin lamps, of course. But then," a dreamy smile flashed across her face, "you won't need lamps, will you? Unless—" "You mean," said Bill, who was taking a black case out of the car, "unless you disappear again?" "Yes, Bill, and promise me you won't be frightened when I do." The young man uttered a ringing oath, which was shushed by Sir Henry Merivale, who austerely said he disapproved of profanity. Eve Drayton was very quiet. "But in the meantime," Vicky said wistfully, "let's forget it all, shall we? Let's laugh and dance and sing and pretend we're children. And surely our guest must be even more hungry by this time." It was in this emotional state that they sat down to their picnic. H.M., if the truth must be told, did not fare too badly. Instead of sitting on some hummock of ground, they dragged a table and chairs to the shaded porch. All spoke in strained voices, but no word of controversy was said. It was only afterwards, when the cloth was cleared, the furniture and hampers pushed indoors, the empty bottles flung away, that danger tapped a warning. From under the porch, Vicky fished out 2 half-rotted deck chairs, which she sat up in the long grass of the lawn. These were to be occupied by Eve and H.M., while Vicky took Bill Sage to inspect a plum tree of some remarkable quality she did not specify. Eve sat down without comment. H.M., who was smoking a black cigar opposite her, waited some time before he spoke. "You know," he said, taking the cigar out of his mouth, "you're behaving remarkably well." "Yes," Eve laughed, "aren't I? Are you pretty well acquainted with this Adams gal?" "I'm her first cousin," Eve answered simply. "Now that her parents are dead, I'm the only relative she's got. I know all about her." From far across the lawn floated 2 voices saying something about wild strawberries. Eve, her fair hair and fair complexion vivid against the dark line of Goblin wood, clenched her hands on her knees. "You see, H.M., she hesitated, "there was another reason why I invited you here. I don't quite know how to approach it." "I'm the old man," said H.M., tapping himself impressively on the chest. "You tell me." "Eve, darling," interposed Vicky's voice, crying across the ragged lawn. "Cooey! Eve!" "Yes, dear?" "I've just remembered," cried Vicky, "that I haven't shown Bill over the cottage. You don't mind if I steal him away from you for a little while?" "No, dear, of course not." It was H.M., sitting so as to face the bungalow, who saw Vicky and Bill go in. He saw Vicky's wistful smile as she closed the door after them. Eve did not even look round. The sun was declining, making fiery chinks through the thickness of Goblin wood behind the cottage. "I won't let her have him," Eve suddenly cried. I won't. "Does she want him, my wench? Or, which is more to the point, does he want her?" "He never has," Eve said with emphasis. "Not really, and he never will." H.M., motionless, puffed out cigar smoke. "Vicky's a faker," said Eve. "Does that sound catty?" "Not necessarily. I was just thinking the same thing myself." "I'm patient," said Eve. Her blue eyes were fixed. "I'm terribly, terribly patient. I can wait years for what I want. Bill's not making much money now, and I haven't got a bean. But Bill's got great talent under that easy-going manner of his. He must have the right girl to help him. If only the elfin sprite would leave him alone, hey?" "Vicky acts like that," said Eve, "toward practically every man she ever meets. That's why she never married. She says it leaves her soul free to commune with other souls, this occultism." Then it all poured out, the family story of the Adamses. This repressed girl spoke at length, spoke as perhaps she had never spoken before. Vicky Adams, the child who wanted to attract attention, her father, Uncle Fred, and her mother, Aunt Margaret, seemed to walk in vividness as the shadows gathered. I was too young to know her at the time of the disappearance, of course, but I knew her afterwards, and I thought, "Well, if I could get you here," said Eve. "I thought she'd try to show off with some game, and then you'd expose her, and Bill would see what an awful faker she is. But it's hopeless. It's hopeless." "Looky here," observed H.M., who was smoking his 3rd cigar. He sat up. "Doesn't it strike you those 2 were being a rummy awful long time just in looking through a little bungalow?" Eve, roused out of a dream, stared back at him. She sprang to her feet. She was not now, you could guess, thinking of any disappearance. "Excuse me a moment," she said curtly. Eve hurried across to the cottage, went up on the porch and opened the front door. H.M. heard her heels rap down the length of the small passage inside. She marched straight back again, closed the front door and rejoined H.M. "All the doors of the rooms are shut," she announced in a high voice. "I really don't think I ought to disturb them." "Easy, my wench. I have absolutely no interest," declared Eve, with the tears coming into her eyes, "in what happens to either of them now. Shall we take the car and go back to town without them?" H.M. threw away his cigar, got up and seized her by the shoulders. "I'm the old man," he said with a leer like an ogre. "Will you listen to me?" "No." "If I'm any reader of the human dial," persisted H.M., "that young fella's no more gone on Vicky Adams than I am. He was scared, my wench." Scared. Doubt, indecision crossed H.M.'s face. "I dunno what he's scared of, burn me I don't, but—" "Hoy!" called the voice of Bill Sage. It did not come from the direction of the cottage. They were surrounded on three sides by Goblin Wood, now blurred with twilight. From the north side, the voice bawled at them, followed by crackling and dry undergrowth. Bill, his hair and sports coat and flannels more than a little dirty, regarded them with a face of bitterness. "Here are her blasted wild strawberries," he announced, extending his hand. "3 of 'em. The fruitful, result of 3/4 of an hour hard labour. I absolutely refuse to chase 'em in the dark." For a moment, Eve Drayton's mouth moved without speech. "Then you weren't in the cottage all this time?" "In the cottage?" Bill glanced at it. "I was in that cottage," he said, "about 5 minutes. Vicky had a woman's whim. She wanted some wild strawberries out of what she called the forest." "Wait a minute, son," said H.M. very sharply. "You didn't come out that front door? Nobody did." "No, I went out the back door. It opened straight on the wood." "Yes, and what happened then?" "Well, I went to look for these damned—" No, what did she do?" "Vicky. She locked and bolted the back door on the inside. I remember her grinning at me through the glass panel. She—" Bill stopped short. His eyes widened and then narrowed, as though at the impact of an idea. All 3 of them turned to look at the rough stone cottage. "By the way," said Bill. He cleared his throat vigorously. "By the way, have you seen Vicky since then?" "No. This couldn't be—" "It could be, son," said H.M. "We'd all better go in there and have a look." They hesitated for a moment on the porch. A warm, moist fragrance breathed up from the ground after sunset. In half an hour it would be completely dark. Bill Sage threw open the front door and shouted Vicky's name. That sound seemed to penetrate, reverberating, through every room. The intense heat and stuffiness of the cottage, where no window had been raised in months, blew out at them. But nobody answered. "Get inside," snapped H.M., "and stop yowling." The old maestro was nervous. "I'm dead sure she didn't get out by the front door, but we'll just make certain there's no slipping out now." Stumbling over the table and chairs they had used on the porch, he fastened the front door. They were in a narrow passage, once handsome with parquet floor and pine-panelled walls, leading to a door with a glass panel at the rear. H.M. lumbered forward to inspect this door and found it locked and bolted, as Bill had said. Goblin Wood drew darker. Keeping well together, they searched the cottage. It was not large, having 2 good-sized rooms on one side of the passage and 2 small rooms on the other side, so as to make space for bathroom and kitchenette. H.M., raising fogs of dust, ransacked every inch where a person could possibly hide. And all the windows were locked on the inside, and the chimney flues were too narrow to admit anybody. And Vicky Adams wasn't there. "Oh, my eye!" breathed Sir Henry Merivale. They had gathered, by what idiotic impulse not even H.M. could have said, just outside the open door of the bathroom. A bath tap dripped monotonously. The last light through a frosted glass window showed 3 faces hung there, as though disembodied. "Bill," said Eve in an unsteady voice, "this is a trick. Oh, I've longed for her to be exposed. This is a trick." "Then where is she?" "H.M. can tell us, can't you, H.M.?" "Well, now," muttered the great man. Across H.M.'s Panama hat was a large black handprint, made there when he had pressed down the hat after investigating the chimney. He glowered under it. "Son," he said to Bill, "there's just one question I want you to answer in all this hokey-pokey. When you went out picking wild strawberries, will you swear Vicky Adams didn't go with you?" "As God is my judge, she didn't," returned Bill, with fervency and obvious truth. "Besides, how the devil could she? Look at the lock and bolt on the back door." H.M. made 2 more violent black handprints on his hat. He lumbered forward, his head down, 2 or 3 paces in the narrow passage. His foot half skidded on something that had been lying there unnoticed, and he picked it up. It was a large square section of thin waterproof oilskin, jagged at one corner. "Have you found anything?" demanded Bill in a strained voice. "No, not to make any sense, that is. But just a minute." At the rear of the passage, on the left-hand side, was the bedroom from which Vicky Adams had vanished as a child. Though H.M. had searched this room once before, he opened the door again. It was now almost dark in Goblin Wood. He saw dimly a room 20 years before, a room of flounces, of lace curtains, of once polished mahogany, its mirrors glimmering against white-papered walls. H.M. seemed especially interested in the windows. He ran his hands carefully round the frame of each, even climbing laboriously up on a chair to examine the tops. He borrowed a box of matches from Bill, and the little spurts of light, following the rasp of the match, rasped against his nerves as well. The hope died out of his face, and his companion saw it. "H.M., Bill said for the 10th time, "where is she?" "Son," replied H.M. despondently, "I don't know." "Let's get out of here," Eve said abruptly. Her voice was a small scream. I know it's all a trick. I know Vicky's a faker, but let's get out of here. For God's sake, let's get out of here." "As a matter of fact," Bill cleared his throat, "I agree. Anyway, we won't hear from Vicky until tomorrow morning." "Oh, yes, you will," whispered Vicky's voice out of the darkness. Eve screamed. They lighted a lamp, but there was nobody there. Their retreat from the cottage, it must be admitted, was not very dignified. How they stumbled down that ragged lawn in the dark, how they piled rugs and picnic hampers into the car, how they eventually found the main road again, is best left undescribed. Sir Henry Merivale has since sneered at this. "A bit of a goosey feeling. Nothing much." And it is true that he has no nerves to speak of. But he can be worried, badly worried, and that he was worried on this occasion may be deduced from what happened next. H.M., after dropping in at Claridge's for a modest late supper of lobster and pêche melba, returned to his house in Brook Street and slept a hideous sleep. It was 3:00 in the morning, even before the summer dawn, when the ringing of the bedside telephone roused him. What he heard sent his blood pressure soaring. "Dear Sir Henry," crooned a familiar and sprite-like voice. H.M. was himself again, full of gall and bile. He switched on the bedside lamp and put on his spectacles with care so as adequately to address the phone. "Have I got the honour," he said with dangerous politeness, "of addressing Miss Vicky Adams?" "Oh, yes." "I sincerely trust," said H.M., "you've been having a good time. Are you materialised yet?" "Oh, yes." "Where are you now?" "I'm afraid," there was coy laughter in the voice, "that must be a little secret for a day or two. I want to teach you a really good lesson. Blessings, dear." And she hung up the receiver. H.M. didn't say anything. He climbed out of bed, he stalked up and down the room, his corporation majestic under an old-fashioned nightshirt stretching to his heels. Then, since he himself had been waked up at 3:00 in the morning, the obvious course was to wake up somebody else. So he dialed the home number of Chief Inspector Masters. "No, sir," retorted Masters grimly, after coughing the frog out of his throat. I do not mind you ringing me up, not a bit of it." He spoke with a certain pleasure, "because I've got a bit of news for you." H.M. eyed the phone suspiciously. "Masters, are you trying to do me in the eye again? It's what you're always trying to do to me, isn't it?" All right, growled H.M. "What's the news? Do you remember mentioning the Vicky Adams case to me yesterday?" "Sort of. Yes." Well, I had a word or two round among our people. I was tipped the wink to go and see a certain solicitor. He was old Mr. Fred Adams's solicitor before Mr. Adams died about 6 or 7 years ago. Here Master's voice grew suave with triumph. "I always said, Sir Henry, that Chuck Randall had planted some gadget in that cottage for a quick getaway. And I was right. The gadget was—" "You were quite right, Masters. The gadget was a trick window." The telephone, so to speak, gave a start. "What's that?" "A trick window," H.M. spoke patiently. "You press a spring, and the whole frame of the window, 2 leaves locked together, slides down between the walls far enough so you can climb over. Then you push it back up again." "How in lum's name do you know that?" "Oh, my son. They used to build windows like it in country houses during the persecution of Catholic priests. It was a good enough second guess, only it won't work." Masters seemed annoyed. "It won't work now," Masters agreed. "And do you know why?" "I can guess. Tell me." "Because just before Mr. Adams died, he discovered how his darling daughter had flummoxed him. He never told anybody except his lawyer. He took a handful of 4-inch nails and sealed up the top of that frame so tight an orangutan couldn't move it, and painted 'em over so they wouldn't be noticed." "You can notice 'em now." "I doubt if the young lady herself ever knew, but by George," Masters said savagely, "I'd like to see anybody try the same game now." "You would, hey? Then it will interest you to know that the same gal has just disappeared out of the same house again." H.M. began a long narrative of the facts, but he had to break off because the telephone was raving. "Honest, Masters," H.M. said seriously, "I'm not joking. She didn't get through the window, but she did get out. You'd better meet me," he gave directions, "tomorrow morning. In the meantime, son, sleep well." It was, therefore, a worn-faced Masters who went into the visitors' room at the Senior Conservatives' Club just before lunch on the following day. The visitors' room is a dark sepulchral place, opening on an air-well, where the visitor is surrounded by pictures of dyspeptic-looking gentlemen with beards. It has a pervading mustiness of wood and leather. Though whisky and soda stood on the table, H.M. sat in a leather chair, far away from it, ruffling his hands across his bald head. "Now, Masters, keep your shirt on," he warned. "This business may be rummy, but it's not a police matter, yet." "I know it's not a police matter," Masters said grimly. "All the same, I've had a word with the superintendent at Aylesbury." "Fowler? You know him?" "Sure, I know everybody. Is he going to keep an eye out?" "He's going to have a look at that ruddy cottage. I've asked for any telephone calls to be put through here. In the meantime, sir—" It was at this point, as though diabolically inspired, that the telephone rang. H.M. reached it before Masters. "It's the old man," he said, unconsciously assuming a stance of grandeur. Yes, Masters is here, but he's drunk. You tell me first. What's that?" The telephone talked thinly. "Sure, I looked in the kitchen cupboard," bellowed H.M., "though I didn't honestly expect to find Vicky Adams hiding there." "What's that? Say it again. Plates? Cups it had been?" An almost frightening change had come over H.M.'s expression. He stood motionless. All the posturing went out of him. He was not even listening to the voice that still talked thinly, while his eyes and his brain moved to put together facts. At length, though the voice still talked, he hung up the receiver. H.M. blundered back to the centre table, where he drew out a chair and sat down. "Masters," he said very quietly, "I've come close to making the silliest mistake of my life." Here he cleared his throat. "I shouldn't have made it, son. I really shouldn't. But don't yell at me for cutting off Fowler. I can tell you now how Vicky Adams disappeared. And she said one true thing when she said she was going into a strange country." How do you mean?" "She's dead," answered H.M. The word fell with a heavy weight into that dingy room where the bearded faces looked down. "You see," H.M. went on blankly, "a lot of us were right when we thought Vicky Adams was a faker. She was. To attract attention to herself, she played that trick on her family with the hocused window. She's lived and traded on it ever since. That's what sent me straight in the wrong direction. I was on the alert for some trick Vicky Adams might play, so it never occurred to me that this elegant pair of beauties, Miss Eve Drayton and Mr. William Sage, were deliberately conspiring to murder her." Masters got slowly to his feet. "Did you say murder?" "Oh, yes." Again H.M. cleared his throat. "It was all arranged beforehand for me to be a witness. They knew Vicky Adams couldn't resist a challenge to disappear, especially as Vicky always believed she could get out by the trick window. They wanted Vicky to say she was going to disappear. They never knew anything about the trick window, Masters, but they knew their own plan very well. Eve Drayton even told me the motive. She hated Vicky, of course. That wasn't the main point. She was Vicky Adams's only relative. She'd inherit an awful big scoopful of money. Eve said she could be patient, and burn me how her eyes meant it when she said that. Rather than risk any slightest suspicion of murder, she was willing to wait 7 years until a disappeared person can be presumed dead. Our Eve, I think, was the fiery driving force of that conspiracy. She was only scared part of the time. Sage was scared all of the time. But it was Sage who did the real dirty work. He lured Vicky Adams into that cottage, while Eve kept me in close conversation on the lawn. H.M. paused. Intolerably vivid in the mind of Chief Inspector Masters, who had seen it years before, rose the picture of the rough stone bungalow against the darkening wood. "Masters," said H.M., "why should a bath tap be dripping in a house that hadn't been occupied for months?" "Well, Sage, you see, is a surgeon. I saw him take his black case of instruments out of the car. He took Vicky Adams into that house. In the bathroom, he stabbed her, he stripped her, and he dismembered her body in the bathtub. Easy, son." "Go on," said Masters without moving. The head, the torso, the folded arms and legs were wrapped up in 3 large square pieces of thin, transparent oilskin. Each was sewed up with coarse thread so the blood wouldn't drip. Last night I found one of the oilskin pieces he'd ruined when his needle slipped at the corner. Then he walked out of the house, with the back door still standing unlocked, to get his wild strawberry alibi. "Sage went out of there," shouted Masters, "leaving the body in the house." "Oh, yes," agreed H.M. "But where did he leave it?" H.M. ignored this. "In the meantime, son, what about Eve Drayton? At the end of the arranged 3/4 of an hour, she indicated there was hanky-panky between her fiancé and Vicky Adams. She flew into the house, but what did she do? She walked to the back of the passage. I heard her. There she simply locked and bolted the back door, and then she marched out to join me with tears in her eyes, and these 2 beauties were ready for investigation." "Investigation," said Masters, "with that body still in the house?" "Oh, yes." Masters lifted both fists. "It must have given young Sage a shock," said H.M., "when I found that piece of waterproof oilskin he'd washed, but dropped. Anyway, these 2 had only 2 more bits of hokey-pokey. The vanished gal had to speak to show she was still alive. If you'd been there, son, you'd have noticed that Eve Drayton's got a voice just like Vicky Adams's. If someone speaks in a dark room, carefully imitating the coy tone she never uses herself, the illusion's going to be pretty good. The same goes for a telephone." "It was finished, Masters. All that had to be done was to remove the body from the house and to get it far away from there." "But that's just what I'm asking you, sir. Where was the body all this time? And who in the blazes did remove the body from the house?" "All of us did," answered H.M. "What's that?" "Masters," said H.M., "aren't you forgetting the picnic hampers?" And now the Chief Inspector saw H.M. was white as a ghost. His next words took Masters like a blow between the eyes. 3 good-sized wickerwork hampers with lids. After our big meal on the porch, those hampers were shoved inside the house where Sage could get at 'em. He had to leave most of the used crockery behind, in the kitchen cupboard, but 3 wickerwork hampers for a picnic and 3 butcher's parcels to go inside 'em. I carried one down to the car myself. It felt a bit funny. H.M. stretched out his hand, not too steadily, towards the whisky. "You know," he said, "I'll always wonder whether I was carrying the head."
The Canterville Ghost. An amusing chronicle of the tribulations of the ghost of Canterville Chase when his ancestral halls became the home of the American minister to the court of St. James, by Oscar Wilde. John W. Luce and Company, Boston and London, 1906. 1. When Mr. Hiram B. Otis, the American minister, bought Canterville Chase, everyone told him he was doing a very foolish thing, as there was no doubt at all that the place was haunted. Indeed, Lord Canterville himself, who was a man of the most punctilious honour, had felt it his duty to mention the fact to Mr. Otis when they came to discuss terms. "We have not cared to live in the place ourselves," said Lord Canterville, "since my grand-aunt, the Dowager Duchess of Bolton, was frightened into a fit, from which she never really recovered, by 2 skeleton hands being placed on her shoulders as she was dressing for dinner. And I feel bound to tell you, Mr. Otis, that the ghost has been seen by several living members of my family, as well as by the rector of the parish, the Reverend Augustus Dampier, who is a fellow of King's College, Cambridge. After the unfortunate incident to the Duchess, none of our younger servants would stay with us, and Lady Canterville often got very little sleep at night, in consequence of the mysterious noises that came from the corridor and the library. "My lord," answered the minister, "I will take the furniture and the ghost at a valuation. I have come from a modern country, where we have everything that money can buy, and with all our spry young fellows painting the old world red and carrying off your best actors and prima donnas, I reckon that if there were such a thing as a ghost in Europe, we'd have it at home in a very short time in one of our public museums, or on the road as a show." "I fear that the ghost exists," said Lord Canterville, smiling, "though it may have resisted the overtures of your enterprising impresarios. It has been well known for 3 centuries, since 1584 in fact, and always makes its appearance before the death of any member of our family. Well, so does the family doctor, for that matter, Lord Canterville. But there is no such thing, sir, as a ghost, and I guess the laws of nature are not going to be suspended for the British aristocracy." "You are certainly very natural in America," answered Lord Canterville, who did not quite understand Mr. Otis's last observation. "And if you don't mind a ghost in the house, it's all right. Only you must remember I warned you." A week after this, the purchase was concluded, and at the close of the season the minister and his family went down to Canterville Chase. Mrs. Otis, who, as Miss Lucretia R. Tappan of West 53rd Street, had been a celebrated New York belle, was now a very handsome middle-aged woman with fine eyes and a superb profile.
Many American ladies, on leaving their native land, adopt an appearance of chronic ill health, under the impression that it is a form of European refinement. But Mrs. Otis had never fallen into this error. She had a magnificent constitution and a really wonderful amount of animal spirits. Indeed, in many respects, she was quite English, and was an excellent example of the fact that we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. Her eldest son, christened Washington by his parents in a moment of patriotism, which he never ceased to regret, was a fair-haired, rather good-looking young man, who had qualified himself for American diplomacy by leading the German at the Newport Casino for 3 successive seasons, and even in London was well known as an excellent dancer. Gardenias and the peerage were his only weaknesses. Otherwise, he was extremely sensible. Miss Virginia E. Otis was a little girl of 15, lithe and lovely as a fawn, and with a fine freedom in her large blue eyes. She was a wonderful Amazon, and had once raced old Lord Bilton on her pony twice round the park, winning by a length and a half, just in front of the Achilles statue, to the huge delight of the young Duke of Cheshire, who proposed to her on the spot, and was sent back to Eton that very night by his guardians in floods of tears. After Virginia came the twins, who were usually called the Stars and Stripes, as they were always getting swished. They were delightful boys, and, with the exception of the worthy minister, the only true Republicans of the family. As Canterville Chase is 7 miles from Asquith, the nearest railway station, Mr. Otis had telegraphed for a wagonette to meet them, and they started on their drive in high spirits. It was a lovely July evening, and the air was delicate with the scent of the pine woods. Now and then they heard a wood pigeon brooding over its own sweet voice, or saw, deep in the rustling fern, the burnished breast of the pheasant. Little squirrels peered at them from the beech trees as they went by, and the rabbits scudded away through the brushwood and over the mossy knolls with their white tails in the air. As they entered the avenue of Canterville Chase, however, the sky became suddenly overcast with clouds. A curious stillness seemed to hold the atmosphere. A great flight of rooks passed silently over their heads, and before they reached the house, some big drops of rain had fallen. Standing on the steps to receive them was an old woman, neatly dressed in black silk, with a white cap and apron. This was Mrs. Umney, the housekeeper, whom Mrs. Otis, at Lady Canterville's earnest request, had consented to keep in her former position. She made them each a low curtsy as they alighted, and said in a quaint, old-fashioned manner, "I bid you welcome to Canterville Chase." Following her, they passed through the fine Tudor hall into the library, a long, low room panelled in black oak, at the end of which was a large stained glass window. Here they found tea laid out for them, and after taking off their wraps they sat down and began to look around, while Mrs. Umney waited on them. Suddenly Mrs. Otis caught sight of a dull red stain on the floor just by the fireplace, and quite unconscious of what it really signified, said to Mrs. Umney, "I am afraid something has been spilt there." "Yes, madam," replied the old housekeeper in a low voice. "Blood has been spilt on that spot." "How horrid!" cried Mrs. Otis. "I don't at all care for bloodstains in a sitting-room. It must be removed at once." The old woman smiled and answered in the same low, mysterious voice, "It is the blood of Lady Elinor de Canterville, who was murdered on that very spot by her own husband, Sir Simon de Canterville, in 1577. Sir Simon survived her 9 years and disappeared suddenly under very mysterious circumstances. His body has never been discovered, but his guilty spirit still haunts the Chase. The bloodstain has been much admired by tourists and others, and cannot be removed." "That is all nonsense," cried Washington Otis. "Pinkerton's champion stain remover and Paragon detergent will clean it up in no time." And before the terrified housekeeper could interfere, he had fallen upon his knees and was rapidly scouring the floor with a small stick of what looked like a black cosmetic. In a few moments, no trace of the bloodstain could be seen. "I knew Pinkerton would do it," he exclaimed triumphantly as he looked round at his admiring family. But no sooner had he said these words than a terrible flash of lightning lit up the sombre room. A fearful peal of thunder made them all start to their feet, and Mrs. Umney fainted. "What a monstrous climate," said the American minister calmly as he lit a long cheroot. "I guess the old country is so overpopulated that they have not enough decent weather for everybody. I have always been of opinion that emigration is the only thing for England." "My dear Hiram," cried Mrs. Otis, "what can we do with a woman who faints?" "Charge it to her like breakages," answered the minister. "She won't faint after that." And in a few moments Mrs. Umney certainly came to. There was no doubt, however, that she was extremely upset, and she sternly warned Mr. Otis to beware of some trouble coming to the house. "I've seen many things with my own eyes, sir," she said, "that would make any Christian's hair stand on end, and many a night I have not closed my eyes in sleep for the awful things that are done here." Mr. Otis, however, and his wife warmly assured the honest soul that they were not afraid of ghosts, and after invoking the blessings of Providence on her new master and mistress, and making arrangements for an increase in salary, the old housekeeper tottered off to her own room. 2. The storm raged fiercely all that night, but nothing of particular note occurred. The next morning, however, when they came down to breakfast, they found the terrible stain of blood once again on the floor. "I don't think it can be the fault of the Paragon detergent," said Washington, "for I have tried it with everything. It must be the ghost." He accordingly rubbed out the stain a second time. But the second morning it appeared again. The third morning also it was there, though the library had been locked up at night by Mr. Otis himself and the key carried upstairs. The whole family were now quite interested. Mr. Otis began to suspect that he had been too dogmatic in his denial of the existence of ghosts. Mrs. Otis expressed her intention of joining the Psychical Society, and Washington prepared a long letter to Messrs. Myers and Podmore on the subject of the permanence of sanguineous stains when connected with crime. That night, all doubts about the objective existence of phantasmata were removed forever. The day had been warm and sunny, and in the cool of the evening the whole family went out to drive. They did not return home till 9 o'clock, when they had a light supper. The conversation in no way turned upon ghosts, so there were not even those primary conditions of receptive expectations which so often precede the presentation of psychical phenomena. The subjects discussed, as I have since learned from Mr. Otis, were merely such as the form of the ordinary conversation of cultured Americans of the better class, such as the immense superiority of Miss Fanny Davenport over Sarah Bernhardt as an actress, the difficulty of obtaining green corn, buckwheat cakes, and hominy, even in the best English houses, the importance of Boston in the development of the world soul, the advantages of the baggage check system in railway travelling, and the sweetness of the New York accent as compared to the London drawl. No mention at all was made of the supernatural, nor was Sir Simon de Canterville alluded to in any way. At 11 o'clock the family retired, and by past all the lights were out. Some time after, Mr. Otis was awakened by a curious noise in the corridor outside his room. It sounded like the clank of metal, and seemed to be coming nearer every moment. He got up at once, struck a match, and looked at the time. It was exactly 1 o'clock. He was quite calm, and felt his pulse, which was not at all feverish. The strange noise still continued, and with it he heard distinctly the sound of footsteps. He put on his slippers, took a small oblong file out of his dressing-case, and opened the door. Right in front of him he saw, in the wan moonlight, an old man of terrible aspect. His eyes were as red burning coals. Long grey hair fell over his shoulders in matted coils. His garments, which were of antique cut, were soiled and ragged, and from his wrists and ankles hung heavy manacles and rusty gyves. "My dear sir," said Mr. Otis, "I really must insist on your oiling those chains, and have brought you for that purpose a small bottle of the Tammany Rising Sun lubricator. It is said to be completely efficacious upon one application, and there are several testimonials to that effect on the wrapper from some of our most eminent native divines. I shall leave it here for you by the bedroom candles, and will be happy to supply you with more, should you require it." With these words, the United States minister laid the bottle down on a marble table, and closing his door, retired to rest. For a moment, the Canterville ghost stood quite motionless in natural indignation. Then, dashing the bottle violently upon the polished floor, he fled down the corridor, uttering hollow groans and emitting a ghastly green light. Just, however, as he reached the top of the great oak staircase, a door was flung open. 2 little white-robed figures appeared, and a large pillow whizzed past his head. There was evidently no time to be lost, so hastily adopting the 4th dimension of space as a means of escape, he vanished through the wainscoting, and the house became quiet. On reaching a small secret chamber in the left wing, he leaned up against a moonbeam to recover his breath, and began to try and realize his position. Never, in a brilliant and uninterrupted career of 300 years, had he been so grossly insulted. He thought of the Dowager Duchess, whom he had frightened into a fit as she stood before the glass in her lace and diamonds, of the 4 housemaids who had gone into hysterics when he merely grinned at them through the curtains on one of the spare bedrooms, of the rector of the parish, whose candle he had blown out as he was coming late one night from the library, and who had been under the care of Sir William Gull ever since, a perfect martyr to nervous disorders, and of old Madame de Tremouillac, having wakened up one morning early and seen a skeleton seated in an armchair by the fire reading her diary, had been confined to her bed for 6 weeks with an attack of brain fever, and on her recovery had become reconciled to the church and broken off her connection with that notorious sceptic, Monsieur de Voltaire. He remembered the terrible night when the wicked Lord Canterville was found choking in his dressing-room with the knave of diamonds halfway down his throat, and confessed, just before he died, that he had cheated Charles James Fox out of £50,000 at Crockford's by means of that very card, and swore that the ghost had made him swallow it. All his great achievements came back to him again, from the butler who had shot himself in the pantry because he had seen a green hand tapping on the window-pane, to the beautiful Lady Stutfield, who was always obliged to wear a black velvet band round her throat to hide the mark of 5 fingers burnt upon her white skin, and who drowned herself at last in the carp pond at the end of the King's Walk. With the enthusiastic egotism of the true artist, he went over his most celebrated performances, and smiled bitterly to himself as he recalled to his mind his last appearance as Red Reuben or The Strangled Babe, his debut as Grand Gibeon, the bloodsucker of Bexley Moor, and the furore he had excited one lovely June evening by merely playing ninepins with his own bones upon the lawn tennis ground. And after all this, some wretched modern Americans were to come and offer him the Rising Sun lubricator and throw pillows at his head. It was quite unbearable. Besides, no ghost in history had ever been treated in this manner. Accordingly, he determined to have vengeance and remained till daylight in an attitude of deep thought. 3. The next morning, when the Otis family met at breakfast, they discussed the ghost at some length. The United States minister was naturally a little annoyed to find that his present had not been accepted. "I have no wish," he said, "to do the ghost any personal injury, and I must say that considering the length of time he has been in the house, I don't think it is at all polite to throw pillows at him." A very just remark, at which, I'm sorry to say, the twins burst into shouts of laughter. "Upon the other hand," he continued, "if he really declines to use the Rising Sun lubricator, we shall have to take his chains from him. It would be quite impossible to sleep with such a noise going on outside the bedrooms." For the rest of the week, however, they were undisturbed, the only thing that excited any attention being the continual renewal of the blood stain on the library floor. This certainly was very strange, as the door was always locked at night by Mr. Otis, and the windows kept closely barred. The chameleon-like colour also of the stain excited a good deal of comment. Some mornings it was a dull, almost Indian red, then it would be vermilion, then a rich purple, and once, when they came down for family prayers, according to the simple rites of the Free American Reformed Episcopalian Church, they found it a bright emerald green. These kaleidoscopic changes naturally amused the party very much, and bets on the subject were freely made every evening. The only person who did not enter into the joke was little Virginia, who, for some unexplained reason, was always a good deal distressed at the sight of the bloodstain, and very nearly cried the morning it was emerald green. The second appearance of the ghost was on Sunday night. Shortly after they had gone to bed, they were suddenly alarmed by a fearful crash in the hall. Rushing downstairs, they found that a large suit of old armour had become detached from its stand and had fallen on the stone floor, while seated in a high-backed chair was the Canterville ghost, rubbing his knees with an expression of acute agony on his face. The twins, having brought their pea-shooters with them, at once discharged 2 pellets on him, with that accuracy of aim which can only be attained by long and careful practice on a writing master, while the United States minister covered him with his revolver and called upon him, in accordance with Californian etiquette, to hold up his hands. The ghost started up with a wild shriek of rage and swept through them like a mist, extinguishing Washington Otis's candle as he passed, and so leaving them all in total darkness. On reaching the top of the staircase, he recovered himself and determined to give his celebrated peal of demoniac laughter. This he had, on more than one occasion, found extremely useful. It was said to have turned Lord Raker's wig grey in a single night, and had certainly made 3 of Lady Canterville's French governesses give warning before their month was up. He accordingly laughed his most horrible laugh till the old vaulted roof rang and rang again. But hardly had the fearful echo died away when a door opened, and Mrs. Otis came out in a light blue dressing-gown. "I'm afraid you are far from well," she said, "and have brought you a bottle of Dr. Dobell's tincture. If it is indigestion, you will find it a most excellent remedy." The ghost glared at her in fury, and began at once to make preparations for turning himself into a large black dog, an accomplishment for which he was justly renowned, and to which the family doctor always attributed the permanent idiocy of Lord Canterville's uncle, the Honourable Thomas Horton. The sound of approaching footsteps, however, made him hesitate in his fell purpose, so he contented himself with becoming faintly phosphorescent and vanished with a deep churchyard groan, just as the twins had come up to him. On reaching his room, he entirely broke down and became a prey to the most violent agitation. The vulgarity of the twins and the gross materialism of Mrs. Otis were naturally extremely annoying. But what really distressed him most was that he had been unable to wear the suit of mail. He had hoped that even modern Americans would be thrilled by the sight of a spectre in armour, if for no more sensible reason, at least out of respect for their natural poet Longfellow, over whose graceful and attractive poetry he himself had whiled away many a weary hour when the Cantervilles were up in town. Besides, it was his own suit. He had worn it with great success at the Kenilworth tournament, and had been highly complimented on it by no less a person than the Virgin Queen herself. Yet, when he had put it on, he had been completely overpowered by the weight of the huge breastplate and steel casque, and had fallen heavily on the stone pavement, barking both his knees severely and bruising the knuckles of his right hand. For some days after this he was extremely ill, and hardly stirred out of his room at all, except to keep the bloodstain in proper repair. However, by taking great care of himself, he recovered, and resolved to make a third attempt to frighten the United States minister and his family. He selected Friday, August 17th for his appearance, and spent most of that day in looking over his wardrobe, ultimately deciding in favour of a large slouched hat with a red feather, a winding sheet frilled at the wrists and neck, and a rusty dagger. Towards evening, a violent storm of rain came on, and the wind was so high that all the windows and doors in the old house shook and rattled. In fact, it was just such weather as he loved. His plan of action was this. He was to make his way quietly to Washington Otis's room, gibber at him from the foot of the bed, and stab himself 3 times in the throat to the sound of low music. He bore Washington a special grudge, being quite aware that it was he who was in the habit of removing the famous Canterville bloodstain by means of Pinkerton's Paragon detergent. Having reduced a reckless and foolhardy youth to a condition of abject terror, he was then to proceed to the room occupied by the United States minister and his wife, and there to place a clammy hand on Mrs. Otis's forehead, while he hissed into her trembling husband's ear the awful secrets of the charnel house. With regard to little Virginia, he had not quite made up his mind. She had never insulted him in any way, and was pretty and gentle. A few hollow groans from the wardrobe, he thought, would be more than sufficient, or if that failed to wake her, he might grabble at the counterpane with palsy, twitching fingers. As for the twins, he was quite determined to teach them a lesson. The first thing to be done was, of course, to sit upon their chests, so as to produce the stifling sensation of nightmare. Then, as their beds were quite close to each other, to stand between them in the form of a green, icy cold corpse, till they became paralysed with fear, and finally to throw off the winding sheet and crawl round the room with white bleached bones and one rolling eyeball in the character of Dumb Daniel, or the Suicide's skeleton. A role in which he had on more than one occasion produced a great effect, and which he considered quite equal to his famous part of Martin the Maniac, or the Masked Mystery. At 10:30 he heard the family going to bed. For some time he was disturbed by wild shrieks of laughter from the twins, who, with the light-hearted gaiety of schoolboys, were evidently amusing themselves before they retired to rest. But at 11:15 all was still, and as midnight sounded he sallied forth. The owl beat against the window panes, the raven croaked from the old yew tree, and the wind wandered moaning round the house like a lost soul. But the Otis family slept unconscious of their doom. and high above the rain and storm he could hear the steady snoring of the minister for the United States. He stepped stealthily out of the wainscoting with an evil smile on his cruel, wrinkled mouth, and the moon hid her face in a cloud as he stole past the great oriel window, where his own arms and those of his murdered wife were blazoned in azure and gold. On and on he glided like an evil shadow, the very darkness seeming to loathe him as he passed. Once he thought he heard something call, and stopped. But it was only the baying of a dog from the Red Farm. And he went on, muttering strange 16th-century curses, and ever and anon brandishing the rusty dagger in the midnight air. Finally, he reached the corner of the passage that led to luckless Washington's room. For a moment he paused there, the wind blowing his long grey locks about his head and twisting into grotesque and fantastic folds the nameless horror of the dead man's shroud. Then the clock struck the quarter, and he felt the time was come. He chuckled to himself and turned the corner, but no sooner had he done so than, with a piteous wail of terror, he fell back and hid his blanched face in his long, bony hands. Right in front of him was standing a horrible spectre, motionless as a carven image and monstrous as a madman's dream. Its head was bald and burnished, its face round and fat and white, and hideous laughter seemed to have writhed its features into an eternal grin. From the eyes streamed rays of scarlet light, the mouth was a wide well of fire, and a hideous garment like to his own swathed with its silent snows the Titan form. On its breast was a placard with strange writing in antique characters, some scroll of shame, it seemed, some record of wild sins, some awful calendar of crime. And with its right hand it bore aloft a falchion of gleaming steel. Never having seen a ghost before, he naturally was terribly frightened, and after a second hasty glance at the awful phantom, he fled back to his room, tripping up in his long winding sheet as he sped down the corridor, and finally dropping the rusty dagger into the minister's jack-boots, where it was found in the morning by the butler. Once, in the privacy of his own apartment, he flung himself down on the small pallet bed and hid his face under the clothes. After a time, however, the brave old Canterville spirit asserted itself, and he determined to go and speak to the other ghost as soon as it was daylight. Accordingly, just as the dawn was touching the hills with silver, he returned towards the spot where he had first laid eyes on the grisly phantom. Feeling that, after all, two ghosts were better than one, and that, by the aid of his new friend, he might safely grapple with the twins. On reaching the spot, however, a terrible sight met his gaze. Something had evidently happened to the spectre, for the light had entirely faded from its hollow eyes. The gleaming falchion had fallen from its hand, and it was leaning up against the wall in a strained and uncomfortable attitude. He rushed forward and seized it in his arms, when, to his horror, the head slipped off and rolled on the floor. The body assumed a recumbent posture, and he found himself clasping a white dimity bed curtain with a sweeping brush, a kitchen cleaver, and a hollow turnip lying at its feet. Unable to understand this curious transformation, he clutched the placard with feverish haste, and there, in the grey morning light, he read these fearful words. Ye Otis ghost, ye only true and originally spook, beware of ye imitations, all others are counterfeit. The whole thing flashed across him. He had been tricked, foiled, and outwitted. The old Canterville look came into his eyes. He ground his toothless gums together, and raising his withered hands high above his head, swore, according to the picturesque phraseology of the antique school, that when Chanticleer had sounded twice his merry horn, deeds of blood would be wrought, and murder walk abroad with silent feet. Hardly had he finished his awful oath when, from the red-tiled roof of a distant homestead, a cock crew. He laughed a long, low, bitter laugh, and waited. Hour after hour he waited, but the cock, for some strange reason, did not crow again. Finally, at 7:30, the arrival of the housemaids made him give up his fearful vigil, and he stalked back to his room, thinking of his vain oath and baffled purpose. There he consulted several books of ancient chivalry, of which he was exceedingly fond, and found that on every occasion on which this oath had been used, Chanticleer had always crowed a second time. "Perdition seize the naughty fowl," he muttered. "I have seen the day when, with my stout spear, I would have run him through the gorge and made him crow for me, and 'twere in death." He then retired to a comfortable lead coffin and stayed there till evening. 4. The next day the ghost was very weak and tired. The terrible excitement of the last 4 weeks was beginning to have its effect. His nerves were completely shattered, and he started at the slightest noise. For 5 days he kept his room, and at last made up his mind to give up the point of the bloodstain on the library floor. If the Otis family did not want it, they clearly did not deserve it. They were evidently people on a low, material plane of existence, and quite incapable of appreciating the symbolic value of sensuous phenomena. The question of phantasmic apparitions and the development of astral bodies was, of course, quite a different matter, and really not under his control. It was his solemn duty to appear in the corridor once a week, and to gibber from the large oriel window on the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays in every month, and he did not see how he could honourably escape from his obligations. It is quite true that his life had been very evil, but on the other hand, he was most conscientious in all things connected with the supernatural. For the next 3 Saturdays, accordingly, he traversed the corridor as usual between midnight and 3 o'clock, taking every possible precaution against being either heard or seen. He removed his boots, trod as lightly as possible on the old worm-eaten boards, wore a large black velvet cloak, and was careful to use the Rising Sun lubricator for oiling his chains. I am bound to acknowledge that it was with a good deal of difficulty that he brought himself to adopt this last mode of protection. However, one night, while the family were at dinner, he slipped into Mr. Otis's bedroom and carried off the bottle. He felt a little humiliated at first, but afterwards was sensible enough to see that there was a great deal to be said for the invention, and, to a certain degree, it served his purpose. Still, in spite of everything, he was not left unmolested. Strings were continually being stretched across the corridor, over which he tripped in the dark, and on one occasion, while dressed for the part of Black Isaac, or the huntsman of Hogley Woods, he met with a severe fall through treading on a butter slide which the twins had constructed from the entrance of the tapestry chamber to the top of the oak staircase. This last insult so enraged him that he resolved to make one final effort to assert his dignity and social position, and determined to visit the insolent young Etonians the next night in his celebrated character of Reckless Rupert, or the Headless Earl. He had not appeared in this disguise for more than 70 years. In fact, not since he had so frightened pretty Lady Barbara Modish by means of it, that she suddenly broke off her engagement with the present Lord Canterville's grandfather, and ran away to Gretna Green with handsome Jack Castletown, declaring that nothing in the world would induce her to marry into a family that allowed such a horrible phantom to walk up and down the terrace at twilight. Poor Jack was afterwards shot in a duel by Lord Canterville on Wandsworth Common, and Lady Barbara died of a broken heart at Tunbridge Wells before the year was out, so, in every way, it had been a great success. It was, however, an extremely difficult make-up, if I may use such a theatrical expression, in connection with one of the greatest mysteries of the supernatural, or, to employ a more scientific term, the higher natural world. And it took him fully 3 hours to make his preparations. At last everything was ready, and he was very pleased with his appearance. The big leather riding boots that went with the dress were just a little too large for him, and he could only find one of the 2 horse pistols, but on the whole he was quite satisfied, and at 1:15 he glided out of the wainscoting and crept down the corridor. On reaching the room occupied by the twins, which I should mention was called the Blue Bedchamber on account of the colour of its hangings, he found the door just ajar. Wishing to make an effective entrance, he flung it wide open, when a heavy jug of water fell right down on him, wetting him to the skin, and just missing his left shoulder by a couple of inches. At the same moment he heard stifled shrieks of laughter proceeding from the 4-poster bed. The shock to his nervous system was so great that he fled back to his room as hard as he could go, and the next day he was laid up with a severe cold. The only thing that at all consoled him in the whole affair was the fact that he had not brought his head with him, for had he done so, the consequences might have been very serious. He now gave up all hope of ever frightening this rude American family, and contented himself, as a rule, with creeping about the passages in list slippers with a thick red muffler round his throat for fear of draughts, and a small arquebuse in case he should be attacked by the twins. The final blow he received occurred on the 19th of September. He had gone downstairs to the great entrance hall, feeling sure that there, at any rate, he would be quite unmolested, and was amusing himself by making satirical remarks at the large Saroni photographs of the United States minister and his wife, which had now taken the place of the Canterville family pictures. He was simply but neatly clad in a long shroud spotted with churchyard mould, had tied up his jaw with a strip of yellow linen, and carried a small lantern and a sexton's spade. In fact, he was dressed for the character of Jonas the Graveless, or the corpse-snatcher of Chertsey Barn, one of his most remarkable impersonations, and one which the Cantervilles had every reason to remember, as it was the real origin of their quarrel with their neighbour, Lord Rufford. It was about 2:15 in the morning, and, as far as he could ascertain, no one was stirring. As he was strolling towards the library, however, to see if there were any traces left of the blood-stain, suddenly there leaped out on him from a dark corner 2 figures who waved their arms wildly above their heads and shrieked out, "Boo!" in his ear. Seized with a panic, which under the circumstances was only natural, he rushed for the staircase, but found Washington Otis waiting for him there with the big garden syringe, and being thus hemmed in by his enemies on every side, and driven almost to bay, he vanished into the great iron stove, which, fortunately for him, was not lit, and had to make his way home through the flues and chimneys, arriving at his own room in a terrible state of dirt, disorder, and disrepair. After this, he was not seen again on any nocturnal expedition. The twins lay in wait for him on several occasions, and strewed the passages with nutshells every night, to the great annoyance of their parents and the servants, but it was of no avail. It was quite evident that his feelings were so wounded that he would not appear. Mr. Otis consequently resumed his great work on the history of the Democratic Party, on which he had been engaged for some years. Mrs. Otis organised a wonderful clam-bake, which amazed the whole county. The boys took to lacrosse, euchre, poker, and other American national games, and Virginia rode about the lanes on her pony, accompanied by the young Duke of Cheshire, who had come to spend the last week of his holidays at Canterville Chase. It was generally assumed that the ghost had gone away, and in fact Mr. Otis wrote a letter to that effect to Lord Canterville, who, in reply, expressed his great pleasure at the news, and sent his best congratulations to the minister's worthy wife. The Otises, however, were deceived, for the ghost was still in the house, and though now almost an invalid, was by no means ready to let matters rest, particularly as he had heard that among the guests was the young Duke of Cheshire, whose grand-uncle, Lord Francis Stilton, had once bet 100 guineas with Colonel Carberry that he would play dice with the Canterville ghost, and was found the next morning lying on the floor of the card-room in such a helpless paralytic state that, though he lived on to a great age, he was never able to say anything again but "double sixes." The story was well known at the time, though, of course, out of respect to the feelings of the two noble families, every attempt was made to hush it up, and a full account of all the circumstances connected with it will be found in the 3rd volume of Lord Tattle's Recollections of the Prince Regent and his Friends. The ghost, then, was naturally very anxious to show that he had not lost his influence over the Stiltons, with whom, indeed, he was distantly connected, his own first cousin having been married en secondes noces to the Sieur de Buchan, from whom, as everyone knows, the Dukes of Cheshire are lineally descended. Accordingly, he made arrangements for appearing to Virginia's little lover in his celebrated impersonation of the vampire monk, or the bloodless Benedictine, a performance so horrible that when old Lady Startup saw it, which she did on one fatal New Year's Eve in the year 1764, she went off into the most piercing shrieks, which culminated in violent apoplexy, and died in 3 days after disinheriting the Cantervilles, who were her nearest relations, and leaving all her money to her London apothecary. At the last moment, however, his terror of the twins prevented his leaving his room, and the little Duke slept in peace under the great feathered canopy in the royal bedchamber, and dreamed of Virginia. 5. A few days after this, Virginia and her curly-haired cavalier were out riding on Brockley Meadows, where she tore her habit so badly in getting through a hedge that on the return home she made up her mind to go up by the back staircase so as not to be seen. As she was running past the tapestry chamber, the door of which happened to be open, she fancied she saw someone inside, and thinking it was her mother's maid, who sometimes used to bring her work there, looked in to ask her to mend her habit. To her immense surprise, however, it was the Canterville ghost himself. He was sitting by the window, watching the ruined gold of the yellowing trees fly through the air, and the red leaves dancing madly down the long avenue. His head was leaning on his hand, and his whole attitude was one of extreme depression. Indeed, so forlorn and so much out of repair did he look, that little Virginia, whose first idea had been to run away and lock herself in her room, was filled with pity and determined to try and comfort him. So light was her footfall, and so deep his melancholy, that he was not aware of her presence till she spoke to him. "I am so sorry for you," she said, "but my brothers are going back to Eton tomorrow, and then, if you behave yourself, no one will annoy you." "It is absurd asking me to behave myself," he answered, looking round in astonishment at the pretty little girl who had ventured to address him. "Quite absurd. I must rattle my chains and groan through keyholes and walk about at night, if that's what you mean." "It is my only reason for existing." "It is no reason at all for existing, and you know you have been very wicked. Mrs. Umney told us, the first day we arrived here, that you had killed your wife." "Well, I quite admit it," said the ghost petulantly, "but it was a purely family matter, and concerned no one else." "It is very wrong to kill anyone," said Virginia, who at times had a sweet Puritan gravity caught from some old New England ancestor. "Oh, I hate the cheap severity of abstract ethics. My wife was very plain, never had my ruffs properly starched, and knew nothing about cookery. Why, there was a buck I shot in Hogley Woods, a magnificent pricket, and do you know how she had it sent to the table? However, it's no matter now, for it's all over. And I don't think it was very nice of her brothers to starve me to death, though I did kill her. Starve you to death? Oh, Mr. Ghost, I mean, Sir Simon, are you hungry? I have a sandwich in my case. Would you like it? No, thank you. I never eat anything now. But it's very kind of you, all the same, and you are much nicer than the rest of your horrid, rude, vulgar, dishonest family. Stop! Cried Virginia, stamping her foot. It is you who are rude and horrid and vulgar. And as for dishonesty, you know you stole the paints out of my box to try and furbish up that ridiculous bloodstain in the library. First, you took all my reds, including the vermilion, and I couldn't do any more sunsets. Then you took the emerald green and the chrome yellow, and finally I had nothing left but indigo and Chinese white, and could only do moonlight scenes, which are always very depressing to look at and not at all easy to paint. I never told on you, though I was very much annoyed, and it was most ridiculous, the whole thing, for who ever heard of emerald green blood? Well, really, said the ghost rather meekly, what was I to do? It's a very difficult thing to get real blood nowadays, and as your brother began it all with his Paragon detergent, I certainly saw no reason why I shouldn't have your paints. As for colour, that's always a matter of tastes. The Cantervilles have blue blood, for instance, the very bluest in England, but I know you Americans don't care for things of that kind. You know nothing about it, and the best thing you can do is to emigrate and improve your mind. My father will be only too happy to give you a free passage, and, though there is a heavy duty on spirits of every kind, there will be no difficulty about the custom house, as the officers are all Democrats. Once in New York, you are sure to be a great success. I know lots of people there who would give $100,000 to have a grandfather, and much more than that to have a family ghost. I don't think I should like America. I suppose because we have no ruins and no curiosities, said Virginia satirically. No ruins, no curiosities, answered the ghost. You have your navy and your manners. Good evening. I will go and ask Papa to get the twins an extra week's holiday. Please don't go, Miss Virginia, he cried. I'm so lonely and so unhappy, and I really don't know what to do. I want to go to sleep, and I cannot. That's quite absurd. You have merely to go to bed and blow out the candle. It is very difficult sometimes to keep awake, especially at church, but there is no difficulty at all about sleeping. Why, even babies know how to do that, and they are not very clever. I have not slept for 300 years, he said sadly, and Virginia's beautiful blue eyes opened in wonder. For 300 years I have not slept, and I am so tired. Virginia grew quite grave, and her little lips trembled like rose-leaves. She came towards him, and kneeling down at his side, looked up into his old withered face. Poor, poor ghost, she murmured. Have you no place where you can sleep? Far away, beyond the pine woods, he answered in a low, dreamy voice. There's a little garden. There the grass grows long and deep. There are the great white stars of the hemlock flower. There the nightingale sings all night long. All night long he sings. And the cold crystal moon looks down. And the yew tree spreads out its giant arms over the sleepers. Virginia's eyes grew dim with tears, and she hid her face in her hands. You mean the Garden of Death? She whispered. Yes, death. Death must be so beautiful. To lie in the soft brown earth, with the grasses waving above one's head, and listen to silence. To have no yesterday and no tomorrow. To forget time, to forget life. To be at peace. You can help me. You can open for me the portals of death's house. For love is always with you, and love is stronger than death is. Virginia trembled. A cold shudder ran through her, and for a few moments there was silence. She felt as if she were in a terrible dream. Then the ghost spoke again, and his voice sounded like the sighing of the wind. "Have you ever read the old prophecy on the library window?" "Oh, often," cried the little girl, looking up. "I know it quite well. It is painted in curious black letters, and it's difficult to read. There are only 6 lines. When a golden girl can win prayer from out the lips of sin, when the barren almond bears and a little child gives away its tears, then shall all the house be still, and peace come to Canterville." "But I don't know what they mean." "They mean," he said sadly, "that you must weep with me for my sins, because I have no tears, and pray with me for my soul, because I have no faith. And then, if you have always been sweet and good and gentle, the angel of death will have mercy on me. You will see fearful shapes in darkness, and wicked voices will whisper in your ear, but they will not harm you, for against the purity of a little child, the powers of hell cannot prevail." Virginia made no answer, and the ghost wrung his hands in wild despair as he looked down at her bowed golden head. Suddenly she stood up, very pale, and with a strange light in her eyes. "I'm not afraid," she said firmly, "and I will ask the angel to have mercy on you." He rose from his seat with a faint cry of joy, and taking her hand bent over it with old-fashioned grace, and kissed it. His fingers were as cold as ice, and his lips burned like fire, but Virginia did not falter as he led her across the dusky room. On the faded green tapestry were broidered little huntsmen. They blew their tasselled horns, and with their tiny hands waved to her to go back. "Go back, little Virginia," they cried. "Go back." But the ghost clutched her hand more tightly, and she shut her eyes against them. Horrible animals with lizard tails and goggle eyes blinked at her from the carven chimney-piece and murmured, "Beware, little Virginia, beware, we may never see you again." But the ghost glided on more swiftly, and Virginia did not listen. When they reached the end of the room, he stopped and muttered some words she could not understand. She opened her eyes and saw the walls slowly fading away like a mist, and a great black cavern in front of her. A bitter cold wind swept through them, and she felt something pulling at her dress. "Quick, quick," cried the ghost, "or it'll be too late." And in a moment the wainscoting had closed behind them, and the tapestry chamber was empty. 6. About 10 minutes later the bell rang for tea, and as Virginia did not come down, Mrs. Otis sent up one of the footmen to tell her. After a little time he returned and said that he could not find Miss Virginia anywhere. As she was in the habit of going out into the garden every evening to get flowers for the dinner table, Mrs. Otis was not at all alarmed at first. But when 6 o'clock struck, and Virginia did not appear, she became really agitated, and sent the boys out to look for her, while she herself and Mr. Otis searched every room in the house. At 6:30 the boys came back and said that they could find no trace of their sister anywhere. They were all now in the greatest state of excitement, and did not know what to do, when Mr. Otis suddenly remembered that some few days before he had given a band of gypsies permission to camp in the park. He accordingly at once set off for Blackfell Hollow, where he knew they were, accompanied by his eldest son and 2 of the farm servants. The little Duke of Cheshire, who was perfectly frantic with anxiety, begged hard to be allowed to go too, but Mr. Otis would not allow him, as he was afraid there might be a scuffle. On arriving at the spot, however, he found that the gypsies had gone, and it was evident that their departure had been rather sudden, as the fire was still burning, and some plates were lying on the grass. Having sent off Washington and the 2 men to scour the district, he ran home and dispatched telegrams to all the police inspectors in the county, telling them to look out for a little girl who had been kidnapped by tramps or gypsies. He then ordered his horse to be brought round, and, after insisting on his wife and the 3 boys sitting down to dinner, rode off down the Asquith road, together with a groom. He had hardly, however, gone a couple of miles when he heard somebody galloping after him, and looking round saw the little Duke coming up on his pony, with his face very flushed, and no hat. "I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Otis," gasped the boy, "but I can't eat any dinner as long as Virginia is lost. Please don't be angry with me. If you had let us be engaged last year, there would never have been all this trouble. You won't send me back, will you? I can't go. I won't go." The minister could not help smiling at the handsome young scapegrace, and was a great deal touched at his devotion to Virginia. So, leaning down from his horse, he patted him kindly on the shoulders and said, "Well, Cecil, if you won't go back, I suppose you must come with me, but I must get you a hat at Ascot." "Oh, bother my hat! I want Virginia!" cried the little Duke, laughing, and they galloped on to the railway station. There Mr. Otis inquired of the station master if anyone answering to the description of Virginia had been seen on the platform, but could get no news of her. The station master, however, wired up and down the line and assured him that a strict watch would be kept for her, and, after having bought a hat for the little Duke from a linen draper, who was just putting up his shutters, Mr. Otis rode off to Bexley, a village about 4 miles away, which he was told was a well-known haunt of the gipsies, as there was a large common next to it. Here they roused up the rural policeman, but could get no information from him, and after riding all over the common, they turned their horses' heads homewards and reached the chase about 11 o'clock, dead tired and almost heartbroken. They found Washington and the twins waiting for them at the gatehouse with lanterns, as the avenue was very dark. Not the slightest trace of Virginia had been discovered. The gipsies had been caught on Brockley Meadows, but she was not with them, and they had explained their sudden departure by saying that they had mistaken the date of Chawton Fair, and had gone off in a hurry for fear that they should be late. Indeed, they had been quite distressed at hearing of Virginia's disappearance, as they were very grateful to Mr. Otis for having allowed them to camp in his park, and 4 of their number had stayed behind to help the search. The carp pond had been dragged, and the whole chase thoroughly gone over, but without any result. It was evident that for that night, at any rate, Virginia was lost to them, and it was in a state of the deepest depression that Mr. Otis and the boys walked up to the house, the groom following behind with the 2 horses and the pony. In the hall they found a group of frightened servants, and lying on a sofa in the library was poor Mrs. Otis, almost out of her mind with terror and anxiety, and having her forehead bathed with eau de cologne by the old housekeeper. Mr. Otis at once insisted on her having something to eat, and ordered up supper for the whole party. It was a melancholy meal, as hardly anyone spoke, and even the twins were awestruck and subdued, as they were very fond of their sister. When they had finished, Mr. Otis, in spite of the entreaties of the little Duke, ordered them all to bed, saying that nothing more could be done that night, and that he would telegraph in the morning to Scotland Yard for some detectives to be sent down immediately. Just as they were passing out of the dining-room, midnight began to boom from the clock tower, and when the last stroke sounded, they heard a crash and a sudden shrill cry. A dreadful peal of thunder shook the house. A strain of unearthly music floated through the air. A panel at the top of the staircase flew back with a loud noise, and out on the landing, looking very pale and white, with a little casket in her hand, stepped Virginia. In a moment they had all rushed up to her. Mrs. Otis clasped her passionately in her arms, the Duke smothered her with violent kisses, and the twins executed a wild war dance round the group. "Good heavens, child, where have you been?" said Mr. Otis rather angrily, thinking that she had been playing some foolish trick on them. "Cecil and I have been riding all over the country looking for you, and your mother has been frightened to death. You must never play these practical jokes any more." "Except on the ghost! Except on the ghost!" shrieked the twins as they capered out. "My own darling, thank God you are found. You must never leave my side again," murmured Mrs. Otis as she kissed the trembling child and smoothed the tangled gold of her hair. "Papa," said Virginia quietly, "I have been with the ghost. He is dead, and you must come and see him. He had been very wicked, but he was really sorry for all that he had done, and he gave me this box of beautiful jewels before he died." The whole family gazed at her in mute amazement, but she was quite grave and serious, and turning round, she led them through the opening in the wainscoting down a narrow secret corridor, Washington following with a lighted candle which he had caught up from the table. Finally they came to a great oak door studded with rusty nails. When Virginia touched it, it swung back on its heavy hinges, and they found themselves in a little low room with a vaulted ceiling and one tiny grated window. Embedded in the wall was a huge iron ring, and chained to it was a gaunt skeleton that was stretched out at full length on the stone floor and seemed to be trying to grasp with its long, fleshless fingers an old-fashioned trencher and ewer that were placed just out of its reach. The jug had evidently been once filled with water, as it was covered inside with green mould. There was nothing on the trencher but a pile of dust. Virginia knelt down beside the skeleton, and folding her little hands together, began to pray silently, while the rest of the party looked on in wonder at the terrible tragedy whose secret was now disclosed to them. "Hello!" suddenly exclaimed one of the twins who had been looking out of the window to try and discover in what wing of the house the room was situated. "Hello! The old withered almond tree has blossomed. I can see the flowers quite plainly in the moonlight." "God has forgiven him," said Virginia gravely, as she rose to her feet, and a beautiful light seemed to illumine her face. "What an angel you are!" cried the young Duke, and he put his arm around her neck and kissed her. 7. 4 days after these curious incidents, a funeral started from Canterville Chase at about 11 o'clock at night. The hearse was drawn by 8 black horses, each of which carried on its head a great tuft of nodding ostrich plumes, and the leaden coffin was covered by a rich purple pall, on which was embroidered in gold the Canterville coat of arms. By the side of the hearse and the coaches walked the servants with lighted torches, and the whole procession was wonderfully impressive. Lord Canterville was the chief mourner, having come up specially from Wales to attend the funeral, and sat in the first carriage along with little Virginia. Then came the United States Minister and his wife, then Washington and the 3 boys, and in the last carriage was Mrs. Umney. It was generally felt that as she had been frightened by the ghost for more than 50 years of her life, she had a right to see the last of him. A deep grave had been dug in the corner of the churchyard, just under the old yew tree, and the service was read in the most impressive manner by the Reverend Augustus Dampier. When the ceremony was over, the servants, according to an old custom observed in the Canterville family, extinguished their torches, and as the coffin was being lowered into the grave, Virginia stepped forward and laid on it a large cross made of white and pink almond blossoms. As she did so, the moon came out from behind a cloud and flooded with its silent silver the little churchyard, and from a distant copse a nightingale began to sing. She thought of the ghost's description of the Garden of Death. Her eyes became dim with tears, and she hardly spoke a word during the drive home. The next morning, before Lord Canterville went up to town, Mr. Otis had an interview with him on the subject of the jewels the ghost had given to Virginia. They were perfectly magnificent, especially a certain ruby necklace with an old Venetian setting, which was really a superb specimen of 16th century work, and their value was so great that Mr. Otis felt considerable scruples about allowing his daughter to accept them. "My lord," he said, "I know that in this country mortmain is held to apply to trinkets as well as to land, and it is quite clear to me that these jewels are, or should be, heirlooms in your family. I must beg you accordingly to take them to London with you, and to regard them simply as a portion of your property which has been restored to you under certain strange conditions. As for my daughter, she is merely a child, and has as yet, I am glad to say, but little interest in such appurtenances of idle luxury. I am also informed by Mrs. Otis, who I may say is no mean authority upon art, having had the privilege of spending several winters in Boston when she was a girl, that these gems are of great monetary worth, and if offered for sale would fetch a tall price. Under these circumstances, Lord Canterville, I feel sure that you will recognize how impossible it would be for me to allow them to remain in the possession of any member of my family, and indeed all such vain gauds and toys, however suitable or necessary to the dignity of the British aristocracy, would be completely out of place among those who have been brought up on the severe and, I believe, immortal principles of republican simplicity. Perhaps I should mention that Virginia is very anxious that you should allow her to retain the box as a memento of your unfortunate but misguided ancestor. As it is extremely old and consequently a good deal out of repair, you may perhaps think fit to comply with her request. For my own part, I confess I am a good deal surprised to find a child of mine expressing sympathy with medievalism in any form, and can only account for it by the fact that Virginia was born in one of your London suburbs shortly after Mrs. Otis had returned from a trip to Athens. Lord Canterville listened very gravely to the worthy minister's speech, pulling his grey moustache now and then to hide an involuntary smile. And when Mr. Otis had ended, he shook him cordially by the hand and said, "My dear sir, your charming little daughter rendered my unlucky ancestor Sir Simon a very important service, and I and my family are very much indebted to her for her marvellous courage and pluck. The jewels are clearly hers, and, egad, I believe that if I were heartless enough to take them from her, the wicked old fellow would be out of his grave in a fortnight, leading me the devil of a life. As for their being heirlooms, nothing is an heirloom that is not so mentioned in a will or legal document, and the existence of these jewels has been quite unknown, I assure you. I have no more claim on them than your butler, and when Miss Virginia grows up, I dare say she will be pleased to have pretty things to wear. Besides, you forget, Mr. Otis, that you took the furniture and the ghost at a valuation, and anything that belonged to the ghost passed at once into your possession, as whatever activity Sir Simon might have shown in the corridor at night, in point of law, he was really dead, and you acquired his property by purchase." Mr. Otis was a good deal distressed at Lord Canterville's refusal, and begged him to reconsider his decision, but the good-natured peer was quite firm, and finally induced the minister to allow his daughter to retain the present the ghost had given her. And when, in the spring of 1890, the young Duchess of Cheshire was presented at the Queen's first drawing-room on the occasion of her marriage, the jewels were the universal theme of admiration. For Virginia received the coronet, which is the reward of all good little American girls, and was married to her boy lover as soon as he came of age. They were both so charming, and they loved each other so much, that everyone was delighted at the match, except the old Marchioness of Dumbleton, who had tried to catch the Duke for one of her 7 unmarried daughters, and had given no less than 3 expensive dinner parties for that purpose. And strange to say, Mr. Otis himself. Mr. Otis was extremely fond of the young Duke personally, but theoretically he objected to titles, and, to use his own words, was not without apprehension lest, amid the enervating influences of a pleasure-loving aristocracy, the true principles of republican simplicity should be forgotten. His objections, however, were completely overruled, and I believe that when he walked up the aisle of St. George's, Hanover Square, with his daughter leaning on his arm, there was not a prouder man in the whole length and breadth of England. The Duke and Duchess, after the honeymoon was over, went down to Canterville Chase, and on the day after their arrival they walked over in the afternoon to the lonely churchyard by the pine woods. There had been a great deal of difficulty at first about the inscription on Sir Simon's tombstone, but finally it had been decided to engrave on it simply the initials of the old gentleman's name and the verse from the library window. The Duchess had brought with her some lovely roses, which she strewed upon the grave, and after they had stood by it for some time, they strolled into the ruined chancel of the old abbey. There the Duchess sat down on a fallen pillar, while her husband lay at her feet smoking a cigarette and looking up at her beautiful eyes. Suddenly he threw his cigarette away and took hold of her hand and said to her, "Virginia, a wife should have no secrets from her husband." "Dearest Cecil, I have no secrets from you." "Yes, you have," he answered, smiling. "You have never told me what happened to you when you were locked up with the ghost." "I have never told anyone, Cecil," said Virginia gravely. "I know that, but you might tell me." "Please don't ask me, Cecil. I cannot tell you. Poor Sir Simon. I owe him a great deal. Yes, don't laugh, Cecil. I really do. He made me see what life is, and what death signifies, and why love is stronger than both." The Duke rose and kissed his wife lovingly. "You can have your secret, as long as I have your heart," he murmured. "You have always had that, Cecil. And you will tell our children some day, won't you?" Virginia blushed.
The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving. Found among the papers of the late Diedrich Knickerbocker. A pleasing land of drowsy head it was, of dreams that wave before the half-shut eye, and of gay castles in the clouds that pass, forever flushing round a summer sky. Castle of Indolence. In the bosom of one of those spacious coves which indent the eastern shore of the Hudson, and that broad expansion of the river dominated by the ancient Dutch navigators, the Tappan Zee, and where they always prudently shortened sail and implored the protection of St. Nicholas when they crossed, there lies a small market town, or rural port, which by some is called Greensborough, but which is more generally and properly known by the name of Tarrytown. This name was given, we are told, in former days by the good housewives of the adjacent county, from the inveterate propensity of their husbands to linger about in the village tavern on market days. Be that as it may, I do not vouch for the fact, but merely advert to it, for the sake of being precise and authentic. Not far from this village, perhaps about 2 miles, there is a little valley, or rather lap of land among high hills, which is one of the quietest places in the whole world. A small brook glides through it with just murmur enough to lull one to repose, and the occasional whistle of a quail or tapping of a woodpecker is almost the only sound that ever breaks in upon the uniform tranquillity. I recollect that when a stripling, my first exploit in squirrel shooting was in a grove of tall walnut trees that shades one side of the valley. I had wandered into it at noontime, when all nature is peculiarly quiet, and was startled by the roar of my own gun as it broke the Sabbath stillness around, and was prolonged and reverberated by the angry echoes. If ever I should wish for a retreat whither I might steal from the world and its distractions, and dream quietly away the remnant of a troubled life, I know of none more promising than this little valley. From the listless repose of the place and the peculiar character of its inhabitants, who are descendants from the original Dutch settlers, this sequestered glen has long been known by the name of Sleepy Hollow, and its rustic lads are called the Sleepy Hollow Boys throughout all the neighbouring country. A drowsy, dreamy influence seems to hang over the land and to pervade the very atmosphere. Some say that the place was bewitched by a high German doctor during the early days of the settlement. Others, that an old Indian chief, the prophet or wizard of his tribe, held his powwows there before the country was discovered by Master Hendrik Hudson. Certain it is, the place still continues under the sway of some witching power that holds a spell over the minds of the good people, causing them to walk in a continual reverie. They are given to all kinds of marvellous beliefs, are subject to trances and visions, and frequently see strange sights and hear music and voices in the air. The whole neighbourhood abounds with local tales, haunted spots, and twilight superstitions. Stars shoot, and meteors glare oftener across the valley than in any other part of the country, and the nightmare, with her whole ninefold, seems to make it the favourite scene of her gambols. The dominant spirit, however, that haunts this enchanted region, and seems to be commander-in-chief of all the powers of the air, is the apparition of a figure on horseback, without a head. It is said by some to be the ghost of a Hessian trooper, whose head had been carried away by a cannonball in some nameless battle during the Revolutionary War, and who is ever and anon seen by the country folk hurrying along in the gloom of night as if on the wings of the wind. His haunts are not confined to the valley, but extend at times to the adjacent roads, and especially to the vicinity of a church at no great distance. Indeed, certain of the most authentic historians of those parts, who have been careful in collecting and collating the floating facts concerning the spectre, allege that the body of the trooper, having been buried in the churchyard, the ghost rides forth to the scene of battle in nightly quest of his head, and that the rushing speed with which he sometimes passes along the hollow like a midnight blast is owing to his being belated and in a hurry to get back to the churchyard before daybreak. Such is the general purport of this legendary superstition, which has furnished materials for many a wild story in that region of shadows, and the spectre is known at all the country firesides by the name of the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. It is remarkable that the visionary propensity I have mentioned is not confined to the native inhabitants of the valley, but is unconsciously imbibed by everyone who resides there for a time. However wide awake they may have been before they entered that sleepy region, they are sure in a little time to inhale the witching influence of the air, and begin to grow imaginative, to dream dreams, and see apparitions. I mention this peaceful spot with all possible laud, for it is in such little retired Dutch valleys, found here and there embosomed in the great state of New York, that population, manners, and customs remain fixed, while the great torrent of migration and improvement, which is making such incessant changes in other parts of this restless country, sweeps by them unobserved. They are like those little nooks of still water which border a rapid stream, where we may see the straw and bubble riding quietly at anchor, or slowly revolving in their mimic harbour, undisturbed by the rush of the passing current. Though many years have elapsed since I trod the drowsy shades of Sleepy Hollow, yet I question whether I should not still find the same trees and the same families vegetating in its sheltered bosom. In this by-place of nature there abode, in a remote period of American history, that is to say some 30 years since, a worthy wight of the name of Ichabod Crane, who sojourned, or as he expressed it, tarried, in Sleepy Hollow, for the purpose of instructing the children of the vicinity. He was a native of Connecticut, a state which supplies the Union with pioneers for the mind as well as for the forest, and sends forth yearly its legions of frontier woodmen and country schoolmasters. The cognomen of Crane was not inapplicable to this person. He was tall, but exceedingly lank, with narrow shoulders, long arms and legs, hands that dangled a mile out of his sleeves, feet that might have served for shovels, and his whole frame most loosely hung together. His head was small and flat at the top, with huge ears, large green glassy eyes, and a long, snipe nose, so that it looked like a weathercock perched upon his spindle neck to tell which way the wind blew. To see him striding along the profile of a hill on a windy day, with his clothes bagging and fluttering about him, one might have mistaken him for the genius of famine descending upon the earth, or some scarecrow eloped from a cornfield. His schoolhouse was a low building of one large room, rudely constructed of logs, the windows partly glazed and partly patched with leaves of old copybooks. It was most ingeniously secured at vacant hours by a withe twisted in the handle of the door, and stakes set against the window shutters, so that though a thief might get in with perfect ease, he would find some embarrassment in getting out. An idea most probably borrowed by the architect Jost van Houten from the mystery of an eel pot. The schoolhouse stood in a rather lonely but pleasant situation, just at the foot of a woody hill, with a brook running close by, and a formidable birch tree growing at one end of it. From hence the low murmur of his pupils' voices conning over their lessons might be heard in a drowsy summer's day like the hum of a beehive, interrupted now and then by the authoritative voice of the master in the tone of menace or command, or peradventure by the appalling sound of the birch as he urged some tardy loiterer along the flowery path of knowledge. Truth to say, he was a conscientious man, and ever bore in mind the golden maxim, spare the rod and spoil the child. Ichabod Crane's scholars certainly were not spoiled. I would not have it imagined, however, that he was one of those cruel potentates of the school who joy in the smart of their subjects. On the contrary, he administered justice with discrimination rather than severity, taking the burden off the backs of the weak and laying it on those of the strong. Your mere puny stripling, that winced at the least flourish of the rod, was passed by with indulgence, but the claims of justice were satisfied by inflicting a double portion on some little tough, wrong-headed, broad-skirted Dutch urchin, who sulked and swelled and grew dogged and sullen beneath the birch. All this he called doing his duty by their parents, and he never inflicted a chastisement without following it by the assurance, so consolatory to the smarting urchin, that he would remember it and thank him for the longest day he had to live. When school hours were over, he was even the companion and playmate of the larger boys, and on holiday afternoons would convoy some of the smaller ones home who happened to have pretty sisters or good housewives for mothers, noted for the comforts of the cupboard. Indeed, it behooved him to keep on good terms with his pupils. The revenue arising from his school was small, and would have been scarcely sufficient to furnish him with daily bread, for he was a huge feeder, and though lank, had the dilating powers of an anaconda. But to help out his maintenance, he was, according to the country custom in those parts, boarded and lodged at the houses of the farmers whose children he instructed. With these he lived successively a week at a time, thus going the rounds of the neighbourhood, with all his worldly effects tied up in a cotton handkerchief. That all this might not be too onerous on the purses of his rustic patrons, who are apt to consider the cost of schooling a grievous burden, and schoolmasters as mere drones, he had various ways of rendering himself both useful and agreeable. He assisted the farmers occasionally in the lighter labours of their farms, helped to make hay, mended the fences, took the horses to water, drove the cows from pasture, and cut wood for the winter fire. He laid aside, too, all the dominant dignity and absolute sway with which he lauded it in his little empire, the school, and became wonderfully gentle and ingratiating. He found favour in the eyes of the mothers by petting the children, particularly the youngest, and like the lion bold, which whilom so magnanimously the lamb did hold, he would sit with a child on one knee and rock a cradle with his foot for whole hours together. In addition to his other vocations, he was the singing master of the neighbourhood, and picked up many bright shillings by instructing the young folks in psalmody. It was a matter of no little vanity to him on Sundays to take his station in front of the church gallery with a band of chosen singers, where, in his own mind, he completely carried away the palm from the parson. Certain it is, his voice resounded far above all the rest of the congregation, and there are peculiar quavers still to be heard in that church, and which may even be heard half a mile off, quite to the opposite side of the mill pond, on a still Sunday morning, which are said to be legitimately descended from the nose of Ichabod Crane. Thus, by divers little makeshifts, in that ingenious way which is commonly denominated by hook and by crook, the worthy pedagogue got on tolerably enough, and was thought by all who understand nothing of the labour of head-work to have a wonderfully easy life of it. The schoolmaster is generally a man of some importance in the female circle of a rural neighbourhood, being considered a kind of idle, gentleman-like personage, of vastly superior taste and accomplishments to the rough country swains, and indeed inferior in learning only to the parson. His appearance, therefore, is apt to occasion some little stir at the tea-table of a farmhouse, and the addition of a supernumerary dish of cakes or sweetmeats, or peradventure the parade of a silver teapot. Our man of letters, therefore, was peculiarly happy in the smiles of all the country damsels. How he would figure among them in the churchyard, between services on Sundays, gathering grapes for them from the wild vines that overran the surrounding trees, reciting for their amusement all the epitaphs on the tombstones, or sauntering with a whole bevy of them along the banks of the adjacent mill pond, while the more bashful country bumpkins hung sheepishly back, envying his superior elegance and address. From his half-itinerant life, also, he was a kind of travelling gazette, carrying the whole budget of local gossip from house to house, so that his appearance was always greeted with satisfaction. He was, moreover, esteemed by the women as a man of great erudition, for he had read several books quite through, and was a perfect master of Cotton Mather's History of New England Witchcraft, in which, by the way, he most firmly and potently believed. He was, in fact, an odd mixture of small shrewdness and simple credulity. His appetite for the marvellous and his powers of digesting it were equally extraordinary, and both had been increased by his residence in this spellbound region. No tale was too gross or monstrous for his capacious swallow. It was often his delight, after his school was dismissed in the afternoon, to stretch himself over old Mather's direful tales, until the gathering dusk of evening made the printed page a mere mist before his eyes. Then, as he wended his way by swamp and stream and awful woodland to the farmhouse where he happened to be quartered, every sound of nature at that witching hour fluttered his excited imagination. The moan of the whippoorwill from the hillside, the boding cry of the tree-toad, that harbinger of storm, the dreary hooting of the screech owl, or the sudden rustling in the thicket of birds frightened from their roost. The fireflies, too, which sparkled most vividly in the darkest places, now and then startled him as one of uncommon brightness would stream across his path, and if, by chance, a huge blockhead of a beetle came winging his blundering flight against him, the poor varlet was ready to give up the ghost with the idea that he was struck with a witch's token. His only resource on such occasions, either to drown thought or drive away evil spirits, was to sing psalm tunes, and the good people of Sleepy Hollow, as they sat by their doors of an evening, were often filled with awe at hearing his nasal melody, in linked sweetness long drawn out, floating from the distant hill, or along the dusky road. Another of his sources of fearful pleasure was to pass long winter evenings with the old Dutch wives as they sat spinning by the fire with a row of apples roasting and spluttering along the hearth, and listen to their marvellous tales of ghosts and goblins, and haunted fields and haunted brooks and haunted bridges and haunted houses, and particularly of the headless horseman, or galloping Hessian of the Hollow, as they sometimes called him. He would delight them equally by his anecdotes of witchcraft, and of the direful omens and portentous sights and sounds in the air which prevailed in the earlier times of Connecticut, and would frighten them woefully with speculations upon comets and shooting stars, and with the alarming fact that the world did absolutely turn round, and that they were half the time topsy-turvy. But if there was a pleasure in all this, while snugly cuddling in the chimney corner of a chamber that was all of a ruddy glow from the crackling wood fire, and where, of course, no spectre dared to show its face, it was dearly purchased by the terrors of his subsequent walk homewards. What fearful shapes and shadows beset his path, amidst the dim and ghastly glare of a snowy night! With what wistful look did he eye every trembling ray of light streaming across the waste fields from some distant window! How often was he appalled by some shrub covered with snow, which like a sheeted spectre beset his very path! How often did he shrink with curdling awe at the sound of his own steps on the frosty crust beneath his feet, and dread to look over his shoulder, lest he should behold some uncouth being trampling close behind him. And how often was he thrown into complete dismay by some rushing blast howling among the trees, in the idea that it was the galloping Hessian and one of his nightly scourings. All these, however, were mere terrors of the night, phantoms of the mind that walk in darkness. And though he had seen many spectres in his time, and been more than once beset by Satan in divers shapes, in his lonely perambulations, yet daylight put an end to all these evils, and he would have passed a pleasant life of it in despite of the devil and all his works, if his path had not been crossed by a being that causes more perplexity to mortal man than ghosts, goblins, and a whole race of witches put together, and that was a woman. Among the musical disciples who assembled one evening in each week to receive his instructions in psalmody was Catharina von Tassel, the daughter and only child of a substantial Dutch farmer. She was a blooming lass of fresh 18, plump as a partridge, ripe and melting and rosy-cheeked as one of her father's peaches, and universally famed, not merely for her beauty, but her vast expectations. She was withal a little of a coquette, as might be perceived even in her dress, which was a mixture of ancient and modern fashions, and most suited to set off her charms. She wore the ornaments of pure yellow gold which her great-great-grandmother had brought over from Saardam, the tempting stomacher of the olden time, and withal a provokingly short petticoat, to display the prettiest foot and ankle in the country around. Ichabod Crane had a soft and foolish heart towards the sex, and it is not to be wondered at that so tempting a morsel soon found favour in his eyes, more especially after he had visited her in her paternal mansion. Old Baltus von Tassel was a perfect picture of a thriving, contented, liberal-hearted farmer. He seldom, it is true, sent either his eyes or his thoughts beyond the boundaries of his own farm, but within those everything was snug, happy, and well-conditioned. He was satisfied with his wealth, but not proud of it, and piqued himself upon the hearty abundance rather than the style in which he lived. His stronghold was situated on the banks of the Hudson, in one of those green, sheltered, fertile nooks in which the Dutch farmers are so fond of nestling. A great elm tree spread its broad branches over it, at the foot of which bubbled up a spring of the softest and sweetest water, that babbled along among elders and dwarf willows. Hard by the farmhouse was a vast barn that might have served for a church, every window and crevice of which seemed bursting forth with the treasures of the farm. The flail was busily resounding within it from morning to night. Swallows and martins skimmed twittering about the eaves, and rows of pigeons, some with one eye turned up as if watching the weather, some with their heads down under their wings or buried in their bosoms, and others, swelling and cooing and bowing about their dames, were enjoying the sunshine on the roof. Sleek, unwieldy porkers were grunting in the repose and abundance of their pens, from whence sallied forth, now and then, troops of sucking pigs, as if to snuff the air. A stately squadron of snowy geese were riding in an adjoining pond, convoying whole fleets of ducks. Regiments of turkeys were gobbling through the farmyard, and guinea fowls fretting about it like ill-tempered housewives with their peevish, discontented cry. Before the barn door strutted the gallant cock, that pattern of a husband, a warrior and a fine gentleman, clapping his burnished wings and crowing in the pride and gladness of his heart, sometimes tearing up the earth with his feet, and then generously calling his ever-hungry family of wives and children to enjoy the rich morsel which he had discovered. The pedagogue's mouth watered as he looked upon this sumptuous promise of luxurious winter fare. In his devouring mind's eye he pictured to himself every roasting pig running about with a pudding in his belly and an apple in his mouth. The pigeons were snugly put to bed in a comfortable pie and tucked in with a coverlet of crust. The geese were swimming in their own gravy, and the ducks pairing cosily in dishes like snug married couples with a decent competency of onion sauce. In the porkers he saw carved out the future sleek side of bacon and juicy relishing ham. Not a turkey, but he beheld daintily trussed up with its gizzard under its wing, and peradventure a necklace of savoury sausages. And even bright Chanticleer himself lay sprawling on his back in a side dish with uplifted claws, as if craving that quarter which his chivalrous spirit disdained to ask while living. As the enraptured Ichabod fancied all this, and as he rolled his great green eyes over the fat meadowlands, the rich fields of wheat, of rye, of buckwheat, and Indian corn, and the orchards burdened with ruddy fruit, which surrounded the warm tenement of Fantastle, his heart yearned after the damsel who was to inherit these domains, and his imagination expanded with the idea how they might be readily turned into cash, and the money invested in immense tracts of wild land and shingled palaces in the wilderness. Nay, his busy fancy already realized his hopes, and presented to him the blooming Katrina, with a whole family of children, mounted on the top of a wagon loaded with household trumpery, with pots and kettles dangling beneath, and he beheld himself bestriding a pacing mare with a colt at her heels, setting out for Kentucky, Tennessee, or the Lord knows where. When he entered the house, the conquest of his heart was complete. It was one of those spacious farmhouses with high-ridged but lowly sloping roofs, built in the style handed down from the first Dutch settlers, the low projecting eaves forming a piazza along the front, capable of being closed up in bad weather. Under this were hung flails, harness, various utensils of husbandry, and nets for fishing in the neighbouring river. Benches were built along the sides for summer use, and a great spinning wheel at one end and a churn at the other showed the various uses to which this important porch might be devoted. From this piazza the wondering Ichabod entered the hall which formed the centre of the mansion, and the place of usual residence. Here rows of resplendent pewter, ranged on a long dresser, dazzled his eyes. In one corner stood a huge bag of wool ready to be spun. In another a quantity of linsey-woolsey just from the loom. Ears of Indian corn and strings of dried apples and peaches hung in grey festoons along the walls, mingled with the gourd of red peppers, and the door left ajar gave him a peep into the best parlour, where the claw-footed chairs and dark mahogany tables shone like mirrors. Andirons with their accompanying shovel and tongs glistened from their covert of asparagus tops. Mock oranges and conch shells decorated the mantelpiece. Strings of various coloured birds' eggs were suspended above it. A great ostrich egg was hung from the centre of the room, and a corner cupboard, knowingly left open, displayed immense treasures of old silver and well-mended china.
From the moment Ichabod laid his eyes upon these regions of delight, the peace of his mind was at an end, and his only study was how to gain the affections of the peerless daughter of Fontassel. In this enterprise, however, he had more real difficulties than generally fell to the lot of a knight-errant of yore, who seldom had anything but giants, enchanters, fiery dragons, and such like easily conquered adversaries to contend with, and had to make his way merely through gates of iron and brass and walls of adamant to the castle keep where the lady of his heart was confined. All which he achieved as easily as a man would carve his way to the centre of a Christmas pie, and then the lady gave him her hand as a matter of course. Ichabod, on the contrary, had to win his way to the heart of a country coquette, beset with a labyrinth of whims and caprices, which were forever presenting new difficulties and impediments, and he had to encounter a host of fearful adversaries of real flesh and blood, the numerous rustic admirers who beset every portal to her heart, keeping a watchful and angry eye upon each other, but ready to fly out in the common cause against any new competitor. Among these, the most formidable was the burly, roaring, roistering blade of the name of Abraham, or, according to the Dutch abbreviation, Brom van Brunt, the hero of the country round, which rang with his feats of strength and hardihood. He was broad-shouldered and double-jointed, with short curly black hair, and a bluff but not unpleasant countenance, having a mingled air of fun and arrogance. From his Herculean frame and great powers of limb, he had received the nickname of Brom Bones, by which he was universally known. He was famed for great knowledge and skill in horsemanship, being as dexterous on horseback as a Tartar. He was foremost at all races and cockfights, and with the ascendancy which bodily strength always acquires in rustic life, was the umpire in all disputes, setting his hat on one side and giving his decisions with an air and tone that admitted of no gainsay or appeal. He was always ready for either a fight or a frolic, but had more mischief than ill will in his composition, and with all his overbearing roughness there was a strong dash of waggish good humour at bottom. He had 3 or 4 boon companions who regarded him as their model, and at the head of whom he scoured the country, attending every scene of feud or merriment for miles around. In cold weather he was distinguished by a fur cap surmounted with a flaunting fox's tail, and when the folks at a country gathering descried his well-known crest at a distance, whisking about among a squad of hard riders, they always stood by for a squall. Sometimes his crew would be heard dashing along past the farmhouses at midnight with whoop and halloo like a troop of Don Cossacks, and the old dames, startled out of their sleep, would listen for a moment till the hurry-scurry had clattered by, and then exclaim, "Aye, there goes Brom Bones and his gang." The neighbours looked upon him with a mixture of awe, admiration, and goodwill, and when any madcap prank or rustic brawl occurred in the vicinity, always shook their heads and warranted Brom Bones was at the bottom of it. This rantipole hero had for some time singled out the blooming Katrina for the object of his uncouth gallantries, and though his amorous toyings were something like the gentle caresses and endearments of a bear, yet it was whispered that she did not altogether discourage his hopes. Certain it is his advances were signals for rival candidates to retire, who felt no inclination to cross a lion in his amours, insomuch that when his horse was seen tied to Fontassel's paling on a Sunday night, a sure sign that his master was courting, or, as it is termed, sparking, within, all other suitors passed by in despair, and carried the war into other quarters. Such was the formidable rival with whom Ichabod Crane had to contend, and considering all things, a stouter man than he would have shrunk from the competition, and a wiser man would have despaired. He had, however, a happy mixture of pliability and perseverance in his nature. He was in form and spirit like a supplejack, yielding but tough. Though he bent, he never broke, and though he bowed beneath the slightest pressure, yet the moment it was away, jerk, he was as erect and carried his head as high as ever.
To have taken the field openly against his rival would have been madness, for he was not a man to be thwarted in his amours any more than that stormy lover Achilles. Ichabod, therefore, made his advances in a quiet and gently insinuating manner. Under cover of his character of singing-master, he made frequent visits at the farmhouse. Not that he had anything to apprehend from the meddlesome interference of parents, which is so often a stumbling block in the path of lovers. Bolt Van Tassel was an easily indulgent soul. He loved his daughter better even than his pipe, and like a reasonable man and an excellent father, let her have her way in everything. His notable little wife, too, had enough to do to attend to her housekeeping and manage her poultry, for, as she sagely observed, ducks and geese are foolish things and must be looked after, but girls can take care of themselves. Thus, while the busy dame bustled about the house, or plied a spinning wheel at one end of the piazza, honest Bolt would sit smoking his evening pipe at the other, watching the achievements of a little wooden warrior who, armed with a sword in each hand, was most valiantly fighting the wind on the pinnacle of the barn. In the meantime, Ichabod would carry on his suit with the daughter by the side of the spring under the great elm, or sauntering along in the twilight, that hour so favourable to the lover's eloquence. I profess not to know how women's hearts are wooed and won. To me they have always been matters of riddle and admiration. Some seem to have but one vulnerable point or door of access, while others have 1,000 avenues and may be captured in 1,000 different ways. It is a great triumph of skill to gain the former, but a still greater proof of generalship to maintain the possession of the latter, for man must battle for his fortress at every door and window. He who wins 1,000 common hearts is therefore entitled to some renown, but he who keeps undisputed sway over the heart of a coquette is indeed a hero. Certain it is, this was not the case with the redoubtable Brom Bones, and from the moment Ichabod Crane made his advances, the interests of the former evidently declined. His horse was no longer seen tied to the palings on Sunday nights, and a deadly feud gradually arose between him and the preceptor of Sleepy Hollow. Brom, who had a degree of rough chivalry in his nature, would fain have carried matters to open warfare, and have settled their pretensions to the lady according to the mode of those most concise and simple of reasoners, the knights-errant of yore, by single combat. But Ichabod was too conscious of the superior might of his adversary to enter the lists against him. He had overheard a boast of Bones that he would double the schoolmaster up and lay him on a shelf of his own schoolhouse, and he was too wary to give him an opportunity. There was something extremely provoking in this obstinately pacific system. It left Brom no alternative but to draw upon the funds of rustic waggery in his disposition, and to play off boorish practical jokes upon his rival. Ichabod became the object of whimsical persecution to Bones and his gang of rough riders. He harried his hitherto peaceful domains, smoked out his singing school by stopping up the chimney, broke into the schoolhouse at night in spite of its formidable fastenings of withe and window stakes, and turned everything topsy-turvy, so that the poor schoolmaster began to think all the witches in the country held their meetings there. But what was still more annoying, Brom took all opportunities of turning him into ridicule in presence of his mistress, and had a scoundrel dog whom he taught to whine in the most ludicrous manner, and introduced as a rival of Ichabod's to instruct her in psalmody. In this way, matters went on for some time, without producing any material effect on the relative situations of the contending powers. On a fine autumnal afternoon, Ichabod, in pensive mood, sat enthroned on the lofty stool from whence he usually watched all the concerns of his little literary realm. In his hand he swayed a ferule, that sceptre of despotic power. The birch of justice reposed on 3 nails behind the throne, a constant terror to evildoers, while on the desk before him might be seen sundry contraband articles and prohibited weapons detected upon the persons of idle urchins, such as half-munched apples, pop-guns, whirligigs, fly-cages, and whole legions of rampant little paper gamecocks. Apparently there had been some appalling act of justice recently inflicted, for his scholars were all busily intent upon their books, or slyly whispering behind them with one eye kept upon the master, and a kind of buzzing stillness reigned throughout the schoolroom. It was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a negro in tow-cloth jacket and trousers, a round-crowned fragment of a hat like a cap of Mercury, and mounted on the back of a ragged, wild, half-broken colt, which he managed with a rope by way of a halter. He came clattering up to the school door with an invitation to Ichabod to attend a merry-making or quilting frolic to be held that evening at Mynheer Van Tassel's, and having delivered his message with an air of importance, he dashed over the brook and was seen scampering away up the hollow, full of the importance and hurry of his mission. All was now bustle and hubbub in the late quiet schoolroom. The scholars were hurried through their lessons without stopping at trifles. Those who were nimble skipped over half with impunity, and those who were tardy had a smart application now and then in the rear to quicken their speed or help them over a tall word. Books were flung aside without being put away on the shelves. Inkstands were overturned, benches thrown down, and the whole school was turned loose an hour before the usual time, bursting forth like a legion of young imps, yelping and racketing about the green in joy at their early emancipation. The gallant Ichabod now spent at least an extra half-hour at his toilet, brushing and furbishing up his best, and indeed only suit, of rusty black, and arranging his locks by a bit of broken looking-glass that hung up in the schoolhouse, that he might make his appearance before his mistress in the true style of a cavalier. He borrowed a horse from the farmer with whom he was domiciled, a choleric old Dutchman of the name of Hans van Ripper, and thus gallantly mounted, issued forth like a knight-errant in quest of adventures. But it is meet I should, in the true spirit of romantic story, give some account of the looks and equipments of my hero and his steed. The animal he bestrode was a broken-down plough-horse that had outlived almost everything but its viciousness. He was gaunt and shagged, with a ewe-neck and a head like a hammer. His rusty mane and tail were tangled and knotted with burrs. One eye had lost its pupil and was glaring and spectral, but the other had a gleam of a genuine devil in it. Still, he must have had fire and metal in his day, if we may judge from the name he bore of Gunpowder. He had, in fact, been a favourite steed of his master's, the choleric Van Ripper, who was a furious rider, and had infused very probably some of his own spirit into the animal, for old and broken down as he looked, there was more of the lurking devil in him than in any young filly in the country. Ichabod was a suitable figure for such a steed. He rode with short stirrups which brought his knees nearly up to the pommel of the saddle. His sharp elbows stuck out like grasshoppers. He carried his whip perpendicularly in his hand like a sceptre, and as his horse jogged on, the motion of his arms was not unlike the flapping of a pair of wings. A small wool hat rested on the top of his nose, for so his scanty strip of forehead might be called, and the skirts of his black coat fluttered out almost to the horse's tail. Such was the appearance of Ichabod and his steed as they shambled out of the gate of Hans van Ripper, and it was altogether such an apparition as is seldom to be met with in broad daylight. It was, as I have said, a fine autumnal day. The sky was clear and serene, and nature wore that rich and golden livery which we always associate with the idea of abundance. The forests had put on their sober brown and yellow, while some trees of the tenderer kind had been nipped by the frosts into brilliant dyes of orange, purple, and scarlet. Streaming files of wild ducks began to make their appearance high in the air. The bark of the squirrel might be heard from the groves of beech and hickory nuts, and the pensive whistle of the quail at intervals from the neighbouring stubble-field. The small birds were taking their farewell banquets. In the fullness of their revelry they fluttered, chirping and frolicking from bush to bush and tree to tree, capricious from the very profusion and variety around them. There was the honest cock-robin, the favourite game of stripling sportsmen, with his loud, querulous note, and the twittering blackbirds flying in sable clouds, and the golden-winged woodpecker with his crimson crest, his broad black gorget and splendid plumage, and the cedar-bird with its red-tipped wings and yellow-tipped tail, and its little Montero cap of feathers, and the blue-jay, that noisy coxcomb in his gay light blue coat and white underclothes, screaming and chattering, nodding and bobbing and bowing, and pretending to be on good terms with every songster of the grove. As Ichabod jogged slowly on his way, his eye ever open to every symptom of culinary abundance, ranged with delight over the treasures of jolly autumn. On all sides he beheld vast stores of apples, some hanging in oppressive opulence on the trees, some gathered into baskets and barrels for the market, others heaped up in rich piles for the cider press. Farther on he beheld great fields of Indian corn with its golden ears peeping from their leafy coverts and holding out the promise of cakes and hasty pudding, and the yellow pumpkins lying beneath them, turning up their fair round bellies to the sun, and giving ample prospects of the most luxurious of pies. And anon he passed the fragrant buckwheat fields, breathing the odour of the beehive, and as he beheld them, soft anticipation stole over his mind of dainty slapjacks, well buttered and garnished with honey or treacle by the delicate little dimpled hand of Katrina van Tassel. Thus, feeding his mind with many sweet thoughts and sugared suppositions, he journeyed along the sides of a range of hills which look out upon some of the goodliest scenes of the mighty Hudson. The sun gradually wheeled his broad disk down into the west. The wide bosom of the Tappan Zee lay motionless and glassy, excepting that here and there a gentle undulation waved and prolonged the blue shadow of the distant mountain. A few amber clouds floated in the sky without a breath of air to move them. The horizon was of a fine golden tint, changing gradually into a pure apple green, and from that into the deep blue of the mid-heaven. A slanting ray lingered on the woody crests of the precipices that overhung some parts of the river, giving greater depth to the dark grey and purple of their rocky sides. A sloop was loitering in the distance, dropping slowly down with the tide, her sail hanging uselessly against the mast, and as the reflection of the sky gleamed along the still water, it seemed as if the vessel was suspended in the air. It was toward evening that Ichabod arrived at the castle of the Heer van Testel, which he found thronged with the pride and flower of the adjacent country. Old farmers, a spare leathern face race in homespun coats and breeches, blue stockings, huge shoes, and magnificent pewter buckles, their brisk, withered little dames in close crimped caps, long-waisted short gowns, homespun petticoats with scissors and pincushions, and gay calico pockets hanging on the outside. Buxom lasses, almost as antiquated as their mothers, excepting where a straw hat, a fine ribbon, or perhaps a white frock gave symptoms of a city innovation. The sons in short, square-skirted coats with rows of stupendous brass buttons, and their hair generally queued in the fashion of the times, especially if they could procure an eel-skin for the purpose, it being esteemed throughout the country as a potent nourisher and strengthener of the hair. Brom Bones, however, was the hero of the scene, having come to the gathering on his favourite steed, Daredevil, a creature like himself full of mettle and mischief, and which no one but himself could manage. He was, in fact, noted for preferring vicious animals, given to all kinds of tricks which kept the rider in constant risk of his neck, for he held a tractable, well-broken horse as unworthy of a lad of spirit. Fain would I pause to dwell upon the world of charms that burst upon the enraptured gaze of my hero as he entered the state parlour of Van Tassel's mansion, not those of the bevy of buxom lasses with their luxurious display of red and white, but the ample charms of a genuine Dutch country tea-table,
in the sumptuous time of autumn. Such heaped-up platters of cakes, of various and almost indescribable kinds, known only to experienced Dutch housewives. There was the doughty doughnut, the tender oily cook, and the crisp and crumbling cruller, sweet cakes and short cakes, ginger cakes and honey cakes, and the whole family of cakes. And then there were apple pies, and peach pies, and pumpkin pies, besides slices of ham and smoked beef, and moreover delectable dishes of preserved plums, and peaches, and pears, and quinces, not to mention broiled shad and roasted chickens, together with bowls of milk and cream, all mingled higgledy-piggledy, pretty much as I have enumerated them, with the motherly teapot sending up its clouds of vapour from the midst. Heaven bless the mark! I want breath and time to discuss this banquet as it deserves, and am too eager to get on with my story. Happily, Ichabod Crane was not in so great a hurry as his historian, but did ample justice to every dainty. He was a kind and thankful creature, whose heart dilated in proportion as his skin was filled with the good cheer, and whose spirits rose with eating, as some men's do with drink. He could not help, too, rolling his large eyes round him as he ate, and chuckling with the possibility that he might one day be lord of all this scene of almost unimaginable luxury and splendour. Then he thought how soon he'd turn his back upon the old schoolhouse, snap his fingers in the face of Hans van Ripper and every other niggardly patron, and kick any itinerant pedagogue out of doors that should dare to call him comrade. Old Baltus van Tassel moved about among his guests with a face dilated with content and good humour, round and jolly as the harvest moon. His hospitable attentions were brief but expressive, being confined to a shake of the hand, a slap on the shoulder, a loud laugh, and a pressing invitation to fall to and help themselves. And now the sound of the music from the common room or hall summoned to the dance, who had been the itinerant orchestra of the neighbourhood for more than half a century. His instrument was as old and battered as himself. The greater part of the time he scraped on 2 or 3 strings, accompanying every movement of the bow with a motion of the head, bowing almost to the ground, and stamping with his foot whenever a fresh couple were to start. Ichabod prided himself upon his dancing as much as upon his vocal powers. Not a limb, not a fibre about him was idle, and to have seen his loosely hung frame in full motion and clattering about the room, you would have thought St. Vitus himself, that blessed patron of the dance, was figuring before you in person. How could the flogger of urchins be otherwise than animated and joyous? The lady of his heart was his partner in the dance, and smiling graciously in reply to all his amorous oglings, while Brom Bones, sorely smitten with love and jealousy, sat brooding by himself in one corner. When the dance was at an end, Ichabod was attracted to a knot of the sager folks, who, with old Van Tassel, sat smoking at one end of the piazza, gossiping over former times, and drawing out long stories about the war. This neighbourhood, at the time of which I am speaking, was one of those highly favoured places which abound with chronicle and great men. The British and American line had run near it during the war. It had therefore been the scene of marauding and infested with refugees, cowboys, and all kinds of border chivalry. Just sufficient time had elapsed to enable each storyteller to dress up his tale with a little becoming fiction, and, in the indistinctness of his recollection, to make himself the hero of every exploit. There was the story of Doffu Martling, a large blue-bearded Dutchman, who had nearly taken a British frigate with an old iron 9-pounder from a mud breastwork, only that his gun burst at the 6th discharge. And there was an old gentleman, who shall be nameless, being too rich a mynheer to be lightly mentioned, who, in the Battle of White Plains, being an excellent master of defence, parried a musket ball with a small sword, insomuch that he absolutely felt it whiz round the blade and glance off at the hilt, in proof of which he was ready at any time to show the sword with the hilt a little bent. There were several more that had been equally great in the field,
not one of whom but was persuaded that he had a considerable hand in bringing the war to a happy termination. But all these were nothing to the tales of ghosts and apparitions that succeeded. The neighbourhood is rich in legendary treasures of the kind. Local tales and superstitions thrive best in these sheltered, long-settled retreats, but are trampled underfoot by the shifting throng that forms the population of most of our country places. Besides, there's no encouragement for ghosts in most of our villages, for they have scarcely had time to finish their first nap and turn themselves in their graves before their surviving friends have travelled away from the neighbourhood, so that when they turn out at night to walk their rounds, they have no acquaintance left to call upon. This is perhaps the reason why we so seldom hear of ghosts except in our long-established Dutch communities. The immediate cause, however, of the prevalence of supernatural stories in these parts was doubtless owing to the vicinity of Sleepy Hollow. There was a contagion in the very air that blew from that haunted region. It breathed forth an atmosphere of dreams and fancies, infecting all the land. Several of the Sleepy Hollow people were present at Van Tassel's, and as usual were doling out their wild and wonderful legends. Many dismal tales were told about funeral trains, and mourning cries and wailings heard and seen about the great tree where the unfortunate Major Andre was taken, and which stood in the neighbourhood. Some mention was made also of the woman in white that haunted the dark glen at Raven Rock, and was often heard to shriek on winter nights before a storm, having perished there in the snow. The chief part of the stories, however, turned upon the favourite spectre of Sleepy Hollow, the headless horseman, who had been heard several times of late patrolling the country, and, it was said, tethered his horse nightly among the graves in the churchyard. The sequestered situation of this church seems always to have made it a favourite haunt of troubled spirits. It stands on a knoll surrounded by locust trees and lofty elms, from among which its decent whitewashed walls shine modestly forth, like Christian purity beaming through the shades of retirement. A gentle slope descends from it to a silver sheet of water bordered by high trees, between which peeps may be caught at the blue hills of the Hudson. To look upon its grass-grown yard, where sunbeams seem to sleep so quietly, one would think that there at least the dead might rest in peace. On one side of the church extends a wide woody dell, along which raves a large brook among broken rocks and trunks of fallen trees. Over a deep black part of the stream, not far from the church, was formerly thrown a wooden bridge. The road that led to it and the bridge itself were thickly shaded by overhanging trees, which cast a gloom about it, even in the daytime, but occasioned a fearful darkness at night. Such was one of the favourite haunts of the Headless Horseman, and the place where he was most frequently encountered. The tale was told of old Brewer, a most heretical disbeliever in ghosts, how he met the horseman returning from his foray into Sleepy Hollow, and was obliged to get up behind him, how they galloped over bush and brake, over hill and swamp, until he reached the bridge, when the horseman suddenly turned into a skeleton, threw old Brewer into the brook, and sprang away over the tree-tops with a clap of thunder. This story was immediately matched by a thrice marvellous adventure of Brom Bones, who made light of the galloping Hessian as an arrant jockey. He affirmed that on returning one night from the neighbouring village of Sing Sing, he had been overtaken by this midnight trooper, that he had offered to race with him for a bowl of punch, and should have won it too, for Daredevil beat the Goblin horse all hollow. But just as they came to the church bridge, the Hessian bolted and vanished in a flash of fire. All these tales told in that drowsy undertone with which men talk in the dark, the countenances of the listeners only now and then receiving a casual gleam from the glare of a pipe, sank deep into the mind of Ichabod.
He repaid them in kind with large extracts from his invaluable author Cotton Mather, and added many marvellous events that had taken place in his native state of Connecticut, and fearful sights which he had seen in his nightly walks about Sleepy Hollow. The revel now gradually broke up. The old farmers gathered together their families in their wagons, and were heard for some time rattling along the hollow roads and over the distant hills. Some of the damsels mounted on pillions behind their favourite swains, and their light-hearted laughter, mingling with the clatter of hoofs, echoed along the silent woodlands, sounding fainter and fainter, until they gradually died away, and the late scene of noise and frolic was all silent and deserted. Ichabod only lingered behind, according to the custom of country lovers, to have a tete-a-tete with the heiress, fully convinced that he was now on the high road to success. What passed at this interview I will not pretend to say, for, in fact, I do not know. Something, however, I fear me, must have gone wrong, for he certainly sallied forth, after no very great interval, with an air quite desolate and chapfallen. Oh, these women! These women! Could that girl have been playing off any of her coquettish tricks? Was her encouragement of the poor pedagogue all a mere sham to secure her conquest of his rival? Heaven only knows, not I. Let it suffice to say, Ichabod stole forth with the air of one who had been sacking a hen roost rather than a fair lady's heart. Without looking to the right or left to notice the scene of rural wealth on which he had so often gloated, he went straight to the stable, and with several hearty cuffs and kicks, roused his steed most uncourteously from the comfortable quarters in which he was soundly sleeping, dreaming of mountains of corn and oats, and whole valleys of timothy and clover. It was a very witching time of night that Ichabod, heavy-hearted and crestfallen, pursued his travels homewards, along the sides of the lofty hills which rise above Tarrytown, and which he had traversed so cheerily in the afternoon. The hour was as dismal as himself. Far below him the Tappan Zee spread its dusky and indistinct waste of waters, with here and there the tall mast of a sloop riding quietly at anchor under the land. In the dead hush of midnight, he could even hear the barking of the watchdog from the opposite shore of the Hudson, but it was so vague and faint as only to give an idea of his distance from this faithful companion of man. Now and then, too, the long-drawn crowing of a cock, accidentally awakened, would sound far, far off from some farmhouse away among the hills. But it was like a dreaming sound in his ear. No signs of life occurred near him, but occasionally the melancholy chirp of a cricket, or perhaps the guttural twang of a bullfrog from a neighbouring marsh, as if sleeping uncomfortably and suddenly turning in his bed. All the stories of ghosts and goblins that he had heard in the afternoon now came crowding upon his recollection. The night grew darker and darker. The stars seemed to sink deeper in the sky, and driving clouds occasionally hid them from his sight. He had never felt so lonely and dismal. He was, however, approaching the very place where many of the scenes of the ghost stories had been laid. In the centre of the road stood an enormous tulip tree, which towered like a giant above all the other trees of the neighbourhood and formed a kind of landmark. Its limbs were gnarled and fantastic, large enough to form trunks for ordinary trees, twisting down almost to the earth and rising again into the air. It was connected with the tragical story of the unfortunate André, who had been taken prisoner hard by, and was universally known by the name of Major André's tree. The common people regarded it with a mixture of respect and superstition, partly out of sympathy for the fate of its ill-starred namesake, and partly from the tales of strange sights and doleful lamentations told concerning it. As Ichabod approached this fearful tree, he began to whistle. He thought his whistle was answered. It was but a blast, sweeping sharply through the dry branches. As he approached a little nearer, He thought he saw something white hanging in the midst of the tree. He paused and ceased whistling, but on looking more narrowly, perceived that it was the place where the tree had been scathed by lightning and the white wood laid bare. Suddenly, he heard a groan. His teeth chattered, and his knees smote against the saddle. It was but the rubbing of one huge bough upon another, as they were swayed about by the breeze. He passed the tree in safety, but new perils lay before him. About 200 yards from the tree, the small brook crossed the road and ran into a marshy and thickly wooded glen known by the name of Wily Swamp. A few rough logs laid side by side served for a bridge over this stream. On that side of the road where the brook entered the wood, a group of oaks and chestnuts, matted thick with wild grapevines, threw a cavernous gloom over it. To pass this bridge was the severest trial. It was at this identical spot that the unfortunate Andre was captured, and under the covert of those chestnuts and vines were the sturdy yeomen concealed who surprised him. This has ever since been considered a haunted stream, and fearful are the feelings of the schoolboy who has to pass it alone after dark. As he approached the stream, his heart began to thump. He summoned up, however, all his resolution, gave his horse half a score of kicks in the ribs, and attempted to dash briskly across the bridge. But instead of starting forward, the perverse old animal made a lateral movement and ran broadside against the fence. Ichabod, whose fears increased with the delay, jerked the reins on the other side and kicked lustily with the contrary foot. It was all in vain. His steed started, it is true, but it was only to plunge to the opposite side of the road into a thicket of brambles and alder bushes. The schoolmaster now bestowed both whip and heel upon the starveling ribs of old Gunpowder, who dashed forward, snuffling and snorting, but came to a stand just by the bridge, with a suddenness that had nearly sent his rider sprawling over his head. Just at this moment, a plashy tramp by the side of the bridge caught the sensitive ear of Ichabod. In the dark shadow of the grove, on the margin of the brook, he beheld something huge, misshapen and towering. It stirred not, but seemed gathered up in the gloom, like some gigantic monster ready to spring upon the traveller. The hair of the affrighted pedagogue rose upon his head with terror. What was to be done? To turn and fly was now too late, and besides, what chance was there of escaping ghost or goblin, if such it was, which could ride on the wings of the wind? Summoning up, therefore, a show of courage, he demanded, in stammering accents, "Who are you?" He received no reply. He began his demand in a still more agitated voice. Still, there was no answer. Once more he cudgelled the sides of the inflexible Gunpowder, and shutting his eyes, broke forth with involuntary fervour into a psalm tune. Just then, the shadowy object of alarm put itself in motion, and with a scramble and a bound stood at once in the middle of the road, though the night was dark and dismal. Yet the form of the unknown might now in some degree be ascertained. He appeared to be a horseman of large dimensions, and mounted on a black horse of powerful frame. He made no offer of molestation or sociability, but kept aloof on one side of the road, jogging along on the blind side of old Gunpowder, who had now got over his fright and waywardness. Ichabod, who had no relish for this strange midnight companion, now bethought himself of the adventure of Brom Bones with the galloping Hessian, now quickened his steed in hopes of leaving him behind. The stranger, however, quickened his horse to an equal pace. Ichabod pulled up and fell into a walk, thinking to lag behind. The other did the same. His heart began to sink within him. He endeavoured to resume his psalm tune, but his parched tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, and he could not utter a stave. There was something in the moody and dogged silence of this pertinacious companion that was mysterious and appalling. It was soon fearfully accounted for.
On mounting a rising ground which brought the figure of his fellow traveller in relief against the sky, gigantic in height and muffled in a cloak, Ichabod was horror-struck on perceiving that he was headless. But his horror was still more increased on observing that the head, which should have rested upon his shoulders, was carried before him on the pommel of his saddle. His terror rose to desperation. He rained a shower of kicks and blows upon Gunpowder, hoping by a sudden movement to give his companion the slip. But the spectres started full jump with him. Away then they dashed through thick and thin, stones flying and sparks flashing at every bound. Ichabod's flimsy garments fluttered in the air as he stretched his long, lank body away over his horse's head in the eagerness of his flight. They had now reached the road which turns off to Sleepy Hollow, but Gunpowder, who seemed possessed with a demon, instead of keeping up it, made an opposite turn and plunged headlong downhill to the left. This road leads through a sandy hollow shaded by trees for about a quarter of a mile, where it crosses the bridge famous in Goblin story, and just beyond swells the green knoll on which stands the whitewashed church. As yet the panic of the steed had given his unskilful rider an apparent advantage in the chase, but just as he had got halfway through the hollow, the girths of the saddle gave way, and he felt it slipping from under him. He seized it by the pommel and endeavoured to hold it firm, but in vain, and had just time to save himself by clasping old Gunpowder round the neck, when the saddle fell to the earth, and he heard it trampled underfoot by his pursuer. For a moment the terror of Hans van Ripper's wrath passed across his mind, for it was his Sunday saddle. But this was no time for petty fears. The Goblin was hard upon his haunches, and, unskilful rider as he was, he had much ado to maintain his seat, sometimes slipping on one side, sometimes on another, and sometimes jolted on the high ridge of his horse's backbone with a violence that he verily feared would cleave him asunder. An opening in the trees now cheered him with the hopes that the church bridge was at hand. The wavering reflection of a silver star in the bosom of the brook told him that he was not mistaken. He saw the walls of the church dimly glaring under the trees beyond. He recollected the place where Brom Bones's ghostly competitor had disappeared. "If I can but reach that bridge," thought Ichabod, "I am safe." Just then he heard the black steed panting and blowing close behind him. He even fancied that he felt his hot breath. Another convulsive kick in the ribs, and old Gunpowder sprang upon the bridge. He thundered over the resounding planks. He gained the opposite side, and now Ichabod cast a look behind to see if his pursuer should vanish, according to rule, in a flash of fire and brimstone. Just then he saw the Goblin rising in his stirrups and in the very act of hurling his head at him. Ichabod endeavoured to dodge the horrible missile, but too late. It encountered his cranium with a tremendous crash. He was tumbled headlong into the dust, and Gunpowder, the black steed, and the Goblin rider passed by like a whirlwind. The next morning the old horse was found without its saddle, and with the bridle under his feet, soberly cropping the grass at his master's gate. Ichabod did not make his appearance at breakfast. Dinner hour came, but no Ichabod. The boys assembled at the schoolhouse and strolled idly about the banks of the brook, but no schoolmaster. Hans van Ripper now began to feel some uneasiness about the fate of poor Ichabod and his saddle. An inquiry was set on foot, and after diligent investigation they came upon his traces. In one part of the road leading to the church was found the saddle trampled in the dirt, the tracks of horses' hoofs deeply dented in the road, and evidently at furious speed, were traced to the bridge, beyond which, on the bank of a broad part of the brook where the water ran deep and black, was found the hat of the unfortunate Ichabod, and close beside it a shattered pumpkin. The brook was searched, but the body of the schoolmaster was not to be discovered. Hans van Ripper, as executor of his estate, examined the bundle which contained all his worldly effects. They consisted of 2 shirts and a half, 2 stocks for the neck, a pair or two of worsted stockings, an old pair of corduroy small clothes, a rusty razor, a book of psalm tunes full of dog ears, and a broken pitch pipe. As to the books and the furniture of the schoolhouse, they belonged to the community, excepting Cotton Mather's History of Witchcraft, a New England Almanac, and a book of dreams and fortune-telling, in which last was a sheet of foolscap, much scribbled and blotted in several fruitless attempts to make a copy of verses in honour of the heiress of Van Tassel. These magic books and the poetic scroll were forthwith consigned to the flames by Hans van Ripper, who, from that moment forward, determined to send his children no more to school, observing that he never knew any good come of this same reading and writing. Whatever money the schoolmaster possessed, and he had received his quarter's pay but a day or two before, he must have had it about his person at the time of his disappearance. The mysterious event caused much speculation at the church on the following Sunday. Knots of gazers and gossips were collected in the churchyard, at the bridge, and at the spot where the hat and pumpkin had been found. The stories of Brewer, of Bones, and a whole budget of others were called to mind, and when they had diligently considered them all, and compared them with the symptoms of the present case, they shook their heads, and came to the conclusion that Ichabod had been carried off by the galloping Hessian. As he was a bachelor, and in nobody's debt, nobody troubled his head any more about him. The school was removed to a different quarter of the hollow, and another pedagogue reigned in his stead. It's true, an old farmer who had been down to New York on a visit several years after, and from whom this account of the ghostly adventure was received, brought home the intelligence that Ichabod Crane was still alive, that he had left the neighbourhood partly through fear of the Goblin and Hans van Ripper, and partly in mortification at having been suddenly dismissed by the heiress, that he had changed his quarters to a distant part of the country, had kept school and studied law at the same time, had been admitted to the bar, turned politician, electioneered, written for the newspapers, and finally had been made a justice of the £10 court. Brom Bones, too, who shortly after his rival's disappearance conducted the blooming Katrina in triumph to the altar, was observed to look exceedingly knowing whenever the story of Ichabod was related, and always burst into a hearty laugh at the mention of the pumpkin, which led some to suspect that he knew more about the matter than he chose to tell. The old country wives, however, who are the best judges of these matters, maintain to this day that Ichabod was spirited away by supernatural means, and it is a favourite story often told about the neighbourhood round the winter evening fire. The bridge became more than ever an object of superstitious awe, and that might be the reason why the road has been altered of late years, so as to approach the church by the border of the mill pond. The schoolhouse, being deserted, soon fell to decay, and was reported to be haunted by the ghost of the unfortunate pedagogue, and the ploughboy, loitering homeward of a still summer evening, has often fancied his voice at a distance, chanting a melancholy psalm tune among the tranquil solitudes of Sleepy Hollow. Postscript, found in the handwriting of Mr. Knickerbocker. The preceding tale is given almost in the precise words in which I heard it related at a corporation meeting at the ancient city of Manhattoes, at which were present many of its sagest and most illustrious burghers. The narrator was a pleasant, shabby, gentlemanly old fellow in pepper and salt clothes, with a sadly humorous face, and one whom I strongly suspected of being poor. He made such efforts to be entertaining. When his story was concluded, there was much laughter and approbation, particularly from 2 or 3 deputy aldermen who had been asleep the greater part of the time. There was, however, one tall, dry-looking old gentleman with beetling eyebrows, who maintained a grave and rather severe face throughout, now and then folding his arms, inclining his head, and looking down upon the floor, as if turning a doubt over in his mind. He was one of your wary men, who never laugh but upon good grounds, when they have reason and law on their side. When the mirth of the rest of the company had subsided and silence was restored, He leaned one arm on the elbow of his chair, and sticking the other akimbo, demanded with a slight but exceedingly sage motion of the head and contraction of the brow what was the moral of the story, and what it went to prove. The storyteller, who was just putting a glass of wine to his lips as refreshment after his toils, paused for a moment, looked at his inquirer with an air of infinite deference, and lowering the glass slowly to the table, observed that the story was intended most logically to prove that there is no situation in life but has its advantages and pleasures, provided we will but take a joke as we find it. That therefore he that runs races with goblin troopers is likely to have a rough riding of it. Ergo, for a country schoolmaster to be refused the hand of a Dutch heiress is a certain step to high preferment in the state. The cautious old gentleman knit his brows tenfold closer after this explanation, being sorely puzzled by the rationation of the syllogism, while methought the one in pepper and salt eyed him with something of a triumphant leer. At length he observed that all this was very well, but still he had thought the story a little on the extravagant. There were one or two points on which he had his doubts. "Faith, sir," replied the storyteller, "as to that matter, I don't believe one half of it myself." D.K. The End.
Peckweather, the historian, whose turn for storytelling came at our last dinner before the summer interregnum, apologized for reading his narrative. He was not good, he said, at impromptu composition. He also congratulated himself on Lethan's absence. He comes into the story, and I should feel rather embarrassed talking about him to his face. But he has read my manuscript and approved it, so you have two reliable witnesses to a queerish tale. In his precise academic voice, he read what follows. The October night was brightening towards late afternoon when Lethan and I climbed the hill above the stream and came in sight of the house. All morning a haze with a sheen of pearl in it had lain on the folds of downland, and the vision of far horizons, which is the glory of Cotswold, had been veiled, so that every valley seemed a place enclosed and set apart. But now a glow had come into the air, and for a little the autumn lawns had the tints of summer. The gold of sunshine was warm on the grasses, and only the riot of colour in the berry-laden edges of the fields and the slender woodlands told of the failing year. We were looking into a green cup of the hills, and it was all a garden, a little place, bounded by slopes that defined its graciousness with no hint of barrier, so that a dweller there, though his view was but a half a mile on any side, would yet have the sense of dwelling on uplands and commanding the world. Round the top edge ran an old wall of stones, beyond which the October bracken flamed to the skyline. Inside were folds of ancient pasture, with here and there a thorn bush falling to rose gardens, and on one side to the smooth sward of a terrace above a tiny lake. At the heart of it stood the house, like a jewel well set. It was a miniature, but by the hand of a master. The style was late 17th century, when an agreeable classic convention had opened up to sunlight and comfort the dark magnificence of the Tudor fashion. The place had the spacious air of a great mansion, and was finished in every detail with a fine scrupulousness. Only when the eye measured its proportions with woods and the hillside did the mind perceive that it was a small dwelling. The stone of Cotswold takes curiously the colour of the weather. Under thunderclouds it will be as dark as basalt. On a grey day it is grey like lava, but in the sunshine it absorbs the sun. At the moment the little house was pale gold, like honey. Lethan swung a long leg across the stile. "Pretty good, isn't it?" he said. "It's pure authentic Sir Christopher Wren. The name's worthy of it too. It's called Fullcircle." He told me its story. It had been built after the Restoration by the Carteret family, whose wide domains ran into these hills. The Lord Carteret of the day was a friend of the Merry Monarch, but it was not as a sanctuary for orgies that he built the house. Perhaps he was tired of the gloomy splendour of Minster Carteret and wanted a home of his own and not of his ancestors' choosing. He had an elegant taste in letters, as we can learn from his neat imitations of Martial, his pretty bucolics, and the more than respectable Latin hexameters of his ars vivendi. Being a great nobleman, he had the best skill of the day to construct his hermitage, and here he would retire for months at a time with like-minded friends to a world of books and gardens. He seems to have had no ill wishes. Contemporary memoirs speak of him charitably, and Dryden spared him 4 lines of encomium. A selfish old dog, Lethan called him. He had the good sense to eschew politics and enjoy life. His soul is in that little house. He only did one rash thing in his career. He anticipated the king, his master, by some years in turning papist. I asked about its later history. After his death, it passed to a younger branch of the Carterets. It left them in the 18th century, and the Applebys got it. They were a jovial lot of hunting squires, and let the library go to the dogs. Old Colonel Appleby was still alive when I came to Borreby. Something went wrong in his inside when he was nearly 70, and the doctors knocked him off liquor. Not that he drank too much, though he did himself well. That finished the poor old boy. He told me that it revealed to him the amazing truth, that during a long and, as he hoped, publicly useful life, he had never been quite sober. He was a good fellow, and I missed him when he died. The place went to a remote cousin called Giffen. Lethan's eyes, as they scanned the prospect, seemed amused. Julian and Ursula Giffen, I dare say you'll know the names. They always hunt in couples and write books about sociology and advanced ethics and psychics, books called either The New This or That or Towards Something or Other. You know the sort of thing. They're deep in all the pseudo-sciences. Decent souls, but you can guess the type. I came across them in a case I had at the Old Bailey, defending a ruffian who was charged with murder. I hadn't a doubt that he deserved hanging on 20 counts, but there wasn't enough evidence to convict him on this one. Doddridge was at his worst. It was just before they induced him to retire, and his handling of the jury was a masterpiece of misdirection. Of course, there was the shindy. The thing was a scandal, and it stirred up all the humanitarians till the murder was almost forgotten in the iniquities of old Doddridge. You must remember the case. It filled the papers for weeks. Well, it was in that connection that I fell in with the Giffins. I got rather to like them, and I've been to see them at their house in Hampstead. Golly, what a place. And colours that made you want to weep. I never met people with heads so full of feathers. I said something about that being an odd milieu for him. Oh, I like human beings, all kinds. It's my profession to study them, for without that the practice of law would be a lean affair. There are hordes of people like the Giffins, only not so good, for they really do have hearts of gold. They are the rootless stuff in the world today, in revolt against everything and everybody with any ancestry, a kind of innocent self-righteousness, wanting to be the people with whom wisdom begins and ends. They are mostly sensitive and tender-hearted, but they wear themselves out in an eternal dissidence. Can't build, for they object to all tools, but very ready to crab. They scorn any form of Christianity, but they'll walk miles to patronize some wretched sect that has the merit of being brand new. Pioneers, they call themselves. Funny little unclad people adventuring into the cold desert with no maps. Giffen once described himself and his friends to me as forward-looking, but that, of course, is just what they are not. To tackle the future, you must have a firm grip of the past, and for them, the past is only a pathological curiosity. They're up to their necks in the mud of the present, but good after a fashion, and innocent, sordidly innocent. Fate was in an ironical mood when it saddled them with that wicked little house. Wicked did not seem to me to be a fair word. It sat honey-coloured among its gardens with the meekness of a dove. The sound of a bicycle on the road behind us made us turn round, and Lethan advanced to meet a dismounting rider. He was a tallish fellow, some 40 years old perhaps, with one of those fluffy blonde beards that have never been shaved. Short-sighted, of course, and wore glasses. Biscuit-coloured knickerbockers and stockings clad his lean limbs. Lethan introduced me. We're walking to Borreby and stopped to admire your house. Could we just have a glimpse inside? I want Peckweather to see the staircase. Mr. Giffen was very willing. I've been over to Clyston to send a telegram. We have some friends for the weekend who might interest you. Won't you stay for tea?" There was a gentle, formal courtesy about him, and his voice had the facile intonations of one who loves to talk. He led us through a little gate and along a shorn green walk among the bracken to a postern which gave entrance to the garden. Here, though it was October, there was still a bright show of roses, and the jet of water from the leaden Cupid dripped noiselessly among fallen petals. And then we stood before the doorway, above which the old Carterton had inscribed a line of Horace. I have never seen anything quite like that little hall. There were two, indeed, separated by a staircase of wood that looked like olive. Both were paved with black and white marble, and the inner was oval in shape, with a gallery supported on slender walnut pillars. It was all in miniature, but it had a spaciousness which no mere size could give. Also, it seemed to be permeated by the quintessence of sunlight. Its air was of long-descended, confident, equable happiness. There were voices on the terrace beyond the hall. Giffen led us into a room on the left. "You remember the house in Colonel Appleby's time, Lethan? This was the chapel. It had always been the chapel. You see the change we've made. I beg your pardon, Mr. Peckweather. You're not by any chance a Roman Catholic." The room had a white panelling and on two sides deep windows. At one end was a fine Italian shrine of marble, and the floor was mosaic, blue and white, in a quaint Byzantine pattern. There was the same air of sunny cheerfulness as in the rest of the house. No mystery could find a lodgment here. It might have been a chapel for 3 centuries, but the place was pagan. The Giffen's changes were no sort of desecration. A green baize table filled most of the floor, surrounded by chairs like a committee room. On new raw wood shelves were files of papers and stacks of blue books, and those desiccated works into which reformers of society torture the English tongue. 2 typewriters stood on a side table. "It's our workroom," Giffen explained, "where we hold our Sunday moots. Ursula thinks that a weekend is wasted unless it produces some piece of real work. Often a quite valuable committee has its beginning here. We try to make our home a refuge for busy workers, where they need not idle, but can work under happy conditions." "A college situate in a clearer air," Lethan quoted, but Giffen did not respond except with a smile. He'd probably never heard of Lord Falkland. A woman entered the room, a woman who might have been pretty if she had taken a little pains. Her reddish hair was drawn tightly back and dressed in a hard knot, and her clothes were horribly incongruous in a remote manor house. She had bright, eager eyes like a bird, and hands that fluttered nervously. She greeted Lethan with warmth. "We've settled down marvellously," she told him. "Julian and I feel as if we'd always lived here, and our life has arranged itself so perfectly. My mother's cottages in the village will soon be ready, and the club is to be opened next week. Julian and I will carry on the classes ourselves for the first winter. Next year, we hope to have a really fine programme, and then it's so pleasant to be able to entertain one's friends. Won't you stay to tea? Dr. Swope is here, and Mary Elliston, and Mr. Perky Blaker, you know, the Member of Parliament. Must you hurry off? I'm so sorry. What do you think of our workroom? It was utterly terrible when we first came here, a sort of decayed chapel like a withered tuberose. We have let the air of heaven into it." I observed that I had never seen a house so full of space and light. "Oh, you noticed that? It's a curiously happy place to live in. Sometimes I'm almost afraid to feel so light-hearted. But we look on ourselves as only trustees. It's a trust we have to administer for the common good. You know, it's a house on which you can lay down your own impress. I can imagine places which dominate the dwellers, but Fullcircle is plastic, and we can make it our own just as much as if we had planned it and built it. That's our chief piece of good fortune." We took our leave, for we had no desire for the company of Dr. Swope and Mr. Percy Blaker. When we reached the highway, we halted and looked back on the little jewel. Shafts of the westering sun now caught the stone and turned the honey to ripe gold. Thin spires of amethyst smoke rose into the still air. I thought of the well-meaning restless couple inside its walls, and somehow they seemed out of the picture. They simply didn't matter. The house was the thing, for I had never met in inanimate stone such an air of gentle masterfulness. It had a personality of its own, clean-cut and secure, like a high-born old dame among the females of profiteers, and Mrs. Giffen claimed to have given it her impress. That night in the library at Borreby, Lethen discoursed of the Restoration. Borreby, of which by the expenditure of much care and a good deal of money he has made a civilized dwelling, is a Tudor manor of the Cotswold type, with high-pitched narrow roofs and tall stone chimneys rising sheer from the meadows, with something of the massiveness of a border keep. He nodded towards the linen-fold panelling and the great carven chimney-piece. In this kind of house you have the mystery of the elder England. What was Raleigh's phrase? High thoughts and divine contemplations. The people who built this sort of thing lived close to another world, and they thought bravely of death. It doesn't matter who they were, Crusaders or Elizabethans or Puritans. They all had poetry in them, and the heroic, and a great unworldliness. They had marvellous spirits and plenty of joys and triumphs, but they also had their hours of black gloom. Their lives were like our weather, storm and sun. One thing they never feared, death. He walked too near them all their days to be a bogey. But the Restoration was a sharp break. It brought paganism into England, paganism and the art of life. No people have ever known better the secret of a bland happiness. Look at Fullcircle. There are no dark corners there. The man that built it knew all there was to be known about how to live. The trouble was that they didn't know how to die. That was the one shadow on the glass, so they provided for it in the pagan way. They tried magic. They never became true Catholics. They were always pagan to the end, but they smuggled a priest into their lives. He was a kind of insurance premium against unwelcome mystery. It was not until nearly 2 years later that I saw the Giffins again. The mayfly season was near its close, and I had snatched a day on a certain limpid Cotswold river. There was another man on the same beat fishing from the opposite bank, and I watched him with some anxiety, for a duffer would have spoilt my day. To my relief, I recognized Giffin. With him it was easy to come to terms, and presently the water was parcelled out between us. We foregathered for luncheon, and I stood watching while he neatly stalked roes and landed a trout. I confessed to some surprise, first that Giffin should be a fisherman at all, for it was not in keeping with my old notion of him, and second, that he should cast such a workmanlike line. As we lunched together, I observed several changes. He had shaved his fluffy beard, and his face was notably less lean, and had the clear, even sunburn of the countryman. His clothes, too, were different. They also were workmanlike, and looked as if they belonged to him. No more the uneasy knickerbockers of the Sunday golfer. "I'm desperately keen," he told me. "You see, it's only my second mayfly season, and last year I was no better than a beginner. I wish I'd known long ago what good fun fishing was. Isn't this a blessed place?" And he looked up through the canopy of flowering chestnuts to the June sky. "I'm glad you've taken to sport," I said, "even if you only come here for the weekends. Sport lets you into the secrets of the countryside." "Oh, we don't go much to London now," was his answer. "We sold our Hampstead house a year ago. I can't think how I ever could stick that place. Ursula takes the same view. I wouldn't leave Oxfordshire just now for £1,000. Do you smell the hawthorn? Last week this meadow was scented like paradise. Do you know, Lethen's a queer fellow." I asked why. "He once told me that this countryside in June made him sad. He said it was too perfect a thing for fallen humanity. I call that morbid. Do you see any sense in it?" I knew what Lethen meant, but it would have taken too long to explain. "I feel warm and good and happy here," he went on. "I used to talk about living close to nature. Rot. I didn't know what nature meant. Now," he broke off, "by Jove, there's a kingfisher. That is only the second I've seen this year. They're getting uncommon with us." With us, I liked that phrase. He was becoming a true countryman. We had a good day. Not extravagantly successful, but satisfactory. And he persuaded me to come home with him to Fullcircle for the night, explaining that I could catch an early train next morning at the junction. So we extricated a little two-seater from a thicket of lilacs, and he drove me through 4 miles of sweet-scented dusk, with nightingales shouting in every thicket. I changed into a suit of his flannels in the bedroom, looking out on the little lake where trout were rising, and I remember that I whistled from pure light-heartedness. In that adorable house, one seemed to be still breathing the air of the spring meadows. Dinner was my first big surprise. It was admirable, plain but perfectly cooked, and with that excellence of basic material, which is the glory of a well-appointed country house. There was wine too, which I am certain was a new thing. Giffen gave me a bottle of a sound claret, and afterwards some more than decent port. My second surprise was my hostess. Her clothes, like her husband's, must have changed, for I didn't notice what she was wearing, and I had noticed it only too clearly the last time we met. More remarkable was the difference in her face. For the first time I realized that she was a pretty woman. The contours had softened and rounded, and there was a charming well-being in her eyes, very different from the old restlessness. She looked content, infinitely content. I asked her about her mother's cottages. She laughed cheerfully. I gave them up after the first year. They didn't mix well with the village people. I'm quite ready to admit my mistake, and it was the wrong kind of charity. The Londoners didn't like it, felt loathsome and sighed for the fried fish shop, and the village women were shy of them, afraid of infectious complaints, you know. Julian and I have decided that our business is to look after our own people. It may have been malicious, but I said something about the wonderful scheme of village education. Another relic of Cockneyism, laughed the lady, but Giffen looked a trifle shy. I gave it up because it didn't seem worthwhile. What's the use of spoiling a perfectly wholesome scheme of life by introducing unnecessary complications? Medicine's no good unless a man's sick, and these people aren't sick. Education is the only cure for certain diseases the modern world has engendered, but if you don't find the disease, the remedy is superfluous. The fact is, I hadn't the face to go on with the thing. I wanted to be taught rather than to teach. There's a whole world around me of which I know very little, and my first business is to get to understand it. Any village poacher can teach me more of the things that matter than what I have to tell him. Besides, we have so much to do, his wife added. There's the house and the garden and the home farm and the property. It isn't large, but it takes a lot of looking after. The dining room was long and low-ceilinged and had a white panelling in bold relief. Through the windows came odours of the garden and a faint tinkle of water. The dusk was deepening, and the engravings in their rosewood frames were dim, but sufficient light remained to reveal the picture above the fireplace. It showed a middle-aged man in the clothes of the later Carolines. The plump, tapering fingers of one hand held a book. The other was hidden in the folds of a flowered waistcoat. The long, curled wig framed a delicate face with something of the grace of youth left to it. There were quizzical lines about the mouth, and the eyes smiled pleasantly, yet very wisely. It was the face of a man I should have liked to dine with. He must have been the best of company. Giffen answered my question. That's the Lord Carterton who built the house. No relation. Our people were the Applebys who came in 1753. We've both fallen so deep in love with Fullcircle that we wanted to see the man who conceived it. I had some trouble getting it. It came out of the Minster Carteron's sale, and I had to give a dealer twice what he paid for it. It's a jolly thing to live with. It was indeed a curiously charming picture. I found my eyes straying to it till the dusk obscured the features. It was the face of one wholly at home in a suave world, learned in all the urbanities. A good friend, I thought, the old lord must have been, and a superlative companion. I could imagine neat Horatian tags coming ripely from his lips. Not a strong face, but somehow a dominating one. The portrait of the long-dead gentleman had still the atmosphere of life. Giffen raised his glass of port to him as we rose from the table, as if to salute a comrade. We moved to the room across the hall, which had once been the Giffens' workroom, the cradle of earnest committees and weighty memoranda. This was my third surprise. Baize-covered table and raw-wood shelves had disappeared. The place was now half smoking room, half library. On the walls hung a fine collection of coloured sporting prints, and below them were ranged low Hepplewhite bookcases. The lamplight glowed on the ivory walls, and the room, like everything else in the house, was radiant. Above the mantelpiece was a stag's head, a fair 11-pointer. Giffen nodded proudly towards it. I got that last year at Macrae, my first stag. There was a little table with an array of magazines and weekly papers. Some amusement must have been visible in my face as I caught sight of various light-hearted sporting journals, for he laughed apologetically. You mustn't think that Ursula and I take in that stuff for ourselves. It amuses our guests, you know. I dared say it did. but I was convinced that the guests were no longer Dr. Swope and Mr. Percy Blaker. One of my many failings is that I can never enter a room containing books without scanning the titles. Giffen's collection won my hearty approval. There were the very few novelists I can read myself, Miss Austen and Sir Walter and the Admirable Marriott. There was a shelf full of memoirs and a good deal of 17th and 18th century poetry. There was a set of the classics in fine editions, Bodonis and Baskervilles and such like. There was much county history and one or two valuable old herbals and itineraries. I was certain that 2 years before, Giffen would have had no use for literature except some muddy Russian oddments, and I am positive that he would not have known the name of Surtees. Yet there stood the tall octavos recording the unedifying careers of Mr. Jorrocks, Mr. Facey Romford, and Mr. Soapy Sponge. I was a little bewildered as I stretched my legs in a very deep armchair. Suddenly, I had a strong impression of looking on at a play, moving docilely at the orders of a masterful stage manager, and yet with no sense of bondage. And as I looked on, they faded off the scene, and there was only one personality, that house, so serene and secure, smiling at our modern antics, but weaving all the while an iron spell round its lovers. For a second, I felt an oppression, as of something to be resisted. But no, there was no oppression. The house was too well-bred and disdainful to seek to captivate. Only those who fell in love with it could know its mastery, for all love exacts a price. It was far more than a thing of stone and lime. It was a creed, an art, a scheme of life, older than any Carteran, older than England, somewhere far back in time, in Rome, in Attica, or in an Aegean island. There must have been such places, but then they called them temples, and gods dwelt in them. I was roused by Giffen's voice discoursing of his books. "I've been rubbing up on my classics again," he was saying. "Queer thing, but ever since I left Cambridge, I've been out of the mood for them, and I'm shockingly ill-read in English literature. I wish I had more time for reading, for it means a lot to me." "There's such an embarrassment of riches here," said his wife. "The days are far too short for all there is to do. Even when there's nobody staying in the house, I find every hour occupied. It's delicious to be busy over the things one really cares for." "All the same, I wish I could do more reading," said Giffen. "I've never wanted to so much before." "But you come in tired from shooting and sleep sound till dinner," said the lady, laying an affectionate hand on his shoulders. They were very happy people, and I like happiness. Self-absorbed, perhaps, but I prefer selfishness in the ordinary way of things. We are, most of us, selfish dogs, and altruism makes us uncomfortable. But I had somewhere in my mind a shade of uneasiness, for I was the witness of a transformation too swift and violent to be wholly natural. Years, no doubt, turn our eyes inward and abate our heroics, but not a trifle of 2 or 3. Some agency had been at work here, some agency other and more potent than the process of time. The thing fascinated and partly frightened me, for the Giffens, though I scarcely dared to admit it, had deteriorated. They were far pleasanter people. I liked them infinitely better. I hoped to see them often again. I detested the type they used to represent and shunned it like the plague. They were wise now and mellow and most agreeable human beings, but some virtue had gone out of them. An uncomfortable virtue, no doubt, but a virtue, something generous and adventurous. Before, their faces had had a sort of wistful kindness. Now they had geniality, which is not the same thing. What was the agency of this miracle? It was all around me, the ivory panelling, the olive wood staircase, the lovely pillared hall. I got up to go to bed with a kind of awe on me. As Mrs. Giffen lit my candle, she saw my eyes wandering among the gracious shadows. "Isn't it wonderful," she said, "to have found a house which fits us like a glove? No, closer. Fits us as a bearskin fits the bear. It has taken our impress like wax." Somehow, I didn't think that the impress had come from the Giffens' side. A November afternoon found Lethan and myself jogging homewards from a run with the Haythrop. It had been a wretched day. Twice we had found and lost, and then a deluge had set in which scattered the field. I had taken a hearty toss into a swamp and got as wet as a man may be. but the steady downpour soon reduced everyone to a like condition. When we turned towards Borrowby, the rain ceased, and an icy wind blew out of the east, which partially dried our sopping clothes. All the grace had faded from the Cotswold valleys. The streams were brown torrents, the meadows lagoons, the ridges bleak and grey, and a sky of scurrying clouds cast leaden shadows. It was a matter of 10 miles to Borrowby. We had long ago emptied our flasks, and I longed for something hot to take the chill out of my bones. "Let's look in at Fullcircle," said Lethan as we emerged on the high road from a muddy lane. "We'll make the Giffins give us tea. You'll find changes there." I asked what changes, but he only smiled and told me to wait and see. My mind was busy with surmises as we rode up the avenue. I thought of drink or drugs and promptly discarded the notion. Fullcircle was above all things decorous and wholesome. Lethan couldn't mean the change in the Giffins' ways which had so impressed me a year before, for he and I had long discussed that. I was still puzzling over his words when we found ourselves in the inner hall, with the Giffins making a hospitable fuss over us. The place was more delectable than ever. Outside was a dark November day, yet the little house seemed to be transfused with sunshine. I don't know by what art the old builders had planned it, but the airy pilasters, the perfect lines of the ceiling, the soft colouring of the wood seemed to lay open the house to a clear sky. Logs burned brightly on the massive steel andirons, and the scent and the fine blue smoke of them strengthened the illusion of summer. Mrs. Giffin would have had us change into dry things, but Lethan pleaded awaiting dinner at Borrowby. The two of us stood by the fireplace drinking tea, the warmth drawing out a cloud of vapour from our clothes to mingle with the wood smoke. Giffin lounged in an armchair, and his wife sat by the tea table. I was looking for the changes of which Lethan had spoken. I didn't find them in Giffin. He was much the same as I remembered him on that June night when I had slept here, a trifle fuller in the face perhaps, a little more placid about the mouth and eyes. He looked a man completely content with life. His smile came readily, and his easy laugh. Was it my fancy, or had he acquired a look of the picture in the dining room? I nearly made an errand to go and see it. It seemed to me that his mouth had now something of the portrait's delicate complacence. Lely would have found him a fit subject, though he might have boggled at his lean hands. But his wife, there the changes were unmistakable. She was comely now rather than pretty, and the contours of her face had grown heavier. The eagerness had gone from her eyes and left only comfort and good humour. There was She had a string of good pearls, the first time I had seen her wear jewels. The hand that poured out the tea was plump, shapely, and well cared for. I was looking at a most satisfactory mistress of a country house, who would see that nothing was lacking to the part. She talked more and laughed oftener. Her voice had an airy lightness which would have made the silliest prattle charming. "We're going to fill the house with young people and give a ball at Christmas," she announced. "This hall is simply clamouring to be danced in. You must come, both of you, promise me. And Mr. Lethan, it would be very kind if you brought a party from Borrowby. Young men, please. We're overstocked with girls in these parts. We must do something to make the country cheerful in winter time." I observed that no season could make Fullcircle other than cheerful. "How nice of you," she cried. "To praise a house is to praise the householders, for a dwelling is just what its inmates make it. Borrowby is you, Mr. Lethan, and Fullcircle is us." "Shall we exchange?" Lethan asked. She made a mouth. "Borrowby would crush me, but it suits a Gothic survivor like you. Do you think you would be happy here?" "Happy," said Lethan thoughtfully. "Happy? Yes, undoubtedly. But it might be bad for my soul. There's just time for a pipe, Giffin, and then we must be off." I was filling my pipe as we crossed the outer hall and was about to enter the smoking room I so well remembered, when Giffin laid a hand on my arm. "We don't smoke in there now," he said hastily. He opened the door and I looked in. The place had suffered its third metamorphosis. The marble shrine, which I had noticed on my first visit, had been brought back, and the blue mosaic pavement and the ivory walls were bare. At the eastern end stood a little altar, with above it a copy of a Correggio Madonna. A faint smell of incense hung in the air, and the fragrance of hothouse flowers. It was a chapel, but I swear a more pagan place than when it had been the workroom or smoking room. Giffen gently shut the door. Perhaps you didn't know, but some months ago my wife became a Catholic. It's a good thing for women, I think. It gives them a regular ritual for their lives. So we restored the chapel. It had always been there in the days of the Carterons and the Applebys. And you? I asked. He shrugged his shoulders. I don't bother much about these things, but I propose to follow suit. It'll please Ursula and do no harm to anybody. We halted on the brow of the hill and looked back on the garden valley, Lethan's laugh as he gazed had more awe than mirth in it. That wicked little house. I'm going to hunt up every scrap I can find about old Tom Carteron. He must have been an uncommon clever fellow. He's still alive down there, and making people do as he did. In that kind of place you may expel the priest and sweep it and garnish it. But he always returns. The rack was lifting before the wind, and a shaft of late watery sun fell on the grey walls. It seemed to me that the little house wore an air of gentle triumph.
Honeysuckle Cottage by P.G. Wodehouse. "Do you believe in ghosts?" asked Mr. Mulliner abruptly. I weighed the question thoughtfully. I was a little surprised, for nothing in our previous conversation had suggested the topic. "Well," I replied, "I don't like them, if that's what you mean. I was once butted by one as a child." "Ghosts, not goats." "Oh, ghosts! Do I believe in ghosts?" "Exactly." "Well, yes, and no." "Let me put it another way," said Mr. Mulliner patiently. "Do you believe in haunted houses? Do you believe that it is possible for a malign influence to envelop a place and work a spell on all who come within its radius?" I hesitated. "Well, no, and, yes." Mr. Mulliner sighed a little. He seemed to be wondering if I was always as bright as this. "Of course," I went on, "one has read stories. Henry James's The Turn of the Screw. I'm not talking about fiction." "Well, in real life, well, look here. I once, as a matter of fact, did meet a man who knew a fellow. My distant cousin, James Rodman, spent some weeks in a haunted house," said Mr. Mulliner, who, if he has a fault, is not a very good listener. "It cost him £5,000. That is to say, he sacrificed £5,000 by not remaining there." "Did you ever," he asked, wandering, it seemed to me, from the subject, "hear of Layla J. Pinkney?" Naturally I had heard of Layla J. Pinkney. Her death some years ago has diminished her vogue, but at one time it was impossible to pass a bookshop or a railway bookstall without seeing a long row of her novels. I have never myself actually read any of them, but I knew that in her particular line of literature, the squashily sentimental, she had always been regarded by those entitled to judge as preeminent. The critics usually headed their reviews of her stories with the words, "Another Pinkney," or sometimes more offensively, "Another Pinkney," with 3 exclamation marks. And once, dealing with, I think, The Love Which Prevails, the literary expert of the Scrutinizer had compressed his entire critique into the single phrase, "Oh, God." "Of course," I said. "What about her?" "She was James Rodman's aunt." "Yes?" "And when she died, James found that she had left him £5,000 and a house in the country where she had lived for the last 20 years of her life. A very nice little legacy." 20 years, repeated Mr. Mulliner. "Grasp that, for it has a vital bearing on what follows. 20 years, mind you, and Miss Pinkney turned out 2 novels and 12 short stories regularly every year, besides a monthly page of advice to young girls in one of the magazines. That is to say, 40 of her novels and no fewer than 240 of her short stories were written under the roof of Honeysuckle Cottage." "Pretty name." "A nasty, sloppy name," said Mr. Mulliner severely, "which should have warned my distant cousin James from the start. Have you a pencil and a piece of paper?" He scribbled for a while, poring frowningly over columns of figures. "Yes," he said, looking up. "If my calculations are correct, Layla J. Pinkney wrote in all a matter of 9,140,000 words of glutinous sentimentality at Honeysuckle Cottage, and it was a condition of her will that James should reside there for 6 months in every year. Failing to do this, he was to forfeit the £5,000. It must be great fun making a freak will, I mused. I often wish I was rich enough to do it. This was not a freak will. The conditions are perfectly understandable. James Rodman was a writer of sensational mystery stories, and his Aunt Layla had always disapproved of his work. She was a great believer in the influence of environment, and the reason why she inserted that clause in her will was that she wished to compel James to move from London to the country. She considered that living in London hardened him and made his outlook on life sordid. She often asked him if he thought it quite nice to harp so much on sudden death and blackmailers with squints. Surely, she said, there were enough squinting blackmailers in the world without writing about them. The fact that literature meant such different things to these two had, I believe, caused something of a coolness between them, and James had never dreamed that he would be remembered in his aunt's will. For he had never concealed his opinion that Layla J. Pinkney's style of writing revolted him, however dear it might be to her enormous public. He held rigid views on the art of the novel, and always maintained that an artist with a true reverence for his craft should not descend into gooey love stories, but should stick austerely to revolvers, cries in the night, missing papers, mysterious Chinamen, and dead bodies, with or without a gash in throat. And not even the thought that his aunt had dandled him on her knee as a baby could induce him to stifle his literary conscience to the extent of pretending to enjoy her work. First, last, and all the time, James Rodman had held the opinion, and voiced it fearlessly, that Layla J. Pinkney wrote bilge. It was a surprise to him, therefore, to find that he had been left this legacy. A pleasant surprise, of course. James was making quite a decent income out of the 3 novels and 18 short stories which he produced annually, but an author can always find a use for £5,000. And as for the cottage, he had actually been looking about for a little place in the country at the very moment when he received the lawyer's letter. In less than a week, he was installed at his new residence. James's first impressions of Honeysuckle Cottage were, he tells me, wholly favourable. He was delighted with the place. It was a low, rambling, picturesque old house, with funny little chimneys and a red roof, placed in the middle of the most charming country. With its oak beams, its trim garden, its trilling birds, and its rose-hung porch, it was the ideal spot for a writer. It was just the sort of place, he reflected whimsically, which his aunt had loved to write about in her books. Even the apple-cheeked old housekeeper who attended to his needs might have stepped straight out of one of them. It seemed to James that his lot had been cast in pleasant places. He had brought down his books, his pipes, and his golf clubs, and was hard at work finishing the best thing he had ever done. The Secret 9 was the title of it, and on the beautiful summer afternoon on which this story opens, he was in the study, hammering away at his typewriter, at peace with the world. The machine was running sweetly. The new tobacco he had bought the day before was proving admirable, and he was moving on all 6 cylinders to the end of a chapter. He shoved in a fresh sheet of paper, chewed his pipe thoughtfully for a moment, then wrote rapidly. For an instant, Lester Gage thought he must have been mistaken. Then the noise came again, faint but unmistakable, a soft scratching on the outer panel. His mouth set in a grim line, silently like a panther, he made one quick step to the desk, noiselessly opened a drawer, drew out He's automatic. After that affair of the poisoned needle, he was taking no chances. Still in dead silence, he tiptoed to the door. Then, flinging it suddenly open, he stood there, his weapon poised. On the mat stood the most beautiful girl he had ever beheld, a veritable child of fairy. She eyed him for a moment with a saucy smile, then, with a pretty, roguish look of reproof, shook a dainty forefinger at him. "I believe you've forgotten me, Mr. Gage," she fluted with a mock severity which her eyes belied. James stared at the paper dumbly. He was utterly perplexed. He had not had the slightest intention of writing anything like this. To begin with, it was a rule with him, and one which he never broke, to allow no girls to appear in his stories. Sinister landladies, yes, and naturally any amount of adventuresses with foreign accents, but never, under any pretext, what might be broadly described as girls. A detective story, he maintained, should have no heroine. Heroines only held up the action and tried to flirt with the hero when he should have been busy looking for clues, and then went and let the villain kidnap them by some childishly simple trick. In his writing, James was positively monastic. And yet here was this creature, with her saucy smile and her dainty forefinger horning in at the most important point in the story. It was uncanny. He looked once more at his scenario. No, the scenario was all right. In perfectly plain words, it stated that what happened when the door opened was that a dying man fell in. And after gasping, "The beetle! Tell Scotland Yard that the blue beetle is," expired on the hearthrug, leaving Lester Gage, not unnaturally, somewhat mystified. Nothing whatever about any beautiful girls. In a curious mood of irritation, James scratched out the offending passage, wrote in the necessary corrections, and put the cover on the machine. It was at this point he heard William whining. The only blot in this paradise which James had so far been able to discover was the infernal dog William. Belonging nominally to the gardener, on the very first morning he had adopted James by acclamation, and he maddened and infuriated James. He had a habit of coming and whining under the window when James was at work. The latter would ignore this as long as he could. Then, when the thing became insupportable, would bound out of his chair to see the animal standing on the gravel, gazing expectantly up at him with a stone in its mouth. William had a weak-minded passion for chasing stones, and on the first day James, in a rash spirit of camaraderie, had flung one for him. Since then, James had thrown no more stones, but he had thrown any number of other solids, and the garden was littered with objects ranging from matchboxes to a plaster statuette of the young Joseph prophesying before Pharaoh. And still William came and whined, an optimist to the last. The whining, coming now at a moment when he felt irritable and unsettled, acted on James much as the scratching on the door had acted on Lester Gage. Silently, like a panther, he made one quick step to the mantelpiece, removed from it a china mug bearing the legend, "A present from Clacton-on-Sea," and crept to the window. And as he did so, a voice outside said, "Go away, sir, go away," and there followed a short, high-pitched bark, which was certainly not William's. William was a mixture of Airedale, Setter, Bull Terrier, and Mastiff, and when in a vocal mood favoured the Mastiff side of his family. James peered out. There, on the porch, stood a girl in blue. She held in her arms a small, fluffy white dog, and she was endeavouring to foil the upward movement towards this of the blackguard William. William's mentality had been arrested some years before at the point where he imagined that everything in the world had been created for him to eat. A bone, a boot, a steak, the back wheel of a bicycle. It was all one to William. If it was there, he tried to eat it. He had even made a plucky attempt to devour the remains of the young Joseph prophesying before Pharaoh, and it was perfectly plain now that he regarded the curious wriggling object in the girl's arms purely in the light of a snack to keep body and soul together till dinner time. "William!" bellowed James. William looked courteously over his shoulder, with eyes that beamed with the pure light of a life's devotion, wagged the whip-like tail which he had inherited from his bull-terrier ancestor, and resumed his intent scrutiny of the fluffy dog. "Oh, please," cried the girl, "this great rough dog is frightening poor Toto." The man of letters and the man of action do not always go hand in hand, but practice had made James perfect in handling, with a swift efficiency, any situation that involved William. A moment later, that canine moron, having received a present from Clacton in the short ribs, was scuttling round the corner of the house, and James had jumped through the window and was facing the girl. She was an extraordinarily pretty girl. Very sweet and fragile she looked as she stood there under the honeysuckle, with the breeze ruffling a tendril of golden hair that strayed from beneath her coquettish little hat. Her eyes were very big and very blue, her rose-tinted face becomingly flushed. All wasted on James, though. He disliked all girls, and particularly the sweet, droopy type. "Did you want to see somebody?" he asked stiffly. "Just the house," said the girl, "if it wouldn't be giving any trouble. I do so want to see the room where Miss Pinkney wrote her books. This is where Lila J. Pinkney used to live, isn't it?" "Yes, I'm her nephew. My name is James Rodman." "Mine is Rose Maynard." James led the way into the house, and she stopped with a cry of delight on the threshold of the morning room. "Oh, how too perfect!" she cried. "So this was her study?" "Yes." "What a wonderful place it would be for you to think in if you were a writer, too." James held no high opinion of women's literary taste, but nevertheless he was conscious of an unpleasant shock. "I am a writer," he said coldly. "I write detective stories." I'm afraid," she blushed. "I'm afraid I don't often read detective stories." "You, no doubt, prefer," said James still more coldly, "this sort of thing my aunt used to write." "Oh, I love her stories," cried the girl, clasping her hands ecstatically. "Don't you?" "I cannot say that I do." "What?" "They are pure apple sauce," said James sternly. "Just nasty blobs of sentimentality, thoroughly untrue to life." The girl stared. "Why, that's just what's so wonderful about them, their trueness to life. You feel they might all have happened. I don't understand what you mean." They were walking down the garden now. James held the gate open for her, and she passed through into the road. "Well, for one thing," he said, "I decline to believe that a marriage between two young people is invariably preceded by some violent and sensational experience in which they both share. Are you thinking of Scent of the Blossom, where Edgar saves Maud from drowning? I am thinking of every single one of my aunt's books." He looked at her curiously. He had just got the solution of a mystery which had been puzzling him for some time. Almost from the moment he had set eyes on her, she had seemed somehow strangely familiar. It now suddenly came to him why it was that he disliked her so much. "Do you know," he said, "you might be one of my aunt's heroines yourself. You're just the sort of girl she used to love to write about." Her face lit up. "Oh, do you really think so?" She hesitated. "Do you know what I've been feeling ever since I came here? I've been feeling that you are exactly like one of Miss Pinkney's heroes." "No, I say, really," said James, revolted. "Oh, but you are. When you jumped through that window, it gave me quite a start. You're so exactly like Claude Masterton in Heather Over the Hills." "I haven't read Heather Over the Hills," said James with a shudder. He was very strong and quiet, with deep, dark, sad eyes. James did not explain that his eyes were sad because her society gave him a pain in the neck. He merely laughed scornfully. "So now, I suppose," he said, "a car will come and knock you down, and I shall carry you gently into the house and lay you—" "Look out!" he cried. It was too late. She was lying in a little huddled heap at his feet. Round the corner a large automobile had come bowling, keeping with an almost affected precision to the wrong side of the road. It was now receding into the distance. The occupant of the tonneau, a stout, red-faced gentleman in a fur coat, leaning over the back. He had bared his head, not, one fears, as a pretty gesture of respect and regret, but because he was using his hat to hide the number plate. The dog Toto was unfortunately uninjured. James carried the girl gently into the house and laid her on the sofa in the morning room. He rang the bell and the apple-cheeked housekeeper appeared. "Send for the doctor," said James. "There's been an accident." The housekeeper bent over the girl. Dearie, dearie," she said. "Bless her sweet, pretty face." The gardener, he who technically owned William, was routed out from among the young lettuces and told to fetch Dr. Brady. He separated his bicycle from William, who was making a light meal off the left pedal, and departed on his mission. Dr. Brady arrived, and in due course he made his report. No bones broken, but a number of nasty bruises, and of course the shock. "She'll have to stay here for some time, Rodman. Can't be moved." "Stay here, but you can't. It isn't proper." "Your housekeeper will act as a chaperone." The doctor sighed. He was a stolid-looking man of middle age with side whiskers. "A beautiful girl, that, Rodman," he said. "I suppose so," said James. "A sweet, beautiful girl. An elfin child." A what?" cried James, starting. This imagery was very foreign to Dr. Brady as he knew him. On the only previous occasion on which they had had any extended conversation, the doctor had talked exclusively about the effect of too much protein on the gastric juices. An elfin child, a tender, fairy creature. When I was looking at her just now, Rodman, I nearly broke down. Her little hand lay on the coverlet like some white lily floating on the surface of a still pool, and her dear, trusting eyes gazed up at me. He pottered off down the garden, still babbling, and James stood staring after him blankly. And slowly, like some cloud athwart a summer sky, there crept over James's heart the chill shadow of a nameless fear. It was about a week later that Mr. Andrew Mackinnon, the senior partner in the well-known firm of literary agents Mackinnon and Gooch, sat in his office in Chancery Lane, frowning thoughtfully over a telegram. He rang the bell. "Ask Mr. Gooch to step in here." He resumed his study of the telegram. "Oh, Gooch," he said, when his partner appeared, "I've just had a curious wire from young Rodman. He seems to want to see me very urgently." Mr. Gooch read the telegram. "Written under the influence of some strong mental excitement," he agreed. "I wonder why he doesn't come to the office if he wants to see you so badly. He's working very hard, finishing that novel for Prodder and Wiggs. Can't leave it, I suppose. Well, it's a nice day. If you look at things here, I think I'll motor down and let him give me lunch." As Mr. Mackinnon's car reached the crossroads a mile from Honeysuckle Cottage, he was aware of a gesticulating figure by the hedge. He stopped the car. "Morning, Rodman." "Thank God you've come," said James. It seemed to Mr. Mackinnon that the young man looked paler and thinner. "Would you mind walking the rest of the way? There's something I want to speak to you about." Mr. Mackinnon alighted, and James, as he glanced at him, felt cheered and encouraged by the very sight of the man. The literary agent was a grim, hard-bitten person, to whom, when they called at their offices to arrange terms, editors kept their faces turned, so that they might at least retain their back collar studs. There was no sentiment in Andrew Mackinnon. Editresses of society papers practiced their blandishments on him in vain, and many a publisher had waked screaming in the night, dreaming that he was signing a Mackinnon contract. "Well, Rodman," he said, "Prodder and Wiggs have agreed to our terms. I was writing to tell you so when your wire arrived. I had a lot of trouble with them, but it's fixed at 20%, rising to 25%, and £200 advance royalties on day of publication." "Good," said James abstinently. "Good. Mackinnon, do you remember my Aunt Layla J. Pinkney?" "Remember her? Why, I was her agent all her life." Of course. Then you know the sort of tripe she wrote." "No author," said Mr. Mackinnon reprovingly, "who pulls down a steady £20,000 a year writes tripe. Well, anyway, you know her stuff. Who better?" When she died, she left me £5,000 and her house, Honeysuckle Cottage. I'm living there now. Mackinnon, do you believe in haunted houses? No. Yet I tell you solemnly that Honeysuckle Cottage is haunted. By your aunt, said Mr. Mackinnon, surprised. By her influence. There's a malign spell over the place, a sort of miasma of sentimentalism. Everybody who enters it succumbs. Tut, tut, you mustn't have these fancies. They aren't fancies. You aren't seriously meaning to tell me. Well, how do you account for this? The book you were speaking about, which Prodder and Wiggs are to publish, The Secret Nine. Every time I sit down to write it, a girl keeps trying to sneak in. Into the room. Into the story. You don't want a love interest in your sort of book, said Mr. Mackinnon, shaking his head. It delays the action. I know it does. And every day I have to keep shooing this infernal female out. An awful girl, Mackinnon, a soppy, soupy, treacly, drooping girl with a roguish smile. This morning she tried to butt into the scene where Lester Gage is trapped in the den of the mysterious leper. No, she did, I assure you. I had to rewrite 3 pages before I could get her out of it. And that's not the worst. Do you know, Mackinnon, that at this moment I'm actually living the plot of a typical Layla J. Pinkney novel in just the setting she always used? And I can see the happy ending coming nearer every day. A week ago, a girl was knocked down by a car at my door, and I've had to put her up. And every day I realise more clearly that sooner or later I shall ask her to marry me. Don't do it, said Mr. Mackinnon, a stout bachelor. You're too young to marry. So was Methuselah, said James, a stouter. But all the same, I know I'm going to do it. It's the influence of this awful house weighing upon me. I feel like an eggshell in a maelstrom. I'm being sucked on by a force too strong for me to resist. This morning I found myself kissing her dog. No, I did, and I loathe the little beast. Yesterday I got up at dawn and plucked a nosegay of flowers for her, wet with the dew. Rodman! It's a fact. I laid them at her door and went downstairs, kicking myself all the way. And there in the hall was the apple-cheeked housekeeper regarding me archly. If she didn't murmur, bless her sweet young hearts, my ears deceived me. Why don't you pack up and leave? If I do, I lose the £5,000. Ah, said Mr. Mackinnon. I can't understand what's happened. It's the same with all haunted houses. My aunt's subliminal ether vibrations have woven themselves into the texture of the place, creating an atmosphere which forces the ego of all who come in contact with it to attune themselves to it. It's either that or something to do with the 4th dimension. Mr. Mackinnon laughed scornfully. Tut, tut, he said again. This is pure imagination. What has happened is that you've been working too hard. You'll see this precious atmosphere of yours will have no effect on me. That's exactly why I asked you to come down. I hoped you might break the spell. I will that, said Mr. Mackinnon jovially. The fact that the literary agent spoke little at lunch caused James no apprehension. Mr. Mackinnon was ever a silent trencherman. From time to time, James caught him stealing a glance at the girl, who was well enough to come down to meals now, limping pathetically. But he could read nothing in his face. And yet the mere look of his face was a consolation. It was so solid, so matter-of-fact, so exactly like an unemotional coconut. You've done me good, said James with a sigh of relief as he escorted the agent down the garden to his car after lunch. I felt all along that I could rely on your rugged common sense. The whole atmosphere of the place seems different now. Mr. Mackinnon did not speak for a moment. He seemed to be plunged into thought. Rodman, he said as he got into his car, I've been thinking over that suggestion of yours about putting a love interest into the Secret Nine. I think you're wise. The story needs it. After all, what is there greater in the world than love? Love, love, aye. It's the sweetest word in the language. Put in a heroine and let her marry Lester Gage. If, said James grimly, she does succeed in worming her way in, she'll jolly well marry the mysterious leper. But look here, I don't understand. It was seeing that girl that changed me, proceeded Mr. Mackinnon. And as James stared at him aghast, tears suddenly filled his hard-boiled eyes. He openly snuffled. Ah, seeing her sitting there under the roses, with all that smell of honeysuckle and all, and the birdies singing so sweet in the garden, and the sun lighting up her bonny face. The poor wee lass, he muttered, dabbing at his eyes. The poor wee bonny lass. Rodman, he said, his voice quavering, I've decided that we're being hard on Prodder and Wiggs. Wiggs has had sickness in his home lately. You mustn't be hard on a man who's had sickness in his home, eh, lad? No, no. I'm going to take back that contract and alter it to a flat 12% and no advance royalties. What? But you shan't lose by it, Rodman. No, no, you shan't lose by it, my manny. I'm going to waive my commission. The poor bonny wee lass. The car rolled off down the road. Mr. Mackinnon, seated in the back, was blowing his nose violently. This is the end, said James. It is necessary at this point to pause and examine James Rodman's position with an unbiased eye. The average man, unless he puts himself in James's place, will be unable to appreciate it. James, he will feel, was making a lot of fuss about nothing. Here he was, drawing daily closer and closer to a charming girl with big blue eyes, and surely rather to be envied than pitied. But we must remember that James was one of nature's bachelors, and no ordinary man looking forward dreamily to a little home of his own with a loving wife, putting out his slippers and changing the gramophone records, can realize the intensity of the instinct for self-preservation which animates nature's bachelors in times of peril. James Rodman had a congenital horror of matrimony. Though a young man, he had allowed himself to develop a great many habits which were as the breath of life to him. And these habits he knew instinctively. A wife would shoot to pieces within a week of the end of the honeymoon. James liked to breakfast in bed, and having breakfasted, to smoke in bed and knock the ashes out on the carpet. What wife would tolerate this practice? James liked to pass his days in a tennis shirt, grey flannel trousers and slippers. What wife ever rests until she has enclosed her husband in a stiff collar, tight boots, and a morning suit and taken him with her to Te Musico? These and 1,000 other thoughts of the same kind flashed through the unfortunate young man's mind as the days went by, and every day that passed seemed to draw him nearer to the brink of the chasm. Fate appeared to be taking a malicious pleasure in making things as difficult for him as possible. Now that the girl was well enough to leave her bed, she spent her time sitting in a chair on the sun-sprinkled porch, and James had to read to her, and poetry at that. And not the jolly, wholesome sort of poetry the boys are turning out nowadays either, good, honest stuff about sin and gasworks and decaying corpses, but the old-fashioned kind with rhymes in it, dealing almost exclusively with love. The weather, moreover, continued superb. The honeysuckle cast its sweet scent on the gentle breeze. The roses over the porch stirred and nodded. The flowers in the garden were lovelier than ever. The birds sang their little throats sore. And every evening there was a magnificent sunset. It was almost as if nature were doing it on purpose. At last James intercepted Dr. Brady as he was leaving after one of his visits and put the thing to him squarely. "Where's that girl going?" The doctor patted him on the arm. "Not yet, Rodman," he said in a low, understanding voice. "No need to worry yourself about that. Mustn't be moved for days and days and days. I might almost say weeks and weeks and weeks." "Weeks and weeks!" cried James. "And weeks," said Dr. Brady. He prodded James roguishly in the abdomen. Good luck to you, my boy. Good luck to you, he said. It was some consolation to James that the mushy physician immediately afterwards tripped over William on his way down the path and broke his stethoscope. When a man is up against it like James, every little helps. He was walking dismally back to the house after this conversation when he was met by the apple-cheeked housekeeper. "The little lady would like to speak to you, sir," said the apple-cheeked exhibit, rubbing her hands. "Would she?" said James hollowly. "So sweet and pretty she looks, sir. Oh, sir, you wouldn't believe, like a blessed angel sitting there with her dear eyes all shining." "Don't do it," cried James with extraordinary vehemence. "Don't do it." He found the girl propped up on the cushions and thought once again how singularly he disliked her. And yet, even as he thought this, some force against which he had to fight madly was whispering to him, "Go and take that little hand. Breathe into that little ear the burning words that will make that little face turn away, crimsoned with blushes." He wiped a bead of perspiration from his forehead and sat down. "Mrs. Stick in the Mud, what's her name, says you want to see me." The girl nodded. "I have had a letter from Uncle Henry. I wrote to him as soon as I was better and told him what had happened, and he's coming here tomorrow morning." "Uncle Henry?" "That's what I call him, but he's really no relation. He's my guardian. He and Daddy were officers in the same regiment, and when Daddy was killed, fighting on the Afghan frontier, he died in Uncle Henry's arms, and with his last breath begged him to take care of me." James started. A sudden wild hope had waked in his heart. Years ago, he remembered, he had read a book of his aunt's entitled Rupert's Legacy, and in that book, "I'm engaged to marry him," said the girl quietly. "Wow!" shouted James. "What?" asked the girl, startled. "A touch of cramp," said James. He was thrilling all over. That wild hope had been realized. "It was Daddy's dying wish that we should marry," said the girl. "And dashed sensible of him, too. Dashed sensible," said James warmly. "And yet," she went on, a little wistfully, I sometimes wonder—" "Don't!" said James. "Don't! You must respect Daddy's dying wish. There's nothing like Daddy's dying wish. You can't beat it. So he's coming here tomorrow, is he? Capital, capital. To lunch, I suppose. Excellent. I'll run down and tell Mrs. Who is it to lay in another chop." It was with a gay and uplifted heart that James strolled the garden and smoked his pipe next morning. A great cloud seemed to have rolled itself away from him. Everything was for the best in the best of all possible worlds. He had finished The Secret Nine and shipped it off to Mr. Mackinnon, and now, as he strolled, there was shaping itself in his mind a corking plot about a man with only half a face, who lived in a secret den and terrorized London with a series of shocking murders. And what made them so shocking was the fact that each of his victims, when discovered, was found to have only half a face too. The rest had been chipped off, presumably by some blunt instrument. The thing was coming out magnificently when suddenly his attention was diverted by a piercing scream. Out of the bushes fringing the river that ran beside the garden burst the apple-cheeked housekeeper. "Oh, sir! Oh, sir! Oh, sir!" "What is it?" demanded James irritably. "Oh, sir! Oh, sir! Oh, sir!" "Yes, and then what?" "The little dog, sir. He's in the river." "Well, whistle him to come out." "Oh, sir, do come quick. He'll be drowned." James followed her through the bushes, taking off his coat as he went. He was saying to himself, "I will not rescue this dog. I do not like the dog. It's high time he had a bath, and in any case it would be much simpler to stand on the bank and fish for him with a rake. Only an ass out of a Layla J. Pinkney book would dive into a beastly river to save." At this point, he dived. Toto, alarmed by the splash, swam rapidly for the bank, but James was too quick for him. Grasping him firmly by the neck, he scrambled ashore and ran for the house, followed by the housekeeper. The girl was seated on the porch. Over her there bent the tall, soldierly figure of a man with keen eyes and greying hair. The housekeeper raced up. "Oh, miss, Toto in the river. He saved them. He plunged in and saved them. The girl drew a quick breath. Gallant, damn, by Jove, by Gad, yes, gallant, by George, exclaimed the soldierly man. The girl seemed to wake from a reverie. Uncle Henry, this is Mr. Rodman. Mr. Rodman, my guardian, Colonel Carteret. Proud to meet you, sir, said the colonel, his honest blue eyes glowing as he fingered his short, crisp moustache. As fine a thing as I ever heard of, damn. Yes, you are brave. Brave, the girl whispered. I am wet, said James, and went upstairs to change his clothes. When he came down for lunch, he found to his relief that the girl had decided not to join them, and Colonel Carteret was silent and preoccupied. James, exerting himself in his capacity of host, tried him with the weather, golf, India, the government, the high cost of living, first-class cricket, the modern dancing craze, and murderers he had met. But the other still preserved that strange, absent-minded silence. It was only when the meal was concluded and James had produced cigarettes that he came out of his trance. Rodman, he said, I should like to speak to you. Yes, said James, thinking it was about time. Rodman, said Colonel Carter, or rather George. I may call you George, he added with a sort of wistful diffidence that had a singular charm. Certainly, replied James, if you wish it, though my name is James. James, eh? Well, it amounts to the same thing, eh? What damn, by gad, said the colonel, with a momentary return of his bluff, soldierly manner. Well then, James, I have something that I wish to say to you. Did Miss Maynard, did Rose happen to tell you anything about myself in connection with herself? She mentioned that you and she were engaged to be married. The colonel's tightly drawn lips quivered. No longer, he said. What? No, John, my boy. James. No, James, my boy. No longer. While you were upstairs changing your clothes, she told me, breaking down, poor child, as she spoke, that she wished our engagement to be at an end. James half rose from the table, his cheeks blanched. You don't mean that, he gasped. Colonel Carteret nodded. He was staring out of the window, his fine eyes set in a look of pain. But this is nonsense, cried James. This is absurd. She mustn't be allowed to chop and change like this. I mean to say, it isn't fair. Don't think of me, my boy. I'm not. I mean, did she give any reason? Her eyes did. Her eyes did. Her eyes, when she looked at you on the porch as you stood there, young, heroic, having just saved the life of the dog she loves. It's you who have won that tender heart, my boy. Now listen, protested James. You aren't going to sit there and tell me that a girl falls in love with a man just because he saves a dog from drowning. Why, surely, said Colonel Carteret, surprised. What better reason could she have? He sighed. It's the old story, my boy. Youth to youth. I'm an old man. I should have known. I should have foreseen. Yes, youth to youth. You aren't a bit old. Yes. No. Yes. Don't keep saying yes, cried James, clutching at his hair. Besides, she wants a steady old buffer, a steady, sensible man of medium age, to look after her. Colonel Carteret shook his head with a gentle smile. This is mere quixotry, my boy. It's splendid of you to take this attitude, but no. Yes. No. He gripped James's hand for an instant, then rose and walked to the door. That's all I wish to say, James. I just thought that you ought to know how matters stood. Go to her, my boy. Go to her. And don't let any thought of an old man's broken dream keep you from pouring out what is in your heart. I'm an old soldier, lad. An old soldier. I've learned to take the rough with the smooth. But I think I'll leave you now. I should like to be alone for a while. If you need me, you'll find me in the raspberry bushes. He'd scarcely gone when James also left the room, He took his hat and stick and walked blindly out of the garden, he knew not whither. His brain was numbed. Then, as his powers of reasoning returned, he told himself that he should have foreseen this ghastly thing. If there was one type of character over which Layla J. Pinkney had been wont to spread herself, it was the pathetic guardian who loves his ward but relinquishes her to the younger man. No wonder the girl had broken off the engagement. Any elderly guardian who allowed himself to come within a mile of Honeysuckle Cottage was simply asking for it. And then, as he turned to walk back, a dull defiance gripped James. Why, he asked, should he be put upon in this manner? If the girl liked to throw over this man, why should he be the goat? He saw his way clearly now. He just wouldn't do it, that was all. And if they didn't like it, they could lump it. Full of a new fortitude, he strode in at the gate. A tall, soldierly figure emerged from the raspberry bushes and came to meet him. "Well?" said Colonel Carteret. "Well?" said James defiantly. "Am I to congratulate you?" James caught his keen blue eye and hesitated. It was not going to be so simple as he had supposed. "Well, he said. Into the keen blue eyes there came a look that James had not seen there before. It was the stern, hard look, which probably had caused men to bestow upon this old soldier the name of Cold Steel Carteret. "You have not asked Rose to marry you?" No, not yet." The keen blue eyes grew keener and bluer. "Rodman," said Colonel Carteret in a strange, quiet voice, "I have known that little girl since she was a tiny child. For years, she has been all in all to me. Her father died in my arms, and with his last breath bade me see that no harm come to his darling. I have nursed her through mumps, measles, aye, and chicken pox, and I live but for her happiness." He paused with a significance that made James's toes curl. "Rodman," he said, "do you know what I would do to any man who trifled with that little girl's affections?" He reached into his hip pocket, and an ugly-looking revolver glittered in the sunlight. "I would shoot him like a dog." Like a dog?" faltered James. "Like a dog," said Colonel Carteret. He took James's arms and turned him towards the house. "She's on the porch. Go to her. And if—" He broke off. "But tut," he said in a kindlier voice. "I am doing you an injustice, my boy. I know it." "Oh, you are," said James fervently. "Your heart's in the right place." "Oh, absolutely," said James. "Then go to her, my boy. Later on you may have something to tell me. You'll find me in the strawberry beds." It was very cool and fragrant on the porch. Overhead little breezes played and laughed among the roses. Somewhere in the distance sheep bells tinkled, and in the shrubbery a thrush was singing its evensong. Seated in her chair behind a wicker table laden with tea things, Rose Maynard watched James as he shambled up the path. "Tea's ready," she called gaily. "Where's Uncle Henry?" The look of pity and distress flitted for a moment over her flower-like face. Oh, I forgot," she whispered. He's in the strawberry beds," said James in a low voice. She nodded unhappily. Of course. "Oh, why is life like this?" James heard her whisper. He sat down. He looked at the girl. She was leaning back with closed eyes, and he thought he had never seen such a little squirt in his life. The idea of passing his remaining days in her society revolted him. He was stoutly opposed to the idea of marrying anyone, but if, as happens to the best of us, he ever were compelled to perform the wedding glide, he had always hoped it would be with some lady golf champion who would help him with his putting, and thus, by bringing his handicap down a notch or two, enable him to save something from the wreck, so to speak. But to link his lot with a girl who read his aunt's books and liked them, a girl who could tolerate the presence of the dog Toto, a girl who clasped her hands in pretty, childish joy when she saw a nasturtium in bloom. It was too much. Nevertheless, He took her hand and began to speak. Miss Maynard rose. She opened her eyes and cast them down. A flush had come into her cheeks. The dog, Toto, at her side, sat up and begged for cake, disregarded. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a lonely man who lived in a cottage, all by himself. He stopped. Was it James Rodman who was talking this bilge? Yes, whispered the girl. But one day, there came to him out of nowhere a little fairy princess. He stopped again, but this time not because of the sheer shame of listening to his own voice. What caused him to interrupt his tale was the fact that at this moment the tea table suddenly began to rise slowly in the air, tilting as it did so a considerable quantity of hot tea onto the knees of his trousers. Ouch! Cried James, leaping. The table continued to rise, and then fell sideways, revealing the homely countenance of William, who, concealed by the cloth, had been taking a nap beneath it. He moved slowly forward, his eyes on Toto. For many a long day, William had been desirous of putting to the test, once and for all, the problem of whether Toto was edible or not. Sometimes he thought yes, and other times no. Now seemed an admirable opportunity for a definite decision. He advanced on the object of his experiment, making a low whistling noise through his nostrils, not unlike a boiling kettle, and Toto, after one long look of incredulous horror, tucked his shapely tail between his legs and, turning, raced for safety. He had laid a course in a bee-line for the open garden gate, and William, shaking a dish of marmalade off his head a little petulantly, galloped ponderously after him. Rose Maynard staggered to his feet. "Oh, save him!" she cried. Without a word, James added himself to the procession. His interest in Toto was but tepid. What he wanted was to get near enough to William to discuss with him that matter of the tea on his trousers. He reached the road and found that the order of the runners had not changed. For so small a dog, Toto was moving magnificently. A cloud of dust rose as he skidded round the corner. William followed. James followed William. And so they passed Farmer Burkett's barn, Farmer Giles's cowshed, the place where Farmer Willett's pigsty used to be before the big fire, and the Bunch of Grapes public house. Jonathan Biggs, proprietor, licensed to sell tobacco, wines, and spirits. And it was as they were turning down the lane that leads past Farmer Robinson's chicken run that Toto, thinking swiftly, bolted abruptly into a small drain pipe. "William!" roared James, coming up at a canter. He stopped to pluck a branch from the hedge and swooped darkly on. William had been crouching before the pipe, making a noise like a bassoon into its interior, but now he rose and came beamingly to James. His eyes were aglow with chumminess and affection, and placing his 4 feet on James's chest, he licked him 3 times on the face in rapid succession. And as he did so, something seemed to snap in James. The scales seemed to fall from James's eyes. For the first time he saw William as he really was, the authentic type of dog that saves his master from a frightful peril. A wave of emotion swept over him. "William!" he muttered. "William!" William was making an early supper of a half brick he'd found in the road. James stopped and patted him fondly. "William," he whispered, "you knew when the time had come to change the conversation, didn't you, old boy?" He straightened himself. "Come, William," he said, "another 4 miles and we reach Meadowsweet Junction. Make it snappy and we shall just catch the up express. First stop, London." William looked up into his face, and it seemed to James that he gave a brief nod of comprehension and approval. James turned. Through the trees to the east he could see the red roof of Honeysuckle Cottage, lurking like some evil dragon in ambush. Then, together, man and dog passed silently into the sunset. "That," concluded Mr. Mulliner, "is the story of my distant cousin James Rodman. As to whether it's true, that, of course, is an open question. I, personally, am of the opinion that it is. There is no doubt that James did go to live at Honeysuckle Cottage, and while there underwent some experience which has left an ineradicable mark upon him. His eyes today have that unmistakable look which is to be seen only in the eyes of confirmed bachelors whose feet have been dragged to the very brink of the pit, and who have gazed at close range into the naked face of matrimony. And if further proof be needed, there is William. He is now James's inseparable companion. Would any man be habitually seen in public with a dog like William, unless he had some solid cause to be grateful to him, unless they were linked together by some deep and imperishable memory? I think not. Myself, when I observe William coming along the street, I cross the road and look into a shop window till he has passed. I am not a snob, but I dare not risk my position in society by being seen talking to that curious compound. Nor is the precaution an unnecessary one. There is about William a shameless absence of appreciation of class distinctions which recalls the worst excesses of the French Revolution. I have seen him with those eyes chivvy a Pomeranian belonging to a baroness in her own right from near the Achilles statue to within a few yards of the Marble Arch. And yet James walks daily with him in Piccadilly. It is surely significant.
The Irtonwood Ghost by Elinor Glyn. 1. Mrs. Charters arrived at Euston in plenty of time for the 2:30 train to Ileton. She was a woman who was well served, and her footman had already got her all that she required, and she retired with a paper to the farther side of the compartment. "You need not wait, Thomas," she said. "There will probably be no one else getting in, and it is a corridor train." So Thomas touched his hat and left. Just before the guard gave the signal to start, a man, evidently a gentleman, opened the door of the carriage and entered. He had been walking leisurely up and down the platform, and, if she had known it, had observed her maid and footman, looked at her luggage and ascertained her destination. It was the same as his own, Irtonwood Manor, that really charmingly romantic old place Ada Hardress and her obedient husband had just taken from the Walworths for a year. "It is too exquisitely ghostly, pet," she had written to Estelle Charters. "Creaking panelling, underground passages, haunted library, and a big cedarwood bedroom where the White Lady appears. There's no electric light, and a person with your sensibilities can be perfectly certain to receive a thrill. Come and spend Christmas with us." And Mrs. Charters had accepted, won by this alluring description, and was now, the day before Christmas Eve, on her way thither. She was a tall, slender woman of 28 or 30 perhaps. She was not beautiful, but every single thing she put on seemed to enhance her grace. Rather plaintive and distinguished refinement appeared to be the note which first struck strangers about her. That bore, Algernon Alexander Charters, had joined friends in another world some 3 years before this Christmas Eve, leaving his widow most comfortably provided for. Only an unpleasant jar had happened, not more than a week ago. The family lawyer had written to inform Estelle that there might be serious trouble ahead, and it might even eventualize in her loss of most of Algernon Alexander's money if a certain marriage certificate could not be found. The whole fortune was being claimed by a descendant of the great-great-grandfather, who contended that Algernon Alexander himself had enjoyed his 10 or 12,000 a year unlawfully. It appeared that somewhere about 1795, the rich Alderman Charters's son, delighting to move in circles above him, had contracted a marriage secretly with the daughter of a decayed noble who would have none of him, and the lady, regretting her mistake too late, had denied all connection with him, and willingly relinquishing her son, whose existence she had concealed, and of whom she was ashamed, she had retired with her father to Italy, and there, a year or two later, had died, the wife of an Italian count. The abandoned rich city husband had apparently taken the casual behaviour of the noble lady in a philosophical spirit, doting upon her son, on whom, although he married again, and had a number of other children, he left the bulk of his great fortune. These second families seemed to have been complacent people, and had accepted their fate.
But now one of their descendants had come forward and claimed that the will of John Charters expressly stating to my legitimate eldest son and his heirs, with no name given, the property should come to him as the lineal representative of the eldest son of the second family, there being no proof to be found anywhere of the first marriage with the Lady Marjorie Wildacre. Mrs. Charters thought of all these things as she sat on the train. Her attention had scarcely wandered from them even as she glanced up at the intruder in her carriage, but she did casually notice that he was a thin, dark man with something rather attractive-looking about him, and after a while she became conscious that his eyes were fixed upon her, and she felt compelled to look up. They were too close together, the orbs that met hers, she decided, though their size and shape left nothing to be desired. She had a foolish shiver of foreboding and dislike as she turned away, and let her mind revert to the ceaseless question of where on the face of the earth this certificate could be, and how were they to find it. Presently the stranger leaned forward and said in a most cultivated voice, which yet had a foreign accent somewhere lurking in the background, "You are Mrs. Charters, I believe. We are both going to the same house. May I introduce myself? I am Ambrose Duval. I am afraid not quite an Englishman." His voice was so pleasant, it made you forget the sinister impression left by his eyes. Mrs. Charters was of the world and not easily disconcerted. She bowed politely, and a conversation began, in the course of which it became apparent that Mr. Ambrose Duval, such a name, it reminds one of Claude, she thought, had met the Hardresses abroad, and had renewed his acquaintance lately, and was coming down now to this Christmas party. Nothing could be more polished and smooth than his manner. It had that easy gliding from one subject to another which makes so agreeable a conversationalist. He skimmed all sorts of interesting topics, and at last arrived at English architecture. "Irtonwood is a very romantic old place, Mrs. Hardress tells me," he said. "A fine specimen of Tudor style, with additions of Jacobean. I am longing to study it. Do you know its history?" "Not in the least," Estelle replied. "My friend Ada Hardress merely wrote I should be certain to see ghosts. I love the thought of them, although I have never been fortunate enough to encounter one. Have you?" And she smiled her fascinating, elusive smile that was half melancholy and half gay. Sir George Seafield, who had already arrived at Irtonwood earlier in the day, thought Estelle Charters's smile the most divine thing in the world, but then he was in love. Resentfully so at first, then resignedly, and now abjectly. Ambrose Duval, on the contrary, mused, "She is no fool for all her gentleness. It is a capable mouth. Perhaps her innocence about Irtonwood is all bluff, and she is bent upon the same errand as myself. I must lose no time." By 4 o'clock, when they had reached Ileton, they had each taken stock of the other. "He makes me creep down my back," was Mrs. Charters's comment, "although I do feel he is attractive." Some more guests got out of another carriage, and there were greetings and chaff, and the whole party entered motors and were whirled to their destination. Here all was holly and mistletoe, and everything to make a real English Christmas. Huge log fires in every grate, and quantities of wax candles tried to make up for the want of electric light. Nothing could have looked more like a storybook description of things as they once were, in the good old days. Ada Hardress gave her friend a most gushing welcome, and contrived that Sir George Seafield secured a chance for a tete-a-tete word in a suitable window-seat as they drank tea. "You are cruel to me," he said, looking devotedly at the lady of his heart with his keen blue eyes, "promising to be at the junction and never turning up by that train. I came down from Scotland on purpose, and thought I should have been allowed to take care of you from Crewe here." "I can take care of myself," she protested softly, "and I found I wanted to shop this morning before I left." "You think you're capable of looking after yourself always, under any circumstances, I suppose," he hazarded. "But of course, when I feel I cannot, then I shall tell you." And she smiled. "I pray fate to let the chance come sooner than you think," he announced fervently. But at this pious hope Mrs. Charters only looked sweetfully disdainful, and changed the conversation to less personal things. "You won't be a goose, darling, and snub Sir George to death, will you?" Ada Hardress begged as she took her friend up the stairs. "You're so provoking with your aloof air, and now wanting to rest until dinner when he's dying to talk to you." But Mrs. Charters was unimpressed. "I'm really tired, Ada, and it does Englishmen good to be made to wait. I learned that in America," she said. "Algernon took me there when I wanted to go to Rome, but I never regretted it. I acquired so many hints from those clever women. Oh, what a heavenly place," she added, when they got to the cedar chamber which had been allotted to her. "Fancy its not having been spoilt in these modern days." For it was all panelled and hung with faded orange silk in its 3 tall windows and capacious 4-post bed. And presently, when Mrs. Charters was tucked up upon the rather hard sofa, preparing to have a siesta before dinner, she felt at peace with all the world. It was not long before she was sound asleep, and here she had a strange dream. She felt herself unaccountably moved and perturbed. She had a sensation of breathless, waiting tension, while she stood in some dark place, and suddenly it seemed as though only one spot in the blackness became illuminated, and then she saw an old escritoire. There was nothing else, no furniture, no room, nothing but this old writing bureau standing in space, and there, on it, lay unfolded a yellow parchment, upon which seemed to have fallen some drops of fresh blood. Estelle woke with a sensation of supernatural excitement and fear, and then she reasoned with herself. Could anything have been more foolish? A dream with no incident, no personages, no action to cause such a feeling. There was something uncanny about it, though. What if the room were really haunted? She was not sure she liked it, after all. She got up quickly and rang for her maid, glad to have company and lights, but all the while she dressed, she saw nothing but the escritoire, the parchment, and the 3 drops of blood. "You look pale and pathetic," Sir George Seafield told her, with tender anxiety in his voice, as they went into dinner. "What has happened? I want to know." But it was not until about the first entree that he could get her to unfold her dream. Her other-hand neighbour was the attractive half-foreigner who had come down in the train with her, and who had no intention of allowing her legitimate partner to monopolize the conversation. He listened attentively as she described minutely the strange incident to Sir George, bending forward so as not to lose a word, much to that gentleman's disgust. "I hate the brute," he thought. "Why cannot he attend to the woman he has taken in?" "What a very strange dream," Mr. Ambrose Duval said. "And where was this escritoire? You have no idea?" "Not in the least," replied Estelle. "It was all in space." "But why the blood?" And then a thought struck her. "Of course," she exclaimed, "this is some vision sent to tell me where I am to find a most important document. How stupid of me never to have thought of it before." "A document?" both men asked. But while Sir George's eyes only expressed deep admiration for the lady herself, Mr. Ambrose Duval's had a concentrated eagerness to hear her words that was arresting. Why should this interest him so, wondered Sir George, and it caused him to feel puzzled and irritated. Mrs. Charters was no chatterer, and not in the habit of imparting her private affairs to strangers, so she laughed and changed the conversation now to lighter things, dividing her time equally between the 2 men until the ladies rose to leave the room. Sir George Seafield was incensed. Why had his good friend Ada Hardress asked this foreigner to Irtonwood, and why had she put him next to Estelle, the lady of his heart? "I believe she is rather drawn towards the jackanapes," he thought, angrily to himself, and with difficulty kept from sparring with him as they sat over the port. "Ada, where did you meet Mr. Duval?" Mrs. Charters asked, as a group of women hung over the big drawing-room fire. "He seems an interesting creature." "Doesn't he?" several of them chimed in. "Mysterious and delightful," one affirmed. "So good-looking," another announced. "His eyes are too close together," old Miss Harcourt said in her sententious way. "I shan't play bridge with him." "We met him in Hungary last summer," the hostess at last got in. "It seems absurd, but he was a hotel acquaintance. only he knew such a lot of people we did. He seemed like an old friend, and we saw him often. And he was always cheery and nice. He has relations in England that he's come to look up. I'm so glad you find him attractive. I do myself. He has been too charming this last fortnight when we were up in town for Christmas shopping. He had just arrived from Paris, and I have never had so delightful a companion, so I asked him down for Christmas. He said he would be lonely, and is so absorbed in the study of old houses. Then someone began to play the piano, and the group broke up, and soon the gentlemen joined them, and a general move to the big oak-panelled hall commenced, when the younger members started a valse, while the fiddlers 3, who had come down from London to entertain the Yuletide guests, played merrily. Sir George Seafield was detained by his host for a second, and had the chagrin to see Mrs. Charters whirling in the arms of the foreigner. He shut his firm jaw with an ominous snap. "I'm dashed if I'll put up with it," he muttered, and went and claimed the next turn the moment the pair paused for breath. "How cross you look tonight, Sir George," Mrs. Charters said as they danced. "My last partner was so agreeable and sympathetic." "I want to wring his neck," was all the answer she got. And then he added, as they stopped and wandered off to a distant sofa in the gallery, "I'm sure he's up to no good. I'd watch the silver if I were Jack Hardress." "It is really remarkable to what depths of spite men will descend about one another," Estelle laughed as they sat down. "No woman would be so transparent, and all just because Mr. Duval is a foreigner and has good manners and does not show moods." And she leaned back provokingly among the cushions. "You like him?" Sir George asked indignantly, and then aggrievedly. "But anyone can see that." "If you're going to be unpleasant," Mrs. Charters said, "I shall leave you and dance with him again. He valses divinely." Sir George's eyes blazed. "If you do, I will wring his neck. I could easily," he blurted out. "Absurd brute force." And she smiled plaintively. "Englishmen are so crude." "How you do tease me, Estelle," Sir George said, and then stopped suddenly. "Who told you you might call me that?" Mrs. Charters frowned. A piece of impertinence. But here her voice faltered, for she saw that her companion was no longer listening to her. His eyes were fixed with an intense interest upon a picture which hung upon the wall opposite them, the portrait of a lady in late 18th century dress, with the rather high waist and flowing white draperies, while her hair fell in ruffled, unpowdered curls. It was not by any celebrated artist, but was a pleasing picture, and as Estelle's eyes took it in, she knew why Sir George was so absorbed, for it bore a most wonderful likeness to herself. "By Jove," was all he said. "It certainly might have been painted from me," she allowed. "Who can it be?" But they could not find out. Their host, whom they questioned, did not know. He happened to be passing at that moment and joined them with his foreign guest. They had only taken the place from the Walworths for a year, he said, and the Walworths had bought it just as it stood from someone else. It had changed hands once or twice, and he couldn't remember now who were the original owners. "It is supposed to be a portrait of the ghost, I believe," he told them. "Some old retainer informed Ada when we came. The White Lady who haunts the library, and the cedar chamber." "Where I sleep!" cried Estelle with a note of distress. "Oh, Jack! I believe I am half afraid." "I'll come and watch outside your door if you are," said Sir George. "Then you can call me if you feel frightened in the night, and I will tackle any ghost for you. I should glory in the act." "I do not doubt it," laughed the host, and discreetly walked on. But Mr. Ambrose Duval stayed behind, examining every turn of the brush in the picture with a critical eye. Estelle had grown very quiet, Sir George noticed. She suddenly felt again that strange sense of excitement, a cold, unpleasant feeling of tension and dread, and she looked up into his face with an appealing pair of soft grey eyes. "Let's go and dance again," she said. "I want to get warm once more. I feel cold." And Sir George joyfully encircled her slender waist and held her close as they rejoined the dancers and whirled about. "Who sleeps next to me?" Mrs. Charters asked, as the laughing group of women went up to bed about 1 in the morning, but she heard with secret dismay that the only other room in this quaint square wing was a sitting-room, with a little oratory attached. "You have always said you adored ghosts and weird things," Mrs. Hardress said. "Or, dearest, I would not have put you in the cedar room." "So I do, of course," returned Estelle rather half-heartedly. She was a proud woman and ashamed to show her fears. Everything looked most bright and comfortable when she got to her room, and her devoted maid had waited up for her, and now put her to bed with every care. So, tired out with her dance, Estelle forgot her sense of uneasiness, and soon sank to sleep between the slippery fine sheets, while the dying fire made flickering lights in the vast room. But in the grey dawn she awoke in mortal fright, for she had dreamed again of the dark space, the escritoire, the parchment, and the drops of fresh blood. 2. Next day was Christmas Eve, and much occupied with all sorts of bygone amusements, in which a Christmas tree for the children figured in the late afternoon. Everyone was particularly gay and cheerful. Only Estelle Charters felt heavy as lead. Her dream haunted her. It had certainly some meaning. It was the second time she had experienced it, and the certificate, the loss of which might make such a difference to her, could quite well look like the parchment on the desk. But why there should be any connection with it in this house, of which she had never heard until her friends had taken it, she could not imagine. And if there were some strange thread in it all, why should the picture of the ghost be like herself? The money she could be deprived of had been Algernon's money, and had not come to her through her own family at all. So it would be more sensible and seemingly in sequence if the ghost looked like him or one of her sisters-in-law. But she could not shake off the unaccountable depression she was filled with, and she tried to divert herself with Mr. Ambrose Duval's inspiriting conversation, to the rage of Sir George, who had left Scotland on purpose to be present at this party and press his suit, feeling full of hope that she would show him some grace. But for some reason all had been at 6s and 7s between them, and this hateful foreigner appeared to be the cause. Towards the end of the day, Sir George's temper had got the better of him, and he had finally gone off and talked to another woman in pique and disgust. And so, once more, the night came, and Estelle was left alone in the cedar room. Now the conduct of the foreign guest had excited suspicion as well as fury in the breast of Sir George, and he had watched him unconsciously most of the day. The brute had come to Irtonwood with some purpose. He now felt sure of that. Such extreme interest in all the rooms and the furniture was overdone if it were really an innocent fancy for old things. The library in particular seemed to have attracted him, and he even contrived to be shown the famous cedar chamber, while he said the most insinuating and admiring things to its present occupant. They had gone there, a company of 4 or 5 after lunch, old Miss Harcourt amongst them, torn from her bridge. "I would not sleep here for the world," she said. "I wonder how you can, Estelle. You must have nerves of iron and a conscience of snow-like purity. It makes me creep, even in broad daylight." "I'm not afraid," affirmed Mrs. Charters, raising her head. From there the group had returned to the library, and here Mr. Duval pointed to an old escritoire, which stood in one window, used now as a writing-table. Its surface seemed a good deal warped from the sunlight, which had come in upon it, presumably, for many years. "This could be as the one you told us about in your dream," Mr. Duval said, furtively watching her face. And Estelle recognized that it was indeed the same, with a sharp thrill. But she laughed a little nervously as she evaded a direct reply. Mr. Duval was examining it closely, passing smooth, finely moving fingers over all its sides and top. "There is probably some secret spring," he said. "It would be amusing if your dream came true, and it disclosed the parchment and the drops of blood." But for some reason Estelle did not wish him to find it, if there were any spring. She would examine it herself another time, with Ada alone, and Sir George, watching now intently, felt all sorts of queer ideas come into his head. By the time they said good night, the feeling that there was something going on underneath grew so strong that he determined not to undress or go to bed. "He is going to have a try at opening that old bureau, I'd make any bet," he said to himself, "and I'll balk him if I can and discover what is up." So he pretended to be tired and to go on to his room when the other men moved to the smoking room, which was in a side wing after the ladies had left. But in reality he waited until he thought the butler would have extinguished the lights in the library and the middle part of the house. Then he lit his candle and softly crept down and stretched himself upon a sofa rather behind a screen, while the dying embers of the fire shed a mysterious glow all over the rest of the room. And in the cedar chamber Estelle, tired out and rather saddened at the estrangement which she had felt had grown up in the day between herself and her hitherto ardent would-be lover, got hastily into bed. It was her own fault, she knew. She had been most capricious and talked far too much to the foreign man, whom she realized now she rather disliked underneath. She had been foolish and nervous and jumpy today, and she felt quite ashamed of herself. But in a very short time she grew sleepy, and all became a blank until, with startling vividness, for the third time, the dream returned, and to it was added a dim figure, which seemed to beckon to her and compel her to rise and follow from her warm, soft bed. It seemed that she crept across the room to a panel beside the fireplace, fascinated, but without fear, following the ghostly shape which, when it turned its face, looked so strangely like herself. And the panel glided back, disclosing a dark opening, and still she was impelled to enter its black depths, and all the while, as she felt herself descending a narrow stair, a dim iridescence seemed like a nimbus to encircle the head of that faint wraith which was leading her on. Whither? Meanwhile, in the library, Sir George was almost dozing off to sleep on his sofa in the shadow of the screen. The clock had struck 2, and the fire had burnt so very low that hardly a glow now illumined the room. But a broad shaft of moonlight came in from the top part of the window to which the shutters did not reach. It was composed of small panes with a coat of arms emblazoned in the centre, and the beams of the moon threw some weird shapes upon the floor and upon the old escritoire, which happened to stand in its path of light. Sir George thought to himself that he had, after all, perhaps been mistaken. The foreigner had probably gone to bed with the rest, and he too would turn in. Then, just as his meditations reached thus far, he heard the faintest noise of the door opening, and someone, with stealthy footsteps, cautiously advanced up the room. As he sprang to his feet, he felt, rather than saw, that it was Ambrose Duval. He himself was securely hidden in the black shadow of the screen. The man went softly to the shutter of the moonlit window, and with quiet, nervous hands undid its old-fashioned bolt, letting in a still broader shaft of light, which now allowed every detail of the old bureau to be seen. Then he came eagerly to its side, and Sir George held his breath and leaned forward not to miss anything of what might be about to happen. Mr. Duval seemed to be feeling the lid, which he opened with care, and then a search began for the secret spring. And once or twice, as he looked up as if for inspiration, his face seemed like a fiend's in the ashen light. At last he appeared to have discovered something. A drawer flew open with a jerk, and he gave a sharp exclamation of pain. Some part of the steel spring had evidently wounded his hand. But his hesitation was only momentary. With frantic eagerness he now drew forth a roll from the secret place. It looked to Sir George like an old yellow parchment, and as Ambrose Duval bent to scrutinize it, with devilish satisfaction upon his face, there dropped from the cut on his hand some drops of blood. The scene was the exact reproduction of Mrs. Charters's dream. This was the moment Sir George felt for him to interfere. But before he could take more than a step, he was arrested by seeing the thief raise his head, and then start and grow livid and shaking with abject terror as he gazed into a far corner, the parchment dropping from his nerveless fingers back onto the old desk.
and Sir George, following the direction of his eyes, also experienced a thrill which, even in him, was not unmixed with something akin to fear. For both men could just distinguish, slowly and noiselessly advancing toward them out of the shadow from a part of the room where there was no door, the tall, slender figure of a woman in a rather short-waisted white garment with ruffled curls of unpowdered hair. She seemed to be ethereal and unreal, but when she got into the moonlight the likeness was unmistakable. The face was the same as the picture in the gallery, which the host had told them represented the Irtonwood ghost. The great grey eyes were wide and staring like the eyes of a corpse, and the whole figure moved slowly, with a gliding motion unlike life. "My God, is it Estelle?" Sir George gasped to himself as he waited the turn of events. If it were his well-beloved, then she must be walking in her sleep. If the denizen of some other world, then something strange and awful might develop when she got to the escritoire. In either case, his best course would be to watch and be ready to spring. For he fully realized the securing of the parchment was to Ambrose Duval, for some reason, a matter of desperate need. The figure advanced, growing more clear as it reached the goal. Duval was now crouching, an almost inert mass, some paces back, in mortal fright. The lady, whoever or whatever she was, put out a transparent-looking hand in the moonlight, and seizing the parchment was gliding back again from whence she came, but Ambrose Duval gave the hiss of a snake as he saw the precious paper being taken from his grasp, and with a half-articulate cry of rage and terror bounded forward. But Sir George was quicker than he, and ere he could reach the ghost, or woman, he found himself pinioned in the Englishman's strong arms. Then the two men struggled, Ambrose Duval with mad fear in his breast at this new foe, and Sir George with cool determination to frustrate his opponent's ends. As they tottered together, they both saw, with an indescribable thrill, the figure disappear, as it were before their eyes, into the darkness of the wall. And they knew they were alone. Was she a ghost, or real flesh and blood? That was a question which neither could decide. But now that there was no more reason to protect Estelle, if it were she, Sir George let Mr. Duval go. He was breathless from rage and fright, and staggered to a chair. "How dare you attack me like this?" he exclaimed furiously, drawing a revolver from his pocket and pointing it at his foe. But Sir George, far more perturbed at the thought of what might have become of his lady-love, took no notice of him. He walked over to the fire and poked up the dying embers, which threw up a last small flame, giving enough light for him to find his candlestick, which he had put down beside the sofa in the gloom, beyond the shaft of moonlight. Mr. Duval followed him, still livid from fear of the supernatural, and mad with rage at his failure and loss. "You shall answer to me for this now, with your life," he snarled. "In that case, you will be hanged for murder," Sir George retorted coolly. "You had better go quietly in the morning before I denounce you as a thief." "I am no thief," Mr. Duval protested violently. "How dare you attack a guest in our friend's house in this most murderous fashion? It is I who can denounce you. You must give me satisfaction for this." "I shall do nothing of the kind," said Sir George. "I should not think of duelling with a thief. Just take my advice and go in the morning without a scandal, and prosecute your scheming tricks elsewhere. I have seen all you did, remember, and can describe it well." Then the two men glared at one another there in the old library, the one candle illuminating their angry faces, and the great shaft of moonlight lighting the rifled escritoire. And then Sir George calmed himself. "You can take what course you please," he said. "I have a pistol too," and he drew his small derringer from the pocket where he had been holding it. "I am a rather good shot sometimes, so we may each hit the other. But there is no use in it, and rats like you are fond of life." This reflection seemed to carry weight with Mr. Duval, unflattering as it was. For it is quite one thing to shoot at an unarmed man, and quite another to find him possessed of a pistol too. With what dignity he could, Mr. Duval now drew himself up and prepared to leave the room.
"You have won this time," he said between his teeth, "but some day I will level things up." "I'm quite indifferent about that," Sir George answered hurriedly. "Get out now, and get away by the earliest train. I shall give you so much a start. Now I have other and more important things to do. Go." And he almost drove Duval to the door and up to his room. Then, when he had seen him safely shut in, he paused to think what was the next thing to be done. To awaken Jack Hardress and his wife, and ascertain if Estelle was safe in her cedar chamber seemed to be the best move. So, after some difficulty, he found his host's apartment and knocked firmly on the door. "Yes, what is it?" Jack Hardress called out sleepily, and Ada's frightened voice piped, "Oh, who's there?" Then Sir George explained in as few words as he could, when his host and hostess, clothed in dressing gowns, appeared in the passage, and they, all three, carrying lights, set off for the cedar room. But here was deathly silence. No answer came to their knocks, nor could they enter. The door was locked from within. A sickening, icy hand clutched at Sir George's heart. What had happened? Some ill had befallen Estelle. "If we both rush the door together, we can break the lock, Jack," he said desperately. "We must not delay an instant. Now!" And the two men hurled themselves against the stout panels, but, though they shivered, they held. Then, with the strength of despair, Sir George made a rush by himself, and the bolt gave, and he fell headlong into the room. But alas, Ada's 2 candles, which she held high, revealed no occupant. The bed had been slept in and left hastily, the clothes were turned back, but there was no sign of Estelle. The 3 people looked at each other with blanched faces. What mystery was here? Sir George began hastily to examine the walls. It followed, his common sense told him, if the door were locked from within, his beloved lady had left the apartment by some other means. The windows were out of the question, they were too high, and besides were closed, and the orange curtains drawn. There must be some secret panel, and Estelle must have walked in her sleep. But how weird it all was! And he was filled with dread and foreboding as he felt each part of the wall. "We must discover the entrance, Jack," he said. "I saw Mrs. Charters, or her ghost, with my own eyes in the library, and she disappeared at the end of the room." Now, with terrified eagerness, the 3 set to work, feeling and tapping each cedar panel, while Ada Hardress called continually, "Estelle! Estelle! Answer if you're there and can hear us!" But only silence greeted them. And as the hopelessness of their task made itself felt, a sickening fear grew and grew in each of their hearts. What if she had fallen down some deep secret place, some oubliette, and were dead? They might pull all the house down, and yet be too late. At last Ada, almost weeping from grief and fright, subsided upon the sofa, while her husband and Sir George, rigid and grey with anxiety, faced each other to decide what to do. "Wake the servants and send for a mason and carpenter," Sir George said. "And meanwhile, can't we get an axe and some tools? I will tear the woodwork down myself, when I have an implement." Mrs. Hardress went off to wake the household and send for the required men. "And get a doctor, too," Sir George called. And when some tools were found by a frightened footman and brought, he set to work with such a will that at last the steel bolt was discovered, and the panelling giving way by the fireplace, a very small, narrow door was disclosed in the stonework. The bolts in connection with it were stiff and rusted with age, and how a delicate woman could have moved them was a profound mystery. The door gave way without much difficulty, and here, by the light of a lamp held high, the very narrowest passage was revealed, which in 3 paces developed into a stair. It was so extremely narrow that Sir George was obliged to force his broad shoulders through until he came to the descent. Suddenly, at a sharp turn, he could see the steps rising again on the opposite side. But there, in the space beneath, lay the figure of a woman in white. With an exclamation of anguish he saw that it was Estelle. But was she dead? He handed the lamp to Jack Hardress, who was behind him, and in a second he was beside his love, and had raised her in his arms with difficulty in the confined space, and even in the excitement he noticed that she still clutched in her hand the paper which seemed to have been the cause of all the tragic events of the night. He detached it from her fingers and saw that the blood drops had smeared her hand as he put the paper in his pocket and lifted her in his arms to carry her back. A bruise marked where her forehead had struck a projecting stone in the wall. Perhaps she was only stunned and not dead. This hope gave him the strength of a lion, and he clasped her close. But their exit was no easy task. The space had been narrow enough for one person here and there, and was impossible for a man cumbered with a woman in his arms. Jack Hardress retreated before them, holding the lamp high, and when Sir George came to a turn that he could not pass, he was obliged to lay his precious burden down and let Jack Hardress pull her through by the arms. Then he lifted her up again, and so at last all three were safe in the cedar room, where a thrilled and excited group awaited them, including the doctor who had now arrived. The room was cleared of all but Ada, Sir George and Estelle's maid, while the doctor bent over the inanimate form, and at last he looked up and announced, "No, she's not dead." And never were more grateful words sent up to heaven than Sir George's fervent, "Thank God! She was not dead then, his darling, and soon she might open her eyes and look into his own." He could afford to wait in the passage now, as he told the good news to the rest of the alarmed guests. And presently the doctor and Mrs. Hardress came out, and he heard that his beloved was conscious and rapidly recovering. "She must have walked in her sleep," the physician said, "and her head struck a stone, but it was the stifling air which made her faint, though no doubt she was stunned too by the blow. If you had been an hour later in finding her, I think she could not have lived." So after all, there were rejoicings on that Christmas morning, which seemed as though it was going to dawn so tragically, and in the excitement of it all, no one thought then to remark upon Mr. Ambrose Duval's departure by the one and only early train. His note of farewell to his hostess was a masterpiece, and caused Sir George to smile as she handed it to him to read. Late in the afternoon he was allowed to see his sweet lady in Ada's own sitting-room, alone and in peace. She was lying on the sofa with a bandage round her forehead, but her small face looked ghastly pale against the blue silk cushions, but her eyes shone, and she stretched out her hands as he bent upon his knees to be near her. "George, you were good to me," she whispered, "and I can't take care of myself." But she could not say any more, because he stopped and kissed her lips, and for some while they were too happy to talk of even a subject so interesting as her dream and the adventure it produced. But at last they became sane enough to examine the parchment which proved to be the certificate of marriage between John Charters, bachelor, and Marjorie Wildacre, spinster, celebrated at a little village in Leicestershire in the year 1795. So the Irtonwood ghost had stood Estelle in good stead. From here was her fortune secured beyond any doubt. But who, then, was Mr. Ambrose Duval, and what was his connection with the affair, and why did Estelle herself resemble the picture of the Irtonwood ghost? These were questions which it would take time to answer. "Though what does anything matter?" exclaimed Sir George, after a while, "since I have enough for us both, and since you cannot take care of yourself, and are going to let me." It was not before the happy pair returned from their honeymoon that all the mystery was unravelled. The lawyers had been busy investigating the while. It appeared that Lady Marjorie Wildacre had lived at Irtonwood, which was her old home, her father having sold it when they went to Italy. She had had a daughter by her second husband, the Italian Count, who eventually married the great-grandfather of Estelle, thus carrying the likeness into her family. And Estelle often loves to weave romance round her dream, and imagine how, influenced by this far-back ancestress's unquiet spirit, she must have been drawn to go to the Irtonwood Christmas party and participate in the events which followed. "You see, George, she probably loved the Italian Count," Estelle told her husband, "and wanted their descendant by him to benefit too. That is why she directed me. But I cannot help being sorry for poor Mr. Duval. Loathsome foreigner," was all Sir George said. His real name was Charters, and he was the claimant to the fortune, but he chose to take his mother's name. She had been a Frenchwoman, the better to pursue his investigations unsuspected. He had got hold of some letter among the papers of his branch of the family which referred to the certificate being at Irtonwood, and Lady Marjorie's residence there, And hearing that his chance acquaintances, the hairdressers, had taken this place, he cultivated them in order to have access for his search, determining, when he found the certificate, he would destroy it, and then with certainty prosecute his claim. But fate takes care of things, and arranges what she thinks best, and even the thoroughly English Sir John Seafield is obliged to own that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophy.